Greetings everyone and welcome to the SAP UI5 Fiori training by ZaranTech. In this course, we will start with the basics of SAP Fiori and UI5 architecture, including the key components. We will then explore core UI5 concepts like models, views, controllers, data binding, and/or data services in detail through hands-on examples and custom app development. As we progress, you will learn how to enhance apps with features like search, analytical capabilities, and offline support. We will also cover advanced topics like building responsive UIs, security, and accessibility. By the end, you will be able to develop next-generation UIs for SAP software using the latest Fiori elements and design guidelines. This will enable you to create intuitive, consistent apps across desktops and mobile devices. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Creating our first web page. 2. Line breaks, paragraphs and headers. 3. External style sheet. 4. Font properties and CSS comments. 5. Introduction to JavaScript. 6. Statement of comments. 7. Variable scope. 8. Arrays. 9. Radio buttons and checkboxes. 10. Creating HTML elements. Let's dive into the video now.
My name is Ravikant and I have around 12 years of experience in SAP Fiori, UI5, ABAP and other Java related technologies like Android, iOS. Okay. And corporate training for a long time now. So for SAP UI5 Fiori, and for this training we'll be covering the UI5 Fiori JavaScript jQuery part in pretty much detail, the OData backend as well. Okay, so this will be the crux of. So yes, so we will be covering the entire part of SAP UI5 Fiori, including JavaScript and jQuery, everything. Okay, so we'll once we get started, I will show you the content and briefly we'll move on to that. So they launched a new technology, a completely new platform, that was SAP Fiori. Okay, so SAP Fiori is nothing but a new user experience for this SAP software. Okay, which will take place, which was an alternative of the SAP GUI system. Okay. So they wanted to remove the dependency on SAP GUI because if you'll see, there are multiple issues with the GUI. First thing, that GUI is very heavily loaded with the thousands of transactions running in the same application, same software component. It is very heavily loaded. Okay. And the second thing, that for doing a simple task even in the GUI, I will have to remember the transactions. I will have to go to that transaction, having the access to all other transactions, means roles and all that, everything that are not authorized for any other roles. That is a different thing, but at least I have those transactions in my system. So there was nothing role specific, nothing user based, nothing work based, that okay, I am a finance consultant, I am a SD consultant, so I want to see the. So we will go through the basics of the SAP Fiori. So SAP Fiori is basically the new user experience which came for the SAP implemented organization, where the users can feel the power of the open source technologies. Okay. So SAP Fiori, what is the SAP Fiori? It is nothing but a collection of applications which are simple and easy to use, user experience friendly, and they're used for all the SAP software functions. Okay. So they are still in the process of rollout. They don't have standard applications for all the T codes yet, but still it is in the process of rollout. Okay. So Fiori is basically a web-based set applications available for the public or the organization use. Okay. So the SAP GUI was limited for the organization use. If you were to use SAP GUI based application, you have to install the application for the GUI, and then with the help of transaction you have to be in the network of your organization, then only you can use it. But with the Fiori, it is just a web-based application, just a website which you can, if you want to use, you can use outside your organization as well. If it is allowed by your organization, then only you can use it. For this, you don't need to install any software, at least when you are using it on the desktop devices. Okay, so this was one more advantage, that SAP GUI was used only on the desktop, and the world was moving for mobile based devices. So we all know that now desktop was getting more of irrelevant and mobile was getting more relevance. Okay, so to bring the SAP on the mobile, SAP Fiori helped it in a lot, that Fiori can be used on all mobile devices and the desktop devices. Okay, so Fiori is basically a web-based application which is available for use in any device. Okay, and it is created with the state-of-art HTML5 UI5 technologies. Okay, so it is based on the HTML5. If you will see the standard code of SAP Fiori, you will find that they are based on the HTML, simple HTML5. But for us, for doing the development, it will be based on the SAP UI5. So what is the difference between HTML UI5 and HTML5 and SAP UI5? So SAP UI5 is basically the set of libraries which are built on top of HTML5. Okay, so HTML5 is nothing but it contains HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, and other scripting languages. Okay, so that is why SAP built a set of libraries, a set of standard code which was relying on the HTML5, and that can be used as the development for the other custom SAP applications. Okay, so that is why we will be learning for the SAP UI5, and we will need to have the knowledge of HTML5. Okay, so this is how the SAP UI5 and SAP Fiori came in picture. With the SAP Fiori is the nothing but a user experience paradigm developed by SAP, and SAP UI5 is a set of technologies, set of libraries that is built on top of HTML5. Okay, so this SAP UI5 will be used for the development of the SAP Fiori applications. Okay, so I hope at least the basics of SAP UI5 and SAP Fiori and the difference between the two we are clear over there. So so now for starting with our course content. Okay, so we said that since SAP UI5 is based on the HTML5 technologies, so we need to cover the HTML5 technologies. So HTML is the first technology which will be if you see the technical stack of HTML5, the HTML you will find on the top, then we will have CSS, jQuery, and JavaScript, like that. Okay, so HTML is the most basic one, so we will start with the HTML only. Okay, so we'll go through these slides. We will try to understand what is the HTML, and we'll try to do some development in the HTML as well. So this will be a basic development that we will do over here. Okay, so for that, this will be agenda for our today's session. We will be creating our first web page. Okay, HTML is basically used for creating the web pages. Okay, all the HTML5 technologies are used for creating web pages only. Okay, so this will be our agenda for today. We'll be creating our first web page. Then in the web page, we see that there are some paragraphs, some headers, and then you can break a line, write in bold, italics, comments. You can display a list. Okay, and you can see that on the web page you have a link where you click and it takes you to the another page. You show some images. Okay, you create some directories, audio, videos, table, forms. So a lot of things are there. So that we will try to cover in our today's session. Okay, so for HTML, creating our first web page with HTML. So first we'll need to understand that what is HTML. Okay, so HTML is nothing but hypertext markup language. Okay, hypertext markup language, and it is used for creating web pages. Okay, so any website that you see, so the first page will always be a HTML page. despite the technology, any technology it is built in, either it is built in Java, servlets, JSP, or anything it is using Spring, any frameworks it is using, okay, or it is built on the PHP, the first page will always be an HTML page. The reason being that the browsers can understand HTML only. Okay, so the browsers can understand HTML, nothing else. The browser that you see, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Internet Explorer, they will not understand anything other than HTML. Okay, so when I say other than HTML, so that means all the HTML5 technologies. We are not excluding HTML5 here, right? Any other languages are not understood by your browser. So browser will only understand HTML. So HTML here will include the all the HTML5 technologies, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery, all those things. Okay. So browsers only understand HTML. So that is why each code is supposed to be written in HTML only. But since HTML is very basic, and so there are two things. HTML is available as a client side technology. Client side meaning that whatever code you write in HTML, that will be loaded in your browser. You can just right click, do an inspect element, and you can see the HTML code. Okay, so since browser needs to understand your HTML, that is why your HTML needs to be loaded on the browser. So it means browser or the client has access to your HTML code. This is why we cannot completely rely on the HTML code. So on the top of the HTML, we need to have some technology which will hide our business logic, our backend logic. Okay, and we cannot only rely on the client side code. Okay, so all the HTML5 technologies are client side. Okay, they are nothing is server side. So we need to have something on the server side, and this is where our libraries come in the picture, or the APIs come in the picture. Okay, so we'll come to that later. First we will complete our HTML. Okay, so if you will see, HTML is basically a series of elements. We'll be designing elements there. Okay, and it is platform independent. Okay, so HTML is a platform independent technology, meaning whatever platform you go, you can run the same HTML code. Okay, it is not platform dependent. You run it on the Linux machine, you run it on the Windows machine, you run it in Google Chrome, Edge, anywhere. You develop your own browser using Android or anything, it will understand your HTML. Okay, so that is why we say that HTML is a platform independent language. Okay, so a lot of things we can do in the HTML. Okay, so you will see that HTML is nothing but a series of elements. Now what are the HTML elements? You will see that these are label pieces. We will see it how this series of elements will work. Okay, so for that, let's say if we go to the example that how to create first HTML. So for that, so there are some before creating your first HTML page, this is the information that how you can create your first web page. Okay, so this is the nothing relevant in our technology, that because our web, these are how to host your web page and anything. Our hosting and everything will be done on the SAP servers or your organization server, so we don't have to worry about the server part over here. Okay, so now if we go through the HTML, so this is how a HTML code will look like. Okay, we'll start from the doc type HTML, defining that our document type that we are going to have here, the document, it will be an HTML document. All the HTML code, all the HTML pages start with a tag that is called HTML. Okay, so we can only start with the HTML, and once we start, this is the start of the tag, and at line number 10 you see this is the close of the HTML tag. Here the HTML is closed. Okay, so this is how you close the any tag you want to close, you put a slash over there and the tag will be closed. Okay, so if you have done the abab that may correspond to, let's say you want to close a line, you put a dot over there. Okay, you start a loop, you put end loop. Okay, so you start an if statement, you put an end if, like that. In the HTML, if you start a tag, you end the tag with the same name, putting a slash over there in the starting, so it becomes a closing tag. So this HTML is a start tag, and the HTML at the line 10 with the slash is a close tag. The head, and then we will have a header part which will be denoted by head. Okay, and then we will close the head. So in the head part we are providing this much information. Okay, and then our body of the page, how our page will look like, how the body will look like. Okay, so this is the body of the our page. Okay, this is where we design our web page. Okay, so this is how we will design. And then we close the body of the web page, we close the HTML. Then our HTML document is ready. Now so I have one HTML compiler here. So here I will write some code so that you can see how it is happening. Okay, so you can see that this HTML tag, I'm starting my document, that is why I'm writing a Doctype HTML. Okay, and then I have a start tag HTML, I have a end tag HTML. All the HTML code is supposed to be inside this HTML. Okay, these 3 lines we have to write. Okay, again, so HTML is a very easy, and this is a very means syntax independent language. So all the syntax, if you write it correctly, so in if you have done any programming languages, if you understand that if there is a syntax error, your program will not compile. Okay, it will not run. However, this is not the case with HTML. With HTML, if you have any error, that part will not run, rest all will run. Okay, your code will still be accessible. So if you miss any tags here, so there is HTML will not inform you and will not raise any error. Your website, your web page will still run. Okay, so let's say if I forgot to close a tag, that won't matter. Okay, but why we close the tag? Because this error will affect the other lines of the code. Okay, if there is, because if this tag is not closed, the other lines will consider that this tag is still open. Okay, because this tag was never closed, so it won't raise any error, but it is our responsibility to check that all the tags which we are opening, that should be closed. Okay, now so this one is you can see a very basic HTML. Okay, so let's say I want to print just I am just giving this code, simple code, so you can see just an HTML. This is the head. Now what head will represent? So this head represents the header that you see over here. So on the top you see try editor 3.7, right? So this is what head represents. This is the page title, the title of your web page. Now for running HTML in your local machine, what you can do is you can open a notepad file. Okay, notepad, in your notepad just write this HTML page. Okay, after writing this page, just save with any file name .htm or file name .html. Okay, so you can save with this file name and HTML and open in your browser, and you will see that this output. Okay, so this output you can see in your browser itself. So this is a very simple example of HTML, and it is very easy to run as well. So we don't have to worry about anything in the HTML. You can just simply put up a notepad, save your code over there, write your code over there, save it as a HTML file, and just open it via your browser, and it will start running. Okay, so this is how it is, very simple markup language. Okay, now so this is our head part. In the head we can provide the title, we can provide the meta. Meta will denote the metadata of our web page. Okay, the data of the data. Okay, there are some relevant information which is related for the browsers only. Okay, then we can provide the title. Title will denote the page title, and then let's say we close the head, so this will be our head part. Then we have our body part. So body will denote our web page, this area that you see on your website. this is an HTML page. Okay, so this is why only this part is printed and this part is not printed. Okay, the title part, because title we will see on the top of the browser, and currently we are, since this is an online compiler and I'm running it inside it, so it is not printing the title. Okay, but when you write it in the notepad and you run it by saving it .html file, you will see the page title on the top. Okay, now there are so this is all we have about the basics of HTML, how the tag will look like. Okay, so if you open any tag, then you should close that tag as well. Okay, so this will be the some basics. Okay, so I hope all these tags are clear, right? There is no confusion in these tags at least. Okay, so now coming to the one part of HTML, that is heading part. So you see that this is a heading. Okay, so it is written that this is a heading. So headings, there are 6 types of heading in the HTML. Okay, and they are denoted from H1 to H6. Okay, so I will show you the difference between the all the headings. It will be very easy to understand. So let's say I am just writing H2 heading. And we have these are the 6 types of headings that we have in our HTML. Okay. Okay. So if you will see all the 6 types of heading. So this one is our H1 heading. You can see the size of H1 heading. It is large, it is big. Then we have H2 heading. So the by heading, it just means it is using bold. Okay. So H2 headings, H3 headings, H4 heading, H5 and H6. Okay. So one thing you see, I deliberately missed closing H4 here, right? I have not closed H4 here. I forgot to close. Okay. Now still you see that H4 heading is properly rendered. Okay, so this is what I meant, that HTML does not depend on its syntax. Even if it is incomplete, it will run. So you see that these are in red color. Okay, the body and HTML, if I'm not sure if on screen sharing it is that much clear, but these are in red color, body and HTML, denoting that there is an error in the web page, that the tags are not closed. Body was not supposed to be closed before H4. Okay, but still the content ran and I don't see any error. That is why we have to be, so this not only gives us some relaxation, then we can write some errors here as well, but this puts a more responsibility on us that we take care of the syntax, because here the error might not generate any issue, but in the web pages it might create a lot of issue. Some HTML mismatch might create an issue. Okay, so this is sorry, H4 here. Okay, so now this is the correct HTML, and if I run it, you will see there is no difference on the right side. Okay, it means earlier also it ran properly. Okay, so this is how we use heading in our HTML. Okay, now apart from heading, let's say I want to use a paragraph. So because this is currently a line only. Okay, now I want to create a paragraph. So for paragraph, we have a tag that is P. Okay, from P you can create your paragraph. Okay, so like that I can create a paragraph. I will close this tag. So you will run it and you will see that the paragraph 1 is printed over here. Okay, let's say I want to create another paragraph. Okay, and let's make the content a little bit bigger so that we understand what is happening. Like that, you can create another paragraph. You can see that the paragraph lines are printed like this with no bold, normal text. Okay, so this is the paragraph and this is the heading. So you can take this from here. Now, one thing we learned that we have to show link over here. Okay, in the agenda that we saw that we will have some link on the website. You see some links, right? Where which is in blue color, you can click on that link. Okay, so let's say I want to click on a link and I will write here ahref. Okay, so this is how I can provide a link. Whenever I write a, so a will denote that now I am going to give a link. Okay, now href will the reference of the link. Okay, the source of the link. Okay, so here let's say I provide a source that okay, I have this website, you switch to this website. Normally I'll do this. Okay, then I will close my a tag writing that this, or write like this, go to Google. Okay, and then I will close my a tag. I'll run code and you see that a link is generated saying go to Google. This part you will see and this will be the source of the link. Okay, code a text is generated saying go to Google. The color is blue and there is an underline which is a standard for denoting that this is a link. Okay, so if you go to if you and when I put my mouse over here, you can see it gets converted to hand, and on the left corner of my screen you will see that www.google.com is the source for this one, whatever source code I provided. If I click on this, so you will see it will try to open google.com. Okay, but it won't open here because this is an online compiler. Okay, so like this you can try to open the web pages. Okay, so you can see that it is trying to connect with other website. Okay, so Doctype, see, this is the standard practice which came in picture after the HTML launch of the HTML5. Okay, so it helps. It is not for our interpretation. It is for the interpretation by the browsers. Only browsers can interpret it, saying that the whatever document I have written here, because see, where am I writing in the code? It is some notepad file or some .html file, right? So how the browser will know that what type of file is this? Okay, browser will see the content, so they need to understand what type of file is this. So Doctype declaration will means it will indicate to the browser that it is a web page, it is an HTML page, and then they can render the web page accordingly. Okay, so for Doctype HTML you have to write it on the top only. Okay, and it can be used only once. Okay, so it is let's say even if I remove this, it won't affect anything, the page will still load. Okay, but with this declaration browser can understand that it is a HTML page. Okay, all the content over here is HTML. If you don't write, still the browser will know that this is HTML page. Okay, it is not a mandatory parameter, you can remove it as well. Actually Doctype is not a tag, it is not part of the tag library. So if you will go to through the libraries of the HTML, you will not find Doctype in the tag library. That is why we cannot categorize it on the basis of singleton. Okay, so the reason being that it is just for browsers to understand that this is the HTML. It is not defined in the library tag library. Only these tags whatever we use here are defined in the HTML tag library. So from here, how can we understand that it is not part of the standard? So you see the color of all tags and you see the color of Doctype. It is a little bit different. So Doctype is not a mandatory tag. It is an optional parameter. Okay, it is a if you don't put it, it won't make any change to your web page. Okay, now the browser needs to understand the content in your page. Okay, so that is why we are on the top. If you write that document type is HTML, the browser will understand it is an HTML content. If you will not write, still your file name is .html, the browser will understand that it is HTML content. Best practice would be that we put the doc type, so that see, it is just to make sure that by the code, if some browsers fail to understand what type of code is this. Okay, all these standard browsers that we are using either in your phone or in the desktop, so you take any Safari, Opera, Chrome, Edge, anything, so they will understand. If you don't write doc type HTML, your page will not get affected at all, right? But let's say I am using a web view in my Android application, so that web view might fail to understand this HTML code, and based on the code only, it might fail to interpret that this is an HTML code. Okay, so for those browsers we need to put a doc type. Okay, so that is why it is not mandatory. That browser still, the web view might fail, because most of the time, what when I have seen, they understand. But yes, there have been a few instances when we have a lot of scripting and very few HTML code, the browser failed to understand that is it HTML or not, and then they do not display the web page properly. So it will only affect the display of web page. Your application will still run, you won't face any error, any issue, but the browser might fail to understand that it is a web page. So even if you remove doc type HTML, it will not at all affect your application. What, see, for our use, whatever we are going to use, this doc type HTML will not affect at all. But there are a few custom made browsers which are not that popular, or which are not that following the standard practices, like the web view browsers. If you'll see on your devices, let's say if you're using an application, sometime you click on a link, so they provide their own browsers just for the security purpose, so that only their code can run in the browser, nothing else. At that time, this document might that browser might not be able to understand what type of code is this. Why? Because HTML will be only a small part of that code. There will be a lot of other code running in there. Okay, so based on that, just to understand that this is in HTML code, browser might fail to understand. So this is the point where we need to write this doc type HTML. It will help that browser to know that whatever code you see down, so that based on that, it will be an HTML code only. Okay, there can be a lot of scripting and other thing, but the code will always be HTML. This thing we have to make them understand. So for these browsers, you see that I am not even using a browser, it is an online compiler. Even if I remove that, this is not affecting. Okay, so that is why it is not that much it doesn't hold much importance. But standard practice is that you keep it, because we don't know where our application is going to be used, right? So that will be part of the our where we did the HTML links. Okay, so here we are providing with the a tag denotes that it will be a link, and then href tag, this attribute, the property, this property tells us that what will be the source of this link. Whenever you click on this link, you will take it to this page or any other page, whatever you provide here. Okay, so this is how basically the HTML tags work. So now let's say some more tags, if we can go through it quickly. Let's say I want to put an image on my web page. Okay, so for image we have a tag which is called img. Okay, so if I open img tag, I need to close img tag. Now so this will be my image tag. Okay, so in the image tag, what are the things that I am providing? Okay, that is the more property we need to add. So what are the properties I need to provide here, that we will see. Okay, so in the image tag, we will be first property we will use property or attribute. The property we will use will be source, src, that where is the image. Okay, so we need to write down the source for that image. Now let's say from web, I'm picking any image. Let's see if we will be able to. If this will open in our online compiler or not. Okay, so let's say I have given the source of that image, that this image is available at this source. This is the source for the image. Okay, after providing the source for image, so I can run this code. You will see that it tried to load an image here, but since we are in the online compiler, it won't load over here. You can see, right, when the image does not load, we will see this type of icon. Okay, so this will be our image source. Now we have provided the source. Now let's say I want to put but the image is not visible, so that is we have a lot of other properties here. Let's say I want to provide the width of the image. Okay, so for the width of the image, let's say I put over 100 pixels over here, and then we can have the height of the image. Something like this, we can provide width and height. Okay, and this way we can actually fix the, now you can see it will take this much size. Okay, now the image is not loading yet because it is restricted to this website only. Okay, but you can see that I'm using, I have one more source. Let me, yeah, so they have this image in their local compiler with the W3 schools, so let's use that one. Okay, so you can see that this image is available over here, and let's say if I want to remove this width and height, so how this will affect. Okay, so you can see the size of the image is this original size of the image, and if I put my width and height over here, some random width and height size, so you can see the size of the image keeps on changing. Okay, so this is how the image works basically with the image tag. Okay, now there is one more thing. You see sometimes when that the images do not load, at that time they show a text over there, right? Instead of the image, they show a text over there. So that you can provide with an, there is an alt tag. Okay, so with the alt tag, so you can provide anything. You can provide the detail of the image. I'm just writing could not be loaded like that. Okay, so let's say if the image will not load, you will see this text over here. So how the image will not load, like this. Okay, now you see that image could not be loaded, so you will see this text over here. Okay, because source was incorrect. Okay, so this is why the image could not be loaded, and you can see that I see that image could not be loaded over here. So this was an alt text. Okay, so whenever the image will not load, so browser will understand this code. They will provide this width, this height, and in the alt tag, browser will use this only when this fails. When src will fail, then it will show this one, then this one will be used. Okay, so this is how we can show images in our web page. Now when we are running, one more thing I wanted to discuss here. When we are running our web page, let's say in this one, whenever we are running a web, so this is also all the pages that you see in your browser is an HTML page. There is not apart from HTML, the browser will not understand anything. I think we established that. That is why this page, even that this we see, this is also an HTML page. So how can we verify that this is an HTML page? For that, you can just right click on your browser, go to inspect, and you will see the HTML code of this page. Okay, so you will see that this is the HTML code of the Google search that I did. This is also an HTML page. Okay, so you can right click here and do a view page source, and you will see that the HTML code that they have written for this web page, the currently that we are seeing, can be seen over here. This is their page source. Okay, so see, you see on the top that they are writing Doctype HTML. Okay, and then they are starting their HTML tag. Then they have a huge code that we don't need to get into, but this is their HTML code. Okay, now in the inspect element, if you will go, you will find if you will put your cursor on this, so you will see that the Doctype HTML is on the top, then their HTML, then their head. So this part they have put in the head. So we discussed about the title part, right? That whatever title we put, that title we see over here. So you can see HTML Google search. let's say I don't I want to see if it is correct, so I'll change it here, and HTML Bing search. Now you will see HTML Bing search. Okay, so this is how the title, whatever you provide in the title, it affects the title over here in your web page. Okay, and then this is our head part. They are providing the head, Doctype HTML, then HTML tag, then our head part. In the head part they are providing the title, and then starts our body. Okay, so they have a huge body, we don't need to get into that. Okay, so in this body they are writing the all the codes. Now I want to see where this, see this is a link, right? We understood that this is a link. So I want to see that where this code is actually, right? So I can see since this is a link, this should be in a href. We just learned that whatever is the link, it should be in the href. Now I want to see on the Google search that are they using ahref. So I want to see that where is this link. So I right click and I reach to that code, and I can see that here the text is written in the h3, right? They're using h3. You can see that this is a small header, right? In the h3 they are writing HTML tutorials W3 schools, and same thing I see over here, HTML tutorial W3 schools. So to verify that this is the same thing, I will remove tutorial from here. You can see it is removed from here. It means it is the same thing. I'm at correct place. Okay, so this is the h3 tag they're using. Now to verify that, okay, this is h3 tag, but where is the ahref? So you can see this h3 tag is used inside an ahref, right? This is our ahref because this is a link, right? And link can be generated via ahref. So this is our a tag saying link, and then href is giving us the link. So this is the website which will open when I click on this link. Okay, so this is how they are giving a href to our link. Okay, the source to our link. Okay, and this is the text which will be displayed, and this is the link which will open when you click on this text over here. Okay, so this is for any web page. Since all the web pages are designed using the HTML code only, any web page you can right click and go to the source code of the HTML. Okay, and then if you right click, you have an option to view page source. So from view page source you can directly go to the source code of the application, and if you just want to inspect and check things here, you can just scroll down here on the right hand side, and you can see what is happening over here. Okay, which code, whatever code you want to change, you can change it from the here and see how it will affect your web page. Okay, so you can change the code on the runtime as well, and you will instantly see the output over here. Okay, so this is how we can cover the things in our HTML web page. Okay, so ping, so these are the server related, their configurations. So let's say for the w3schools.com to go, first it will ping at this server. Okay, if it receives a proper ping on this server, then it will only go over here. Okay, so this is what is the use of ping. Data width, I'm not even sure why they have used it. Then we have to check. At least till now I have not used this data width. Okay, that this is their server related configuration. So before we can say to protect the websites from their attacks, so they first ping on the website. If the ping is successful, then they go to the website actually. So this is how the ping one works, but data weight I'm not sure. So what happens that apart from the standard tags, so there is one more thing, the custom tags can also be generated. Okay, so let's say you are working and you believe you feel that some tag you want to use and that tag is not available. So for that you can create the custom tag as well in the application. For that you need to provide the library of your tag, that what will the tag do. Okay, and that library needs to be initialized when your application loads. So I believe that VD might be defined over there. Okay, not sure, but it might be the case, because when we will move to SAP UI5, then we will see that we will be defining a lot of tags by our own. Okay, because there we will be doing the custom development. So HTML we don't We don't focus here much about their tags because we won't be using their tags, as I already informed you that for SAP UI5, SAP has built on the top of this HTML5. So that is why these tags will become irrelevant when we move to UI5. Okay, they will not make any sense to us because they will be completely removed, because on the top of that we have UI5 library. So we will be completely using UI5 library only. Okay, so there we will have the option to design our own tags. In case the link is not reachable, in that case the browser will take care. The error will not be from our side. The browser will give you an error that the link is like here, if Google is not reachable, so it takes care of the error. Okay. So for any other thing, you can just you for image and videos also, this alt tag will come in picture. Any media tags, this alt will come in picture. Link will not load, it will completely be a browser issue. Okay, browsers handle if the link loads or does not loads. Okay, so so this is the tags. Let's say here also in the ahref we saw one thing, that here we are using our text which we have to display directly in the ahref, but we just saw that here they are not providing it inside the ahref. They are using the nesting of the tags. The tags are nested. They are using an h3. Okay, and that h3 is inside the a. So inside the anchor tag they are using this h3 third heading. Okay, so this is called the nesting of tags. Okay, you can nest tag one inside the other. Okay, so you can see that we on these type of application we have a huge nesting, right? You can see that because the tags are one inside the other and we have a lot to cover. Okay, this link, because here we saw that when we are running this code, this was not an heading tab, but what if I want this link to be bigger? At that time I need to use h1, h2, h3, right? So let's say if I want to use h1, h2, h3, so I have to nest it inside this before this text. Okay, so this is how you can make use of the nesting of the tags. And we are already using the nesting how, when we are nesting the title tag inside the head tag, we are nesting the ahref image, all the things are nested inside the body itself. Okay, so nesting is already done. Let's say for, because it is needed in the, everything is nested inside the HTML. Then we have the head and the body, where the title meta is nested inside the head, and a image, everything, and whatever is the your content of the web page, that will be nested inside the body. Now in the content, let's say if you want to provide the nesting, so for this let's say if you want to do the nesting, you can just put it like this, that put some header tag over there inside ahref, so that it looks kind of bigger. Okay, so here let's say if I want to show, I want to make this link bigger, so I can just nest it with the h1 tag, because we know that h1 is a bigger heading tag. So you can see that now this will be loaded in the bigger size with the level of the h1. So the color and the color of the text and the underline will be provided due to this href tag, a anchor tag, and the text will be provided by the h1. The size of the text will be decided by the h1. Okay, so this is the case. So this end tag, see, we discussed that we can miss it, no problem, but please take care that you don't miss the end tag. Okay, so in some cases it will result in error as well. Okay, and let's say there can be now one more tag is there that I can show you. So let's say in the here I want to put one, we discuss that P is for paragraph, like, okay, so let's say I want to write just that this is a paragraph. So you see that this line is coming over here. Now I want to have a break in this line. I don't want to display everything in one line, right? Because any web page you go, So in that web page, like here, you will not be displaying everything in one line. Okay, we have to show the breaks in the line. So if I want to break the line, for that I can simply use a, we have a br tag. For br tag, you don't need to close the br tag. Okay, br tag will be a break tag. Okay, this will provide you with a line break. Okay, so br tag will be a line break, and this is called, basically called as, br tag is called an empty element tag. Okay, because there is no element with the br tag, and this doesn't have a closing tag. Okay, you just simply put br and it will break the line, and you don't need to close it. Okay, and there is no element in the br tag. So if you run this tag, so you will see that the line will get break here. Okay, the line break will be provided here, and these two will go in the two lines. Okay, and we don't need to break the close the br tag. Okay, so that is one thing. And one more thing, that this html language in itself is not case sensitive. Okay, so if you are working on ABAP, so you know that this is a case sensitive. ABAP is also not case sensitive, so here also it is not case sensitive. Okay, you can write, let's say if you are writing p, you can write capital P as well, it will mean the same thing. Okay, no effect here. So so it won't affect anything. Okay, but it is recommended, means, not, I cannot say recommended, it is general practice that all the tag names are written with the small name. Okay, when using html. Okay, in the html when we are using, so all the tags are in the lowercase letters. Okay, it is
one small question. Can we create any custom tags for in HTML5?
yes, so you can create the html tag, custom html tag. For that you need to provide the library of the tag. Okay, so you will have to design the library of the tag, and at least in online compiler I cannot create, because you have to create in the local system. You have to save it uh, in your script file with the same folder. Then you create it over in the script file, you call that script over here, and then it will understand the meaning of the tag. Okay, so see, a lot of custom tags are created, basically saying, let's say for this page that is designed. So currently this is used at one place only, right? This, let's say this part of the page, let's say if I say this part of the page, it is used at 10 places. Okay, so instead, if you will go, so you will see this is you designed. Let's say if we inspect and see how they have designed it, so you will see, let's say if they are using html tag because they have it at one place only. What say if this was used at multiple places? So what you can do, you can put everything in one, saying that the results tag or result count tag, something like that, and you can create a custom tag and you can use that custom tag as well. This we will see when we start the UI5. There you will, we don't have the tags, we have controls. So there you will be creating custom controls. Okay, so the tags for custom control will be with your name. Whatever you provide the names, custom names will be there for the tags. So this is for the HTML tags that we have. Now in the tags we have a few things like we have these attributes. These are called the attributes. Okay, so attributes basically provide the some additional information to our tags. Okay, some attributes are there, like this one. If you don't provide this width, still the image will load, but this will provide an additional information that, okay, it should be have a width, it should have a height, this should be the alternate text which will be displayed, right? Like this, they provide the additional information to our tags. Okay, so like href, this one, these all are the attributes. Okay, they provide the additional information. Okay, now when we are using href, so two things here, I think you did not notice that. So when I'm writing here w3 schools.jpg, So one thing here, one might ask that when I was using this image, so I provided the complete address of the image, right? For this one, right? Starting from www https www.google.com, then is slash images, everything probably provided. But here we are providing w3schools.jpg. So how the image is getting loaded from this address, right? Because see, this is not an actual address, right? So how the image is getting loaded? Hmm? So this comes in the picture when there are two types of URLs that can be used. Two types of URL. One is absolute URL, another one is a relative URL. Okay, when you are using an absolute URL like this, then you mean that you want to provide a URL to an external system. Okay, so let's say the image, this was an external image. So if you want to provide the image to this one, so you have to provide an absolute URL, the complete URL you have to provide. Okay, but this one is a relative URL. Okay, so when you are using a relative URL, so it means that this image is hosted on this website itself. Okay, so it means this image is available on this website itself. So if you go to this website and this path, you will find this image. Okay, so this is a relative URL while this is an absolute URL. Okay, so if you are providing links to your external system, you need to provide the absolute URL, but something hosted on the same structure, same file, anything, so you can provide a relative URL. Okay, so one thing is there, let's say if it is not absolutely necessary to provide an absolute URL, you should use the relative URLs. If anything is available in your own system, you should not provide the absolute URL for that thing. Because let's say in SAP also you will have your development system, QA system, production system, right? So if an image is available in the development system, you should provide the relative URL of the image or relative URL of the file or anything. The reason being, when you move to your quality system or production system, the image will still be there, but the URL will change, right? Because your development, quality and production servers are at different locations, right? They are different servers, so the URL will change. And if you provide the absolute URL, that thing will still try to get it from the development. Okay, that is why you should always use the relative URL if it is available in your domain. If it is not available in your domain, then it is external only. It moves to production, quality doesn't matter, because external is same for everyone. Okay, but if it is available in your domain, then you should provide the relative one, so that when it moves to your landscape, the relative URL will adopt to your current domain. Okay, now coming to this one, one thing here, one more attribute we have. So we are discussing attributes. So one more attribute here I have, let's say style attribute. Okay, so in this style attribute, let's say I want to use I want to provide the style of this one. So this is the my paragraph. You see the paragraph is in black color. So I want to use an style attribute, and for this style attribute I want to provide a color. So I will write color. Okay, to red. Blue is already there in the go to Google, so I will just provide a color red. Okay, so I'm providing a color red, and let's run this, and then you see the color of the text change to red. Okay, so this style attribute will provide the styling for this whatever is inside the tag, whatever the content you have provided in the tag, that style attribute will be applied to that content. Okay, and it will become it will become according to that style whatever you have provided. So simply I have used style color red, so you can use a color red over here. You can provide bold, italics, a lot of styles are there, bold, italics, some margin you want to provide from here, from the top, from the bottom. So all those things you can use over here. Okay, And in the HTML tag, if you want to provide some style, you can use a lang attribute is there that calls as en. So you want to provide a lang for language. Okay. So what is the language of your web page? So you can provide the language over here. This won't affect what code you write here. Okay. This will not affect anything over here. Instead of en, if I change to hi, it won't affect anything. It will load. So why this lang attribute is used? It is just uh, when the web browsers, just again to help the web browser understand that what language is provided. Okay. uh, it doesn't it mostly helps not web browser, it mostly you can say it helps search engines or the crawlers. Okay. So search engines are and crawlers are helped by this lang attribute. So how search engines are, let's say if I'm searching in English language, okay, or I'm searching in a specific language, at that time search engines like Google and all, they will understand that what is the language of this, what is the language of this page, and are they supposed to load this page or not. Because let's say the language of this is uh, anything hi, and I'm searching in en, then obviously this page will not get preference. So this page will not display in the search. So this is where the search engines and crawlers get help, that how to search the websites. Okay, which websites to show on the priority. Okay. So this is how we can provide the code. Okay. So let's say for English also there are a lot of types of English available. So you can just add your country code also here. So let's say if you want to put US, so you can put US as well, UK, you can put UK over here. So that will differentiate anything. It will again help the crawlers only. Okay. It won't be helping us. Fine. So we are good till here, right?
Yes, just
Yeah.
one question.
Fine.
Can you tell us about this meta tag? There's a meta tag, right, where we define the character set.
Yes.
So,
So meta tag again. So all the meta tags, they are defining the some extra data, some extra information about our web pages. Okay. Again, they won't affect the our coding part, but they will provide the some more information, some more detail about this web page. So meta is, you can say something like hidden data. Okay. Again, this will help only the um, browsers and crawler only. Okay, it won't affect our web page. Okay, so let's say meta, so we are providing the character set, that the character set that we are using in our web page, it is of UTF-8. Okay, so if I write anything else here, any other character set I provide ASCII, it won't affect the web page. Okay, it will affect only when Google does a search and I specifically tell it to load only ASCII ones, then this page will get lower priority, because the meta of this page, see the what browsers do, search engine do, they search on the basis of this meta first. If they find their information in the meta that it is not matching or something is very different, they will not go to the content. Okay, this increases their speed. Okay, so let's say if they are on the care set itself or the language itself, currently see it is English India, right, ENIN. But let's say if someone is searching in Spanish, in you can say in German, right, they are searching in D. So obviously they then even if the their search is HTML and the content exactly match, so the and but there is a one more page which is in the D language. Okay, then why this page will get a lower priority, right? Even if the content matches, this will get a lower priority because they are searching in other language. Okay, the browser is saying that I want to search in different language, so that will get a lower priority. So this is how the browser get help, the crawlers, so they increase their speed. So whenever you are building a website, so this won't affect, see this is not relevant to our thing, because when we will be doing SAP UI5, it is not at all relevant. But because our UI5 applications will be used in our organization, but when they are building or you are building a web page, Then nowadays branding is very important, right? You want, when you search the Google, you want your page to be on the top, right? So to be on the top, you have to provide as much as meta as possible about the detail of the page, so that when a relevant or related search comes in, your page loads first, right? Let's say you do not provided language. Okay, you said, okay, I will not provide char set, I will not provide language, I'm not providing all this meta information. Then if the crawler starts to look for a web page, and it is the browser is set for the UTF-8, and the language for the browser is set for the any US EN or ENUS or anything language is set. So but your page does not provide the information of the UTF-8, and there are 10 competitors who are exactly providing the char set and lang, so obviously their website will come on top, you will come on 11th, because when it will search the content, so even if your content exactly matches, since the meta failed, so your content will be searched on the last, because crawling through the content will take a lot of time than to crawl through the meta of the web page, right? Because meta will be small, 8-10 tags, that's all, right? So when a crawler starts from the any search engine, it will first crawl through the head of the tag, and it finds if the relevant information, it will automatically be there in search. If it is not, then it will, if the content matches later, so the crawler will put that page at the low priority, right? So branding perspective, your website will never appear in the search engines. Okay, so that is the only difference it will make, no other difference. Even if you don't put a meta or anything, if you are making a website for your own, you don't want to be in the search engine, you don't need to provide the meta of the page. Okay, that won't affect anything. So let's cover some more thing from here. We covered the line breaks, paragraph, and headers. Okay, so P represents a paragraph. Okay, we can write a P to just show a paragraph in our HTML page. Okay, and then we have bold, italics, and comments. Okay, so for the bold, you can just simply use a B tag. Okay, the B tag will make it in a bold. So for that, let's say if I show you some more things, and so B and bold, italics, and everything that will come in this styling. So I can just show you in this style some more style. Let's say here is the body, right? So I want to style my web page, style, and then I just write background. Okay, I'm changing the background color, and let's change it to, so you can see that complete body I have styled, right? I styled the complete body. I changed the background color to red. Okay, so now you can see the whole background color was changed to the red. The whole web page was changed to the red. So the red is not good, because then our paragraph gets hidden. So change it to blue. Okay. Like that, you can provide any color. Okay, any color name, and your background will keep on changing, because I am using a background color. Okay, so this is one thing you can do with the styling. Okay, now let's say same thing here. I have h1, right? So I will use one h1 one more time. Okay, and okay, so this will print like this. This is h1 with style. Now we need to add the style in this h1. Okay, so what type of styles I can put? If you will see here, style, and in this style I'm just putting as background color as we see. So I have done a background color tomato, and the style of the h1 got changed. Okay, only H1. So this is the area occupied by the H1, the complete line. Okay, so each element, if it is acquiring, so it will acquire a complete line until um, it is external specifically told or ended over here, okay, or somewhere else, or some other statement starts from here. Okay, so you can see that this is the style we can use. So this was with the background color. Okay, now let's say I don't want to change the background color, right? I want to just change the color of the text, not the whole background. So in such scenario, I'll just remove the background from here, and because I want to just change the text color, not the complete background. So you can see now the text got changed and background remains same, that is gray. Okay, so the color of text got changed now. Okay, now for this H1 only, let's say if you want to change the font family, okay, this font, let's say if you don't like, and if you want to change the font, so you can use the font family, and any font you can use. So you can see the font also got changed. Okay, so this way you can change the font of your text. Okay, now if you want to change the font size, okay, because this is too big, sorry, I want to make it more bigger, I as per me. So let's not do pixels, let's do percentage. So I'm taking a huge number so that we see the difference here. Okay, so you can see that the size with the style, I can change the size of the font. I'm using H1 only, but I have changed the size as per my requirement. Okay, so this is 400%, means 4 times the 400% of the actual H1 size. Okay, had it been H6 horizon, so it will be 400 times of that one. Okay, so let's say if I will use H6 here, so it will be 400 times of that one. Okay, so like that you can keep on changing with the different styles. Now let's say we want to see the alignment also, right? So here a lot of things. So whenever we are providing the alignment of the text, at that time we want to we have a lot of text, so we want to have them aligned. So let's say I had this H1, okay, and this H1, this is H1. So if you will run it, you will see this H1 is over here, but I want to have this aligned a little bit different. So I will just put an style statement over here, and in the style I'll just provide text align center. You will see that this text will go in the center. Okay, so this is how you can do the alignment of the text. And so for now we have a lot of style attributes that you can use, and apart from this you will get a lot of styles, okay, that you need to use. Okay, so you can check any of them from the W3, okay, the open source website. Okay, from there you can find the all the elements, all these tags that are available, okay, and which are recommended by the W3 as well, that you can find from there. Okay, so one more tag is there. Let's say you want something to be used in the bold, so that okay, so you can see that these texts are printed in bold. Okay, and you want to see some text which is strong as well. So like this, for designing, we have a lot of tags available. Okay, so that's how you can check for the strong tags. Okay. So tag wise and the elements that we are using. Okay, and these things, it is a huge set. You can see from there what are available. The same way you can go for the italics. You will just, instead of B, you will just write I, and you will see this in italics. So this will come in the start coming in the italics. Similarly, you can have, let's say if you want to see this, so you can get the emphasized text as well. This will help when you do the screen reading. This is not bold, this is emphasized. So this will help you in the screen reader will have this using some verbal stress they will use. This is not for us. Okay. And so a lot of tags are there. You can use a small tag, mark tag. Okay. So sub tag, that will be for subscript. Then superscript you can use, right? So that once you can see, and then basically I would suggest that you go through this um, from the either from the W3C or the uh, standard library, okay, that you can find at the W3C, or if you just want to go through the tutorials, so you can go through the W3 schools. Okay, that will help a lot. So W3 schools also follows all the recommendations from the W3 itself, right? So we can see that as well. So you can see that this is a superscript, okay, and similarly you can use a subscript as well. Same thing. For some subscript, you just need to write sub. You will have a subscript. Okay. So similarly, in this manner, we have a lot of tag, mark, delete, inserted text, deleted text. So as and when required, you can keep on using them. Okay. Now let's say when you want to put any line of comment in HTML, so the syntax for comment will be like this. You can remember this simply. So in this one you can write your comment over here. This will be the syntax for comment. We see the comment, so we understand the comments lines are one which are ignored by the compiler. So you can write your comment here. So this will be a comment line. This is the closing tag of the comment, and this is the starting tag of the comment. Okay, so these lines are ignored by the compiler. So if you will run this tag, you will find that this line will not be printed as this is ignored. Okay, this is a comment. Okay, so this comment is basically a multi-line comment as well. Single line, multi-line, both is same. So till this tag closes, your comment will keep on. You can add any comment here. Okay, till the tag closes. So that is why it is both single line and multi-line comment. Okay, so this is our comment tag. And one more thing is here. Yes. Now let's say in your HTML you want to create table or something Okay, you want to display a list, table. For that we have one tag, that is table tag. Okay, you can use a table tag for creating any table. So when you are creating a table, so you will need to have a table row first. And then in the table row you will have one tag which is called table header. So let's say I want to, in the table row, first, this is the first table row. So I'll take one example. So here, let's say you want to have one header 1, header 2, and header 3. Like this, you want to have table headers. Okay. This will be your first table row. Now I want to create an table row again. So I can create a table row again. Table row. And then in this table row, so this, the first one was header tag. This will be a table data, right? I want to display some data in the table. So in the data, I will just say data 1. Data 2. And table data. Then I will close this table row. So similarly, you can have multiple table rows. For now, let's say I will take one more. Okay, so like this, I can create a table data. So when you will run this, you will see that this is how your table will get generated. Okay, so this was, so first I started a table. Okay, then I started a table row, the first row, this one, header 1, header 2, header 3. For this one, I defined the table header. So this was header 1, header 2, and this is why it is in the bold, the header of the column. Okay, so that was the first row. Then for the second row, I used again a tr, which is table row. Okay, and this table row, I defined this part is table data. This is not a table header, right? This one was table header because it was in the bold. So this is what table header, which is data 1, data 2, data 3. This one we defined, and then again a table row, the third row, this one, which was data, again a table data, table 4, 5, 6. So like this, if you do, a table will get generated. Okay, then we close this table row and then the table. Okay, so we good here. So this is how you can define a table row. Okay, and these are your cells for the TD. Okay, so whatever you provide in the table data, it will be a content of your table cell. Okay, so this is basically your table container. Whenever you write a tr tag, a new table row will start. Okay, okay, so we have a lot of other tags in the table as well. You can go through those tags. We have a column tag as well, column group as well for defining, then some body also for the table, that will be t body. Footer also you can define. Like that, we have a lot of other attributes in the table that as when needed you can go through them. So HTML5 is basically a client side application, right? So this is running in your client side. All the data should be here only. So we cannot get any external file in this HTML application. Now coming that, how do we get the file to when we are doing it from, we are getting the file from server or anywhere, right? In such cases, the HTML will not help. Then our scripting technologies will come in picture, right? We will use some script. Okay, and through that script we will read the file, we will fill, then this table we will create from the scripts, and then we will put on this HTML page. Okay, then the table will not be designed from here. Okay, you can the data will be fed from the scripting that we will do when we go through the scripting. Currently we are learning for the design part only. Okay, when you need any loop, for loop, anything which is based on the logic, that logic will come from a scripting language on the top of this HTML, which will be injected in this HTML, so that we can change these values dynamically. This will all be a hard coded thing. Even if you go here, see they have see, this is where they have a lot of scripts, right? Because on this page everything is hard coded. Whatever you see on this page, right, whatever you see on this page must be hard coded in this HTML. Okay, it is there in this HTML. Everything, whatever you see on this page, anywhere you will go, you will see where it comes from. But this data is not hard coded, right? This came through some script. That script ran and got the data and then injected in this HTML. This HTML was created on runtime, but before displaying to this web page, the HTML must be created. Otherwise browser will not accept it. Means it will not it will not be able to read it, right? So even if you see these pages, everything, right? So you see that the same HTML will be used in all the Google search pages, right? But this data will change. Okay, this data will change. It doesn't mean that they have a lot of HTML pages for each of your search, right? They have only one HTML page, but that data keeps on changing based on the script. Whatever data is provided by that script, that data is kept over here. So we are here in the part as part of the HTML tutorial. We are just learning the how to design the HTML. When we move to script and we start getting data from there using JavaScript or any other scripting technology, then we will just get the data and design our HTML according to that. Still, that HTML will be hard coded only because it is a view. All the logics will be in the backend. That is for the table. Now apart from the table, let's say one more thing can be there. List, right? So I displayed a list. Now let's say I want to display a I displayed a table. Now I want to display a list. Okay, so there are two types of list in HTML. One is unordered HTML list. So this is unordered list. So in this, it will be by start with UL. Okay, so in the UL, I will have a lot of. I want to display a list. So here I say item 1. Then I have item 2. Item 2. Item 3, something like this. So we have some item in this unordered list. Let's close the unordered list. Okay. So this is how I have closed the list. 3 items. So if you will run this, you will see a list will be generated with the 3 items. Okay. So this was the case when the list is unordered. Now I want to see an ordered list. So in the ordered list, nothing, no difference. Instead of unordered list, it will become ordered list. That's all. Everything will be same. Now if you will run this, you will see that this one is an ordered list. So here you will have the number 1, 2, 3 like that. Okay, and this will be an unordered list. So based on the need, whatever you need, you can use that list. Okay, we good here for the list. Then we have one more kind of list, and that is a description list. Okay, so that starts with the DL. Okay, so in this description list, we can provide the description for each item. Okay, so let's say I start a description list and close the description list. In this description list, I will provide a first description term. So description term will be item 1. Then I'll close this description term, and then I will provide the actual description. So description will be DD. So in the DD, I will provide like this description for item 1. Let's close the DD. And similarly, I will have the description term again, item 2. Close the description term. Then I will have DD description for item 2. Then I will close the DD. And then DL is closed. Okay, like this we can have a description term and description item. So it will print like this. Okay, description list. Item 1, then the description for item 1, item 2, then the description for item 2. So this is how you can have a 3 types of list. We have our unordered list, ordered list, and description list. Okay, so 3 types of list we have. Okay, unordered list, ordered list, and the description list. Okay, with the list and tables. Linking to other pages, ahref, we already did this example. Images we did. We'll come to this directory structure when we'll start CSS. This will not make sense any. Okay. So this is all with the list. Now I will show you some HTML form attributes, which we will be using a lot. Even in SAP UI5, we need to have the form attributes. Okay. So let's say I want to create a form for a user input. So I will have a form. Close this form. And in this form, I want to just say label and this label will be first name. And we'll break the line. Let's have so here we will have a label, then we will have an input field, and the type of this input field will be text. And we can provide the name, which is we'll provide later. Okay, so this way we can have one input field. Okay, now after input field, let's say I break the line and I want to have label, one more label I have, class name, input type. So like that, let's say I create a simple form. So you'll see that this is a simple form with the label such as first name, and then an input field which is of type text, and then last name and input field which is of text. So I can provide some data over here, first name and last name, like this, right? Now since I provided first name and last name, I need a button as well. Okay, so you can create a button, or you can create a radio button, any type of buttons you want, you can create over here in this form. Okay, so let's say first in this form I want to create input type radio input type radio. Okay, and value for this button will be, I have to provide either mail and I have one more input type, also type radio, and value will be email, like this. Okay, so I have two radio buttons over here which I will use for selection. Okay, then there are some checkboxes I want in the form. So here I can say input type checkbox, and then in the checkbox I say value let's put label. Well, I'm forgetting here. And more label here. And label will be skills. Checkbox skills I'm adding. So like this, let's say I'm creating a form. Okay, so what will this generate? If you will see here, so where I forgot break line somewhere after last name here. So here I will break line so that gender comes in the next line. Then after the radio buttons, I think I did not provided any text for them. So that I need to provide, and then I need to break lines after the radio buttons, like this. Okay, so this is how you can create a simple form for you. Let's break the lines after the checkboxes as well. Okay, so this is okay, so this is how you can then select the checkboxes and radio buttons, like this. Okay, so this is how it will work. And for this I think I forgot the labels for this one. For this we need to have one more tag. Here I will provide an ID. ID tag will uniquely identify the ID of our HTML element. Okay. I'm just putting radio output mail. Okay. In the label tag, I will provide the label and for which tag it is labeled. So I'll just write mail here, and the label will be simple mail, and then I will close this label. Okay. So, and this thing I need to do after this because it will be displayed here then. So like this. Okay. Similarly, we can do same thing for the female as well by writing female here and providing an ID in the female tag, that this will be for female, and then the for providing a female. And you will run, then you will see it like this. Okay. Similarly, we need to do labels for this one as well, but I hope you get the picture how we are doing it, right? So this is how simply we can create a form. Okay. Now all we need is a submit button, because we will provide all the data and then we don't have any option to submit. Okay. So we need a submit button for that. So what I'll do is I will add a submit button over here. So I'll just say input and the type, and the type will be submit. Okay. And then I will run this code and you will see I have a submit button over here. Okay, so I clicked submit button and it's submitted as well. So this is how you can create a simple form for your website. Okay. So this one, let's say if I provide this one as well, I think it get confusing. Okay. So this is how we can simply create a form. Okay. And this form will take your user inputs. For the user input, for the label, we are putting a label tag. For the input, we are putting an input tab, and then what type of input. If it is a text field, so I'm on the type, I'm providing input type is text, right? If it is a radio button type input, then for that input, I'm providing type radio. Okay, so you can see that this is not a case sensitive, that is both are generated as radio buttons. And again, for this input, since this is a checkbox type of input, so for the input type I'm providing as the checkbox. Okay, so this is how this can generate a simple form for us. Okay, then this is also an input type submit, so that means it will create a button for us. It is recommended that for all HTML elements we have one ID. So for all HTML elements should have one ID. Even these labels also should have an ID, because let's say from the scripting language I want to change the label. Sometime you need to change the label dynamically, right? At that time you should have the ID of this label. So each element should have an ID. So here, since we are just using it, the label we are not going to change from the scripting, and we are using just for the HTML. That is why we are not providing ID for many fields, but each element should have one ID. Idea of the SAP UI5 view is based on this HTML only. Okay, so it's the same thing that whenever we are designing the view, any view, so it is not specific to HTML or XML. Anywhere where you design a view, you must have one ID, because whenever user does an input, that input you can read only by that ID, right? Even if you are doing it in WebDin Pro, or you are doing in ABAP, or in any other front-end languages, you are using Angular or anything, Android you are using. So all the places you need to have the ID of the view, because then only you will come back to the controller saying, okay, this is the value that was provided by the user. Or if you want to change back, then there must be a unique identifier. Only with the ID you can identify that I'm talking about this field, right? Otherwise, how will we understand that what we are going to change for this field? ID will be different. Both are because this ID will be used when I will read in the backend, right? So I need to have a different group here, and we need to group them together.
Okay.
Then it will work. Okay. ID is specific to this element. This input type should have an ID. That's all. Okay. Even is the label for this one, this will have a different ID. Okay. So if I want to give an ID here, so I will give ID like ID label mail. This label should have an ID of its own. This input will have a different ID. Okay. So that is why this label is here. Also you can see for means this label is for this ID. So if you give the both ID to same same ID to both radio buttons, the label will also get confused that for which one you want to use this label, right? And that here HTML will allow you, but if you move to more strict languages, for example XML, so someone worked in SAP UI5, so XML will not allow you to have same ID, right? So HTML is a very relaxing language. Here you can do errors, it won't complain. But if you move to XML, it will not allow you to have same ID. The app will not open. Okay. So this is one thing. I wanted to just show you one more type of input field that is very frequently used. So that we forgot. Let's say after first name, last name, I want to have one more input type, and this type is, let's say, password, and then ID is password, then value is not needed for this one, and this will be on the top. This will be instead of serious, it will say so. Now you will say that I have a first name which will print input, take the input like this. I have a last name which will take input like this, and then I have a password which will take input like this. Okay. So this is why, because the type is password. Okay. So for the input type, everything is changing. If type is text, it takes input as text type. If type is password, it takes input as password type. If type is radio, it takes input as radio type. If type is checkbox, it takes input as checkbox type. If type is submit, it takes input as button type. Okay. So this is how form is designed in basically HTML. And this is the reason why we have all the validation in the server side, because this code again will be loaded to the backend. So in just, you can go to the inspect element and you can change the type, this type. You will see the code for this will be loaded over here. So see, whatever form I designed, right, this form is available in the inspect element, the complete code, right? So I can simply just change the type to text and it will become a text. So your password will become visible, right? And you can change back it to password. So that is why we don't rely on the HTML, and all the validations, all the control of the application we have on the backend side. Okay. So whenever you are deploying an application, if it is an SAP Fiori application, so on the XML side, on the front end, you will have the validations for sure. But all the validations that you have in the front end, we will make sure, as per the standard SAP practice, that those validations are there in the backend as well. Because front end, anybody can open the inspect element or the debugger, Chrome debugger tool, and they can change the data which is going to the server. So the validation should be there on the server itself. Okay. So you can see the input type, text, password, submit, reset, radio, checkboxes, button, a lot of are there. If you want to load a file, then you can have a file. If you will take an input type image, so it will load an image. So all these examples you can do. Okay. So instead, just instead of submit, I will make it file. You will see, you can see that it became a file type input, right? Okay. So if you want to upload a file, you will click on choose file, and it will open a file browser. Okay. Windows Explorer from your system, and you can upload a file over here actually. Okay. So this is the all the input types that you can use. So a lot of input types are here. Color, date, if you will do it color, so a color palette will basically open for you. Okay. You will see now, you can see a color palette for you, right? Okay. So a color palette will open, and you can submit and you can provide a color here. Okay. So a lot of input files are there, URL, v, search. So you can see all those input types. And then with the input types, you have all these attributes then you can use. We are actually using name, value, ID, style that you see we can use. Okay. Hidden attributes, when the input will be hidden, title. So all these attributes you can try using with them. Okay. Auto complete, like whenever you type, then it will auto complete the values, right? And so these are the default values of those input fields. So you can go through those input fields and you can see how these input fields will work. Okay, so a lot of types of input field we have. So all the types of input that you have seen in HTML till now, all the tags can be used with your simple HTML. Okay, then table we have already seen. This form action, when we click on submit, actually, let's say if this is submit, then when we click on submit, then we have two types to send the data. Now we need to send the data to the backend, right? So we have two types by using which we can send the data to the backend, and that is get or post. So if you have worked on OData or any other API, so you understand what are the get and post methods. Okay, we will cover this get and post in much detail when we'll come to OData. For now, you can understand that post is used when you have to submit to the server with a huge data, because that time you will use post. And whenever you want to get something from the server without submitting any huge data, at that time you can use get. Why? Because get will be encoded in this URL, the web URL of the web page in the header, and that has a limit of 255 characters. If you want to submit any data which is more than 255 characters to the server, you must use post. Okay, so we'll see these things in much detail over there. Okay, about the get. So in case of get, only limited amount of data can be sent. In case of post, you can send a large amount of data. So all the difference you will see. Okay, so this is the detail with whatever we did in the HTML. So all the things we have here. So I would suggest that you go through these tutorials, you create a text file, you save it as HTML and do some changes over here, and you will see the output in your browser like this. Okay, so you try to do cover as much as given in this presentation, or you can cover from the W3C, which is the library for the standard HTML5 technologies. If you get any confusion in W3C, then W3 schools is always there. You can go there and you can try to learn.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is the recommended way to create a new UI5 application? Option A, use the UI5 template in SAP Web IDE. Option B, manually create all the boilerplate code. Option C, copy code from another app. Option D, use the UI5 CLI tool. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Greetings everyone. I'm excited to provide an overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP UI5 Fiori, from basics to advanced. In this comprehensive course, we explore the key concepts and components of SAP Fiori and how to leverage the UI5 framework to build responsive, engaging business apps. Whether you're new to SAP UI development or looking to take your skills to the next level, this training has something for you. We start with the fundamentals, understanding Fiori architecture, setting up the development environment with SAP Web IDE, and building simple UIs with XML, HTML5, and jQuery. ZaranTech has trained thousands of professionals to successfully implement Fiori and deliver beautiful, intuitive apps. Our hands-on approach and real-world examples will empower you to meet any Fiori development challenge with confidence. Don't miss your chance to become a certified SAP UI5 Fiori expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's SAP UI5 Fiori training. Secure your future in SAP UI5 Fiori.
Yeah, so yesterday we discussed about the basics and the how the web pages are created using the HTML. So the language used for the web pages is HTML, and in our HTML pages we saw that it was just the raw text and images. Okay, we tried to provide it with some color, some design. Okay, by styling the our elements. Okay, so taking that further, today we will see how we can use style sheets to style our web pages, because we know that in our web pages design is the only thing that user will interact. Okay, and we cannot provide just raw text or images. So we have to design our web pages. So for designing the web pages, we will be using Cascade Style Sheet, that is CSS. Okay, so CSS is basically Cascade Style Sheets, and it will describe how your the web page will look like. It will decide how the design will look like, how the HTML elements will be rendered on the screen. Okay, so with CSS, we actually can modularize our code. So we know that the question might arise that in the HTML, when we have the option to style our, we can provide the style, then why use CSS? So it is same as we create methods. Okay, we create once and use it everywhere. Same as the methods modularization we will do here when we will use CSS. So we will write one page of CSS and that will be used in multiple pages. Okay, so this is how our CSS will be designed. Okay, so we'll go through the CSS and the syntax for the language. Okay, so for that, this will be our agenda for the CSS that we will be using. We'll see how we can use an external style sheet, what are the font properties, the padding, border, margin, what are the div and span, okay, colors and background colors, child selectors, links, rounded corners, gradient, and whatever that we have new tags for the layout, those we will see. Okay, so this will be our agenda for today. So we were discussing about the style sheet. Okay, so for the style sheet, I'll give you first one example. What then we will come to see what is the external style sheet and what are the how we can use the style sheet internally. So yesterday we saw that in the when we were using the elements like h1 and p, we used the style tag here to style our page. Let's say for style, I provided like we use something like this style color red, like this we used. Okay, so we saw that how the style our pages got changed, or the elements was getting changed. For the whole body we provided background color and all. Okay, now this might be a little tedious job, because let's say if there is some complex style I designed over here. Okay, the color is red, the font is bold or italic, something like that, and I use 3-4 styles, and that style I need at many places. Okay, then I will have to write the same code again and again. This is where this external style sheet comes into the picture. Okay, so what we will do, we will write our whatever design you want to do in the css. We will put it in the one standalone .css file, and we will save it. Okay, and we will link that file to our html page. Okay, so that is the concept with the external style sheet. So first let's see what are the ways in which we can put our css in the html. So first one is that I put css directly within the html code. Okay, so this way I can put the css directly in the html code. Here you can see that it is directly affecting the html page. Now let's say I don't want to put it here because then it is complexing my code. Instead, something, let's say if you want to style the web page, complete web page based on the some style that you have, common style. Okay, so all the headings I want in the red color. Okay, or something like that. Okay, so for that I have to take it outside, because let's say if I use h1 10 places, so I have to write style color red at 10 places, right? I don't want to do that. I want something so that I tell my page that okay, wherever you see h1 you make it red color. That's all. So for that, to achieve that, what we can do is in our head we can use a style tag. Okay, we can use a style tag. So this will be our second way of doing the css. The first one was directly in line with the html code. The second one will be to do within the head of the page. Okay, so I can provide all my style over here. So let's say in this style I want to provide like h1 wherever you see h1. Okay, so you can put curly bracket here, and in the h1 you can provide like color, and it will be red. Okay, and let's say if you want to provide some more style elements here, adding multiple style elements here, so you can provide it like text alignment I want to provide. We provide it with center. Okay, so these things, let's say I want to provide, so wherever it will see the h1, so all the h1 elements will be aligned in the center with the color red. So let's say I have one h1 here, I will have one more h1 somewhere here. Okay, so this is what I can achieve with these style sheets. Now you can see both h1 are aligned in the center with the same color. Both are red color because the style h1 has been defined over here on the top. So all the h1 will implement the style that is defined in the header. Now you see the p paragraph is over here, that this is a paragraph, this line. Now let's say we style the p as well. Okay, so I'm styling the p element for now. So here, let's say I want to say that color will be blue. Okay, providing the color blue, you can say font family. Okay, you can say text line, right? And now you will see that all these properties are applied to this p. Okay, so this p goes in the right side, the alignment is on the right, font family is Veradena now, and the color is blue. Okay, so this is how we can style our web page by providing a common style tag on the top within the header tag. Okay, so if you will go, if you'll see on this, actually HTML tags were never meant to be styled this way by writing inline code. Okay, the css, it was only for describing the web page. If you will see the from the official w3c documentation for the html, you will find that html was never intended to be designed. It was just for the describing the web page. Css is there to design you design your web page. Okay, to format your web page or to provide elegance to your web page. Okay, so now let's say when you are using CSS, so we have now found two ways of using the CSS. First one will be that we use it inline. Second one will be to use it with the header tag, with the new tag style. Okay, so that will be our syntax. So whatever elements you want to style, let's say you have from h1 to h6. So here, let's say if I'll put one h2. Okay, so if I'll put one h2, so you will see that this will not be styled. We have not see, so h2 is a normal h2. Okay, so we have not styled the h2 tag. So whatever elements you want to style, that you have to mention specifically in this style tag. Whatever you want to style, you have to provide it in this style tag. So it is same thing what we were, let's say how I can now style h2. So see, so there are two possibilities. Now let's say I want to provide a style for h2. So first thing is that I do it like this. Let's say color, I choose for this one as a gray. Okay, so there are two possibility. I style it like this. So this is the first one. Any spelling error here? Okay, so there are two possibilities here that you style inline. So this one is, see, the h2 is also now styled. Okay, this one was the inline, but let's say there are a lot of h2 and I want to have a common code for them, because let's say if I have one more h2, so that will not be styled because I have provided inline styling, right? So if I remove this one, so you'll see that this one is not styled, but I want all h2 to be on the same level. So wherever you see h2, it should be in the red color only. This is my requirement. So that is why I want a common ground for them. So that is why I will not style inline, because otherwise I will have to do it like this. Okay, so let's say if I have multiple places h2, I will have to style it like this. So what I'll do, instead of styling over here, I will remove this style from here, and I will not do over here. I will instead provide it over here. Okay, like this. I will write h2 color red, and all the h2 will become red. Okay, so so here one question might come, that what if let's say I have two h1s, right? I have two h1, and the requirement is that, okay, this one I don't want to style like that. I want it to be a little bit different. I don't want it to be styled like this. Or this is the only h1 which will be red, rest other will be styled differently. Okay, that might be the requirement. So for that, we have the possibility that we put an id over here in the tag. Okay, so instead of styling it with the element, instead of styling all the h1s, we will style it via id. So this is called as the selector, css selector. So it will not select based on the element, it will select based on the id. So how can I reach that? So for that, I will write, let's say here, id h1, something like this, and then instead of styling all the h1s, I will just style id h1. When you will run this, so here when you are providing id, you need to provide a hashtag, because this will look for the elements only. Okay, so you need to provide a hashtag over here whenever you are using an id, so it will understand that this one is not an element, this one is not a tag, this is a id. So I have to look in the id property. So wherever it will find an id, that tag will only be styled. Okay, so you can see we have two h1s, one of them is styled, another one is not styled. Okay, so this is called the css selector. Hmm? So this will cover, let's say if I want to style one tag, or I want to style multiple tags, or I want to style all the elements. So based on that, you can cover it using the id, so the css selector. Okay, so this is so the css selector doesn't only work on the id, it work on the classes as well, and it works on the properties as well. So let's say this one we did for the id tag. So one more example, I'll we can see. Let's say usage, since id can be unique, or let's say if this is an input field, so I can have only one id for one element, right? I'm using that input. There are multiple input fields, I will have different id because that is needed to get the data from those input field as well, right? So either I will provide all the ids here, then again that won't make any sense, right, to provide all the ids here. So for that we have a css class selector as well. So it is the part of css selector only, but it is a css class selector. Okay, so how the css class selector is will work, that here I will, instead of id, I will put a class. Okay, and this class, let's say I am putting as css test, any name you can provide, and this class you need to define over here. Okay, and when you are providing it with the class, you put a dot. Okay, when it is an id, you put a hash. When it a class, you put a dot. Okay, and same thing we will do. So we'll see that h2 also gets, sorry, second h1 also gets styled, second h1 only. Okay, so you can see now, based on the class, second h1 also got styled. Hmm? So when we are doing css selector, so we have two options, either a css id selector or a css class selector. Okay, so with the css id selector, we can use a hashtag to provide a id. Okay, and when you are using a class, then you can uh, provide the dot and then the class name, dot and then the class name, and then all the elements which inherit that class, which belong to that class, they will be styled based on the class. Let's say I have only this field, only this header I want to be aligned with color like this, or text align center. Okay, this one I want to be right. All the elements, let's say I have 5 h1s. Okay, and I want all of them to be aligned right. Okay, so I have two options here, either I provide id in all of them, right? I provide id in all of them and write 5 id tags here, hashtag id1, hashtag id2, id3, id4, id5. Or I can just simply put a css class, because class I can use multiple times, right? So if the requirement is that you want to use it only once, you use id, because id will uniquely identify it, right? But if you want that it will, because you know that this text means there can be multiple places where I will need a red color and text alignment to the right. So at that point you can use a class, because class you can use multiple times, but id you cannot use multiple times, right? Because id uniquely identifies your element. So this way you can see that I have multiple elements which belong to the same class, and this class is styled like this, right? Okay, and one element which is supposed to be on the center. Okay, so this way I can style my web page, and you will see that since this is all are h1 only. Okay, but they're styled differently, all are h1 only. Hmm? So here let's say if I will remove these, so there can be multiple possibilities here. So that is see, these are basic examples only. There you can create multiple complex css and complex html based on this code only, but basic syntax will be same. So how I, let's say I have this I will give you one example. Let's say I have this h1 class. uh, Now I'm, let's say, not using id, I will use h1 class only. Okay, so this will be class, just I'll need class 1. Then in I have one, or uh, let's name it something meaningful. So how the css class are named, they are named meaningful, that what this class will do based on the work of the class, we name the class. Okay, so let's say I want to put it in the center, the text, so I will name it center only. Okay, and then I have one more paragraph, and this paragraph will be, I'll add one more class here, and this paragraph will be center. Okay, and then let's have one more paragraph over here, and this class will be center and large. So like this I want to have my paragraph. Okay, so let's say now let us create the, see, if you will run this now, so all the style will be based on the p only, but I don't want to do it on the basis of this. So let us say I don't want it to style on the basis of this one. Now I have two elements with the p tag. One has the class center, another one has two classes, center and large. Okay, so how the center will look, first let's decide the center. So for p, if the p has the center, okay, if the paragraph has the center, it means it will be text alignment will be center. Okay, and the color will be red. Okay, so if paragraph has a center, and if paragraph is large, so I want to make it as only large. So font size I will make it 400%. So this is the two things I'll do. So I have two classes, one class is center, another class is large. So I'm just telling that if paragraph is in the center, so you use this code. If paragraph is in the large, you use this styling. Okay, so if I'll run this, so you will see how this example will be printed. Okay, so see now, so that is why I have deliberately used two centers over here. One center is within the H1 element, another center is with the paragraph element. Okay, and what I am trying to do here, that I am saying that where, so earlier what we did, when we used class, we said you use center class. Wherever you use C center, you style it like this, right? So this was what we were using. Wherever you see center, you style it like this. But now I don't want to do that. That wherever you see center, don't put it in the center, don't put it red color, not like that. I'm saying if a paragraph is center, the class belongs to a paragraph, then you run this code. If it belongs to H1, then you don't do this. So that is why if I run, so you see that in the H1, so let me change that, this is, so you understand what it is. So you see that H1 has no effect of this color red and center alignment. Okay, H1 has no effect. The H1 color is still in black. It is not affected by this color red. Okay, and meanwhile H2, okay, okay, so if you will see, so H1 has no effect of this center. Okay, and no effect of this red. It means even though H1 class was center, it had no effect of this style. Why? Because this style was specifically told for the p element. So this is the third variation apart from the id and class, that class can be made specific to a element type as well. Okay, so we can make it specific to a element type as well. So here I am using center, but it is H1 is not affected because this center is applicable only for the paragraph. So that is why here you will see that the where the paragraph class is center, so this gets affected, this is paragraph, by the text alignment in the center and color as red. So that is why my paragraph becomes center aligned and with the color red, while it doesn't affect the H1 tag. Same with this one, the paragraph center and paragraph large, both, since you can see that this is in the center with the red color. So all three properties have taken effect in the this one, because we are using two classes here, center and large. So first center will take effect, which will make it center and red, and then large will take effect and make it 400%. So that is why it becomes 400%, while this doesn't affect the p. So even if you put large over here, this will not affect the H1 tag, because this is not specific for the H1, it is specific for the paragraph. Now if you want, so how this will help us? Let's say for the large of the paragraph I meant 400%, but large of the h1 I meant 600% or I meant 200%, right? That can be a case, right? That when I have a heading, I want to make it it is the same because both are doing the same thing, right? uh, Both large are increasing the size. I just wanted 200%, right? So both are doing the same thing. Let's remove center. There is no h1. Okay, it is size is changing. We were not able to. Okay, so you see that now. Let's say I want to put it 300%. Okay, so now this will affect the large. Okay, so h1 will, with the same class, h1 will have a different font size and paragraph will have a different font size. Okay, so this is how with the use of classes I can differentiate between the elements as well.
For the classes, like you have in the paragraph second, there are two classes that you've used. One is center and second is large. So is there an execution preference? Suppose in the large there's a font size 400 and in the center font size is 200 or 500. So is there an execution preference?
No, there is no preference. So the classes are executed from the left to right. Okay, so the last one which will be there, that will affect the your element. Okay, and even not only this, apart from this you can style. So see, for the same thing, so this is, so there are different variations. Okay, so when you are with the css, there are a lot of variations because see, designing web page is tricky. Okay, so we can have a lot of requirement that some I want this button little bit up, little bit down, this input field should be round. Okay, so a lot of things are there. Okay, so that is why we have a lot of variation here. So there is one more variation based on what you asked. So let's say if I don't, I, because see, all are doing the same thing. Now I want h1p, h2 h, I have till h6, right? But at least h1 and p I want on the same level. Let's say even if I have a h2 and I want to have both on the same level, so I won't use classes now. I want to use this h1, h2 and p for this one. Okay, so I want to style it. So all the things we need. So what I can do is, instead of writing each one separately, I can simply write h1, h2 and p. And you will see that all the h1, h2 and p will get affected by this one. Okay, so this is how you can look for the different variation of the css. Okay, so this will I think cover your most of the css syntax that you have, but still there are a lot of variation with the classes, the selector. Okay, we just have to come up with the most you can say easy and simple one, so that we can style our complete web page. And we don't overwrite any style with other styles. Okay, so similarly, let's say yesterday we saw that there was a let me remove all this. So yesterday we saw that there was an uh, mm, so we had one style tag as a background color, right? So all those we can use here as well. So a lot of properties are available. Let's say for this one I just say background. So you see background color will get affected. Okay. And then similarly we can have our div or span, anything you have that you can use over here. Right now, see, background color is red, but it is, you can say it is at 100% visibility. Right now I want to reduce it a little bit. So for that you can use an opacity, and you can reduce the background to a little bit. Okay, so like that you can change the opacity of the background. Okay, so these are the things that you can use. Now let's say I want, in the background I want to put an any image, so not on the h1 tag. Let's say we have body, and in the body I want to put an image, and this image I will take the URL. Let's remove the opacity, and the URL for this image is for this website we saw it at the W3 schools ppg. I think this was the URL. Okay, let me, I have one more for this website. It is okay, this one. So you can see this one will apply on the body tag, so it will apply on the complete body. That is why we see that this image, background image, covers the whole body of the application. So that is why you can choose this. So one thing we have to take care over here, that whatever background you choose, that should that will affect your visibility of the page as well. Okay, because on the same they have one provided with one more example to us, that will not look good if you put this as your background image. Okay, so that is why while designing we have to take care of this, that it should be user readable and it should look good. Now if you put this as your background image, you will see that the now text becomes unreadable, or if you change the color of the text it might become unreadable. Okay, so like that you can do. And now since currently, see, we are using this for body. Now let's say I don't want to use it for body, I just want to let's say if there is a paragraph tag. Okay, because paragraph will look big. And body I want to just provide it for the P. So you can see that this image will come in the paragraph only. Okay, so I'll change it to earlier one because that was good. So you can see that this background image will come to the specific to the element. So same syntax of the CSS can be used with any number of styles or any number of properties. Okay. So similarly, you will have a lot of other syntaxes over here in the CSS only that you can see. And let's say now I'll give you few more example of the margin elements that are used a lot. Okay. So what we will do, let us create a H1 only. So what I'll do is H1, and then let us use div. Div defines a division in your web page. Okay, so and in this division let us use some long text, not in div. Okay, so I'm using a long text in this one. Okay, and this you will see, so this looks like this currently. Okay, but I want to make it so that it looks proper, and we have some proper border and margin over here around the text. Okay, so for that one, let's see how we can do this styling. So for div I want to style. Okay, so if you want to style the div, I can put like the border, and the border will be, let's say, So these are the properties that I can use. So I want 1 pixel border which will be solid black. Okay, and then I want some margin from the top, and let's say I want 100 pixel margin from the top. I can have margin from left. From left side I will have some margin, let's say 50 pixel margin from the left. Then I will have margin from bottom as well. This will provide me with a space from all four sides. Okay. And then from the bottom, top, left and right, I can have the margin from the right side. And let's say from the right side I have 200 pixels, so that will save us some space. And I want to have a background color that will be light blue so that it looks good. So the same page with this CSS will look something like this. Okay, so now you see that it has a solid border, solid black border of 1 pixel. You can increase the border size to check what will happen. So you see that the border will increase like this. Okay, so this is the border. Then it has a margin from top of 100 pixels margin from there. From left it has a margin of 50 pixel. From bottom it has a margin of 100 pixel. From right hand side it has a margin of 200 pixels, and background color is light blue. Okay, this is how this page will get affected with the all this CSS applied. Okay, so you can use all this margin properties. Okay, now the question is that since we are providing the margins, we have 4 margins and we are providing like this, so is it necessary to write all the margins, right? So instead, if you don't want to write this, what you can write is margin. Okay, so first you have to provide the top margin. So let's say top margin will be 100 pixels. Okay, top margin will be 100 pixels. Then you have to provide the margin right, so it will be 200 pixels. Then you have to provide your margin bottom. Let me check, I don't remember the sequence, but I think this is top, right, bottom and the left. I think it goes like this in the clockwise circle. Let's check. So that is not a thing, you can just look for that. So this way also in the one line code you can provide this. Okay, top, right, bottom and then left. So you will see that this will have no effect on the web page because the same margins are there. Huh? So if I change the border color, you can see the same, this code also produces the same effect. Okay, so this is how I can reduce the number of lines of code. Okay, so we good till here.
Yes.
So one more concept is there in the CSS, that is of the box model. Okay, so box model, if you will see, so what we did is actually we created a box only, right? So for that, let's say if you want to use instead of using the box this way, what you can see is we can create the box directly. Okay, with the background color, width, border, padding and just the margin. Okay, that way you can create your box model. Okay, so this is same thing will be your output. Okay, so the output will come same, but it will be a little bit it will look like you are putting things in a box, that's all. So let's say I'm providing background color light blue, that is fine. You can provide instead of these, let's say you also provide a width. So with the width, let's say I want to be 250 pixels. Okay, and border, let's say I want increase the border to 10 pixel border, and let's provide a padding. Padding will give a gap, okay, around the elements. Okay, so let's have a 50 pixel padding, and the margin, we don't want all the margins, this is fine, reduce it to 10 20 pixels, like that. Okay, you will run this and you can see this will look like something like a box. Okay, so the content will have a padding from all four sides. Okay, we can see that the content has a padding, so this will come in handy. Let's say in the web page you want to put some information or something like that in one corner, so this way you can put your information or something in your web page. Okay, so this is the basically, so see, the concept is known as the box model, but for me it doesn't make any new concept. It is the same thing. We just provide these properties so that it becomes a box, that's all. Because we already saw that without knowing that this was a box model, we already created this one. Only padding we didn't had, and the width we were not providing, but this way you can actually have the padding and width. Okay, so you can create as many boxes you want, or the width and height of the box, or box inside box, like that. So many designs can be created, right? But idea will remain same, that we have to style the elements, and this is how we will style it. So script will do when come. So there are some more concept in the css or html that we will do when we do the scripts and all. Okay, so because then I'll tell you how to do this. So we saw that we were having the one property, one tag, that was the anchor ahref. Okay, so here we were providing some source of the tag, and then we were styling sorry, we were providing the source, and then we saw that when the mouse was there, it became a hand, and it was underlined and blue color, right? But there can be a lot of requirement apart from that only. Okay, we saw in the google search how they had designed their ahref. Okay, that was a little bit different. Okay, so we can also define our links, we can also style our links. It is not necessary that they will always be in the blue color and underlined text. Okay, so you can style your link depending on the requirement. Okay, so for that, let's say I want to create one link. I will put, okay, and then this will be my, this is link, this text will be shown over there. Okay, and let me close this tag, and this is my let's remove this div from here. So what we will do is let us style this link. Okay, so what we will do, we will, there can be a different types of styling. So what we will do, first we have to style the a1. Okay, so we'll do it like this, a link. Okay, so the our link color will be first, let's say I want it in red color. Okay, that is the first thing. Then when I have, you see, whenever you are on the browser, you search for google, search on google for something, a web page will open, and when you click on that link becomes red, right? So it shows that you have already visited that link, right? So you might have seen that it shows that, okay, this link is already visited, means you have already clicked on that link. So how to do that? For that, we, you can write that if it is visited. So if it is visited, so you make the color as, let's change the color to green. And if it is if you put your if you put your mouse over that link, hover, if you hover over it, so the color will be some other color we can pick. And if I just to check if the link is active, it is selected. Okay, so that will be our active tag, then it will be blue. So this way we can style our link as well. So if I'll run this, you will see that since This was our link. This is link, and normally the link color will be red. Okay, so this will be in the red color. Now if I go over it, you will see it becomes hot pink. Okay, I haven't done anything, I'm just putting mouse over it, so it is changing the color. Okay, so the color of the link will get changed based on the hover property that we are using over here. Okay, so you can see this property. Then if I have visited this, then it should become green. um, but if I'll click this won't open, then we will not be able to see. So for that, what we can do is we can add one more property here, that is target, and the target will be blank. Okay, so if I provide target blank, it will open a new page, so that this page remains same, so that I can see that the color changes to green, because I want to see the color to green. So I'll run it again. Hmm. Okay, so now if I'll click on this link, so you will see it will open a new page, and here as soon as I clicked, so you can see that this will be in the blue color. So I will keep the cursor open this time. Okay, so you see that now I have clicked on the mouse, but I have not released it, so the link is active currently. It means it is selected, right? So that is why it is in the blue color. Okay, so as soon as I release my mouse, it will open the link. Okay, so the pop-up got blocked, but means it is trying to open the link. Okay, so this is how we can style our link also, depending on the requirement. You can provide different types of link styling. Okay, so that is one thing. And then uh, coming to our okay, external style sheet now. So this was one thing to provide our style over here. Now our style can become very big. Okay, means a style page, we can have a lot of styles. Okay, so we can have a lot of styles. Now I want to put this style, let's say I want to put this style in a different file, because this is becoming huge part of the html is one line only. The style is this much part. So imagine if I create a web page, how much styling will be there. So that is why I want a different file for the css specifically. Okay, so for that, what you need to do is you can create a different file and save it as a .css file. Okay, so you can save it as a .css, and then you can refer that .css file. Okay, and then you can open it. Okay, so that way this will go to your external file. Okay, so that becomes three types of including or inserting css in our html. First one, we saw that we can do it inline by providing style over here, by writing style here. That was the first thing. Second thing, we saw that we can put a style tag in our head of the html, and we can do that way. Okay, and third thing will be that we put it inside a different file. We cut the code from here, and we put it somewhere else in some other file, and save it as a .css file. Okay, so when you save it as a .css file, at that time this code will not be here. You have to save it somewhere else, and here the style tag will not be there. Okay, so what you need to do is, in your style tag, when you are using an external css, meaning your css is in another file, you just write link. Okay, so there is a, it means you are saying that there is a link, and link to what is the relation with the link. So you put it as a style sheet, that the link which I'm providing here will be an style sheet, and href saying what will be the source of link. You provide address of your file here. So the external file address here. Okay, so you have to provide the external file address. Okay, so the file name will be let's say your file name will be my file .css. Okay, something .css file name will be there. Okay, .css. So this will refer to that file name and load that file name, so it will load that css for you. Okay, So this way, actually, your HTML will also look nice because then we have this HTML and CSS is in another file. Okay. So this way we can actually load the .css file. You can create the file and save it as the uh, .css extension and load it in your HTML code. Okay. So from here we saw all the font style, all this font family and everything, other properties you can provide. Okay. We saw the font family and font style. Now coming to the CSS comments. So the CSS follows the comments of the basic C comments. Okay. So in HTML, since we were putting comments like this, okay, uh, we were putting comments like this, right? This was our comment in HTML, but this not be our comment in CSS. When you are in a .css file, so you can put a normal comment like the C language like this. Okay, this will be your CSS comment. Okay, so syntax for the CSS comment will be like this. Okay, then we saw the box model, how to do padding, border, and the design. Okay, so you can see that box model is basically a box that wraps around every HTML element. You can provide the padding by that, what will be the padding of around each element from the all four sides. Margin you can provide by all four margin, or you can use a shorthand for the margin. Border, we saw that you can provide a border around your element. Okay, so that way you can provide the all the CSS properties. Then we saw that how you can create a classes and use those classes to style your web page, and that classes can be defined in your HTML, sorry, CSS. Okay, and you can provide the details. Okay, now coming to div and span. Okay, so div and span is nothing but an area covered by number of elements on the screen. So div, we saw, it is nothing but the division. Okay, so what division you use for your CSS, that is the part of your uh, div, and what area your elements will span through, that covers the span. Okay, so div tag is basically, you will see that this is a block level tag. Okay, so div will be a block, means let's say I have certain elements which here, let's say I have one h1 h2 p. Okay, and I want to create a division on that page, that okay, up to here this part of the area will be a div. Okay, so that will be used all the elements. So basically you can say that this is a wrapper. Div is a wrapper. I can put a lot of elements inside a wrapper. So let's say I have one a, I have some h1, okay, something. So and I, so that is why I can put it inside a div. This will not have any effect on our HTML. Okay, this is just to make sure that these, the elements inside in div, let's say if I want to do some styling, I want to hide them, I want to do some changes in them. Okay, so for those I will use a div, and I can do those changes in a div. Okay, so that or whatever styling I do on this div will be applied to all these elements. Okay, that's all. It won't, div will not affect the visibility of my web page. Okay, now span is an inline element. Now let's say if you want to highlight something on your web page, or if you want to show something which is important on your web page, at that point you can use a span. Okay, so basically div and span are nothing but they are represent the part of the web page. Okay, so div is basically used for the block level, and span is used for the uh, inline level. Okay, so what I'll do is, let's say I create a div here, and in this div I'm using writing, let's say I'm just writing this part div. Okay, so you will see that generally the div will it will have both open and close tag. Okay, it will be a block level tag. You can create a block inside the div using multiple other elements. It won't affect your web page in any way. Okay, and you can style your complete div by providing the style of the div in your css. So let's say if I want to style the div, so I remove this style tag, I will put it again. Okay, so if you want to put the style tag, you can just style it via div, because that is again a property. Okay, so you can style the div tag completely. So let's say if you want to have a border, margin, anything in the div, so all the elements in the div will have this style whichever you provide over here. Okay, so this is how the div tag will run. Okay, so you'll see that the div and both span will not make any difference to your web page. Okay, they are just grouping the fields together. Okay, while the span tag, it is an inline container. Okay, in the same line it will contain something. Okay, it won't be a different block like a div. Like in the div I have some one block, I can have another div to define a block, like that I can have. But let's say in this let's say this is an h1 only, and in the h1 I want to highlight something, on I want to do some changes, then I will use a span. Okay, so this is the difference between div and span. Okay, so let's say there can be statements where, let's say on this one you want to highlight this part of the code. Okay, and then put a background color of green on this one. So there you can cover it inside a span, and then you can style your span accordingly, huh? And the rest will be normal. Okay, like this you can do. Okay, so this will be the div and span. Colors, we saw that we have a color palette. You can use RGB color, you can provide the name of the colors, or you can use the decimal number. So a lot of possibilities for the colors are there. Okay, and then id and child selectors and pseudo classes we saw. Okay, so id we saw that we can provide with the hashtag. Child selectors, we saw that we it will match all the element whatever matches. Okay, with the same name. And then we saw the pseudo classes, meaning that we saw that we can put p dot center or p dot large to match it with the proper element. We saw we styled the link with the visited, hover, active, everything. Hmm? So css is very basic. Whatever you if you face any challenges, you can just go through the documentation. It will be straightforward only. Okay, so similarly, we have a lot of other tags over here. If you want to put a rounded box, you just put a rounded box. We provide a sorry, you put a border radius, and it will provide a rounded box for you, like that. Okay, so this will come in handy if you want to style your buttons and all. If sometimes button you want on the corners, you want it to be a little bit rounded instead of this edgy corners, you want it to be rounded. At that time, you can provide a radius to your border, and it will get a curve from them. You are changing the color, so at that time, instead of the direct change, you can use a gradient, so that the color change is smooth and you actually can see it. Okay, so there is a proper transition between the colors. So a lot of changes are available when you are using this css. Okay, so this way um, you can actually have your float and clear uh, in float. You will show that whenever, let's say, you are, this will come in handy when you are designing a web page and you have something on the top. Let's say there is a background image and you have a text on the top of that. At that time your float will come in picture, that it something, because from the user's perspective it should not look like that the text is pasted on the image. It should look like that it is floating on the image, right? So all these features come into the picture, so that thing you can use via these properties. Okay, so this is all that we have basically in the html and css. I hope this is clear. Okay, so let me share my screen. So from web pages, what we did, we designed our front end page. Okay, we design, let's say we are designing, we have our input field, we have our buttons and everything, but there is no one to control the web page. Okay, I am able to design, but I'm not able to provide any data to the web page. All the things are static. I'm not able to change anything over there. Okay, and that is where scripts come into the picture. Okay, so that is why we need to run some scripts in the client side, that is on the browser, so that that script will change the look and feel of the web page, or it will understand the events from the web page, or we can trigger some methods from that script to the web page. Okay, so that we can make the web page dynamic, and there can be some user interaction. Okay, so we can, so there are multiple scripting languages available. Okay, among which JavaScript is one of the most common and very widely used scripting language. Almost all the browsers understand JavaScript. Okay, so all the browsers will understand your JavaScript, and that is why SAP has also chosen JavaScript as one of its scripting languages. Okay, so we will be using JavaScript to control our web page. Hmm. So we'll see what is the first basics of JavaScript and how we can have it in our web page. Okay, so let me go to the agenda that we have for our session of the JavaScript. So we have the introduction, comments, how to find the errors. So all that syntax, that how we will be defining the variable, what are the data types, operator, strings, events, functions, and the variable scope in the JavaScript. Okay, so these things we will see. Okay, so as you can see, JavaScript is the world's most popular programming language. Okay, there are a lot of scripting languages which are based out of JavaScript, such as TypeScript and okay, so their technology for the Angular JS, they are based out of the JavaScript only. Okay, so around the world, almost all browsers understand this scripting technology, JavaScript. So just one confusion people have, that this is JavaScript is not at all related to Java. Okay, this is completely a different language, and Java is a complete different technology. Okay, so JavaScript is basically used in the browser on the client side. That is why it is very lightweight. Okay, lightweight, why it is lightweight? Because it will be running on the client side, and client can be anything. Client can be a desktop system, client can be a mobile device, client can be even a smaller device, client can be any MATLAB devices, anything can be there. Okay, so that is why we have to make it lightweight. And JavaScript, that is why it is, the libraries are very small for this JavaScript. Okay, so now we saw that why to use JavaScript. We have the content of the HTML web page will be defined by the HTML, and we will design the web page using the CSS. Then someone needs to control the web page. Let's say when the user clicks on a button, then what will happen? Who will understand that? Who will trigger the events from there, or who will capture the event? Okay, who will check for the properties, or who will change the properties dynamically? That is where JavaScript will come into the picture. Okay, so some JavaScript features they have given over here. This is a, so JavaScript is completely based on the OOPS. Okay, it is a case sensitive language. Okay, and it is basically weakly typed, but when we will be using in SAP UI5, we will make it strict, so that we don't allow any errors or anything in our script. Okay, because that controls an ERP system, and that is why we cannot have leaks in our code. Okay, so those features that we will see once we move to the UI5 part of this scripting. Okay, so JavaScript will have basically client side validations, because it will be running in the client side. it will not interact with this server. Okay, for connecting with this server we will have APIs which will bring the data, and script will come uh, or it will integrate with the HTML and CSS only. Okay, so these are some of the advantages that we have with the JavaScript. So let's see some example, then we will understand how this JavaScript basically works and what are the advantages of this one. Okay, so first thing, let's say if I open the compiler itself. Okay, so here let's say I have this, I will leave this p content over here, huh? And so let us use some JavaScript so we will understand how this scripting will change the web page dynamically. Okay, so let's say I have one button over here. Okay, the type will be button for this. Okay, now so if I'll display this, so this will display just a button. Okay, nothing else. Hmm? Let's put some text over here, some anything put over here on the button, so this will display as a button. Okay, now let's say I click on this button and nothing happens. Now I want to define something should happen on the click of this button. For that we have a property that is called as on click property. So when I click on this button, I want some dynamic changes. Okay, so let's say for this what I will do is uh, there is a whenever you are running a web page, so the complete web page, the complete page that is rendered inside the browser, that is the an object of your web page, that is known as the data object model, DOM of your web page. Okay, and the complete web page, they will provide you with an object that is called the document. Okay, with the document word you can get to the any element of your web page. Okay, so these things we will see when we cover the basics, so I will show you in much detail that what DOM and what documents do. So for now you can understand that let's say in your when you are coding in Java, then you have a property named this, right? And when you are coding in ABAP, then you have a property named me. So okay, so me and this provide the reference to current reference, right? Wherever you are current your execution is, so they provide the current reference. Similarly you can see that in the you can say that in the web pages, when you are executing a web page, so the reference to the current web page is provided by the keyword document. Okay, so document keyword is basically an object which keeps the reference of the current web page. So all the elements that are present in your web page are defined inside the document only. Okay, so it is similar to the this keyword in Java and me keyword in ABAP, the current reference. So what I can say here, that this document keyword has the this document keyword here has the reference to this whole web page, this one. Okay, so from this document I can go to any element, I can reach here, I can reach here, all the elements I can go through this document only. But let's say how do I identify my element? So for that what I'll do is, you can say get, there are multiple methods. I can say get element by id, and then here you need to provide the id. So let's say for this paragraph I am providing one id test para. Same thing I will use here. Okay, as soon as I write document dot get element by id with this id, so this variable will return me with this element. This I have now control of this complete paragraph on click of this button. Okay, now what I will do, once I have got it, so I will reach to the inner HTML code of this one. Okay, so I will reach to the inner HTML, meaning that I will get whatever is written as an HTML part of this code over here, and I will just write here inner HTML. So that this text I will assign to this paragraph using this button. So if I'll run this again and click on this, so you can see when I'll click on this button, this text gets changed, that changed by button. Okay. So this is how scripting technology, JavaScript, helps us to dynamically change the web page. Okay, so this was a small example in which still the data is hard coded, but here, like yesterday, there was a question when we were creating the tables that can we supply the data for the table from the API or from the backend instead of hard coding it. So this is how we will do it using JavaScript. Okay, you will fetch your data you from the API or from backend or from any servers. Okay, and you will put it in the JavaScript, and using JavaScript like these methods and getting the context to the inner HTML, you will change the data. So let's say if I create a table over here, I call to the API, get the data for the table, and I will update that data on the table like this. Okay, so this is how the JavaScript will help you to change the data on the HTML page dynamically. So this is the one of the methods. Okay, so one example is there which is very famous on this, which you will find on this W3 schools only. So for this one, what I need to do is, let's say button I will leave. They have two images actually on this, which is hosted on this one only. So I will use those images. Okay, so to show an interesting example. So they have one image. Let's say ID. I will say image one, and on the source for this image they have at of.gif. Okay, and you can provide a style for this one so that it doesn't goes bit. So they have this one image stored on their server, which is of off image. And now let's say if on this button I have this submit button. So instead of submit, I will just say I will mark it as a switch. Okay, and on the switch of this button, what I'll do is get element by ID and get the ID of this element. Okay, and after getting the ID, I will change the source. I want to change this property, right? Source. So I will change the source to bulb and on dot gif. Okay, okay, okay. Source should be in this one. So what I'll do, let's use this one. Somewhere I used a wrong inverted comma. Okay. So okay, so let's say this. You can see just before document dot get. What? Sorry. So document, from the document I will do a get element by ID, and I will get this uh, source image, and I will change the source to the same one again. Okay, so I will change the source, and here in this one I can just write like okay. So you will see that this image will load. So they have two images here, bulb off and bulb on. Okay, so if you do switch on, so you will say that this will change the image source and it will put a switch on bulb. Okay, and if you do a switch off, so it will switch off the bulb for you, because the image source will get changed to the bulb off. Okay, and then this image source will change to the bulb on. Okay, so if you switch on the bulb, it will change it to on. If you switch off the bulb, it will change to switch off. Okay, so this is just to show that how we can dynamically keep on changing our web page using JavaScript. Okay, so this is basically how JavaScript will help us to change our web page dynamically based on our requirement, or based on the data, or based on the user input, right? Like that we can change our web page. Okay, so in this, any doubt in this example what we are doing? All good? Okay, so now the question comes that uh, how we will be writing our JavaScript, or will we be writing all this like this only? So no. So like CSS, we saw that we can write inline CSS, then we can have a tag for CSS in our header, okay, in head tag, or we can have an external CSS. Okay, so same goes with the JavaScript as well. We can have a inline JavaScript, like just we did for this switch on switch off. Okay, we, for both buttons we have inline JavaScript. Okay, and then we can have the second one, as we can put the JavaScript in. So this was the JavaScript in the body of the tag. Okay, inline of the element. Okay, now what I can do is, there is one more part. Let's say instead of putting it over here, what I can do is, let's say if I remove this text from here, and let's say now I want to run a script, so I can just use a script tag specifying that this part will be my script. So this part will not be visible in the web page. Uh, Rather, it will be executed while the web page is running. Okay. Okay. So in the script tab, let's say I just write one script, document dot get element by ID, and then I get the ID of the element, not like this one. Okay. I got the ID, and then I'll change the inner HTML of this one to text from JavaScript. Okay, and close this. So if I'll remove this text, you will see that if you'll run, nothing will get printed. I will put a script and then run it. Nothing will get printed by script. At that time, is it not? Yes. Okay. So because script ran first, then this ID actually came. At that time, ID was not available. Okay, so this is how we can put a script in the body. Okay, first we had inline script, then I put the script in the body of the web page. Okay, now it is there in the body, and it changes the text of this paragraph from here. Okay. So this script tag you can either put in the head or in the body. That won't make any difference. Okay. So the same thing you can put in the head tag as well. Okay, creating some functions and all. So let me show one example that how you can have one uh, script tag in the head, and then we will see how we can use functions as well. Okay. So what I'll do for this, let's say I have this paragraph. Okay, paragraph. Here I am putting a button, type button, and then on click of this button, I want to call it some test function. Okay, and right click here, close the button tag. Okay, and now I will have a script tag in my head tag. Okay, so script tag inside the head. Okay, so in this script what I want to do is create a function, and this function will be named as the test function. Function is nothing but as a method we have in ABAP. Okay, and in Java. So in Java and ABAP we have methods. Similarly, we have function over here. C and C++ has functions. Okay, so different languages have different terminology, meaning are same. Okay, so we have a function over here. In this function we will again do the same thing, document dot get element by id, and we get the element by id over here. Okay, and dot inner html is equal to, so we will put some inner html here, something like that. Okay, and if I'll run this, you will see you will have a button. When I'll click this button, then this text from button will come over here. Okay, so if you want, you can put some initial text as well, so that it gets printed, that you know that where it is going to print. So this initial text will come first when you will execute the code, and when I'll click this button, then the text or the inner HTML will get changed to this text from button. Okay, so this is how we can put our JavaScript either in the body tag or in line or in the head tag. Okay, so we got till here. Okay, so now the question comes that can we put like CSS, can we put it in external file as well? So yes, So for JavaScript, we can put it inline, we can put it inside the body, we can put it inside the head under the script tag, or we can put it in other external file as well. Okay, so when you put it in other external file, so you name it as .js file. .js will denote JavaScript. Okay, so it will be a .js file, and when you put it inside the .js file, you write this complete function over there. Okay, and when you will write complete function over there, then you don't need to write it here in the script tag. You just write script, and here you write script source, that from where script will come. Okay, so you provide the script source here, that src of script here, my file name .js. This will be your file. Okay, address of your file and file name .js, and this script will start running. So whenever you click here, this script will run with this function name. Okay, so now, so whenever we are defining creating any project, we are working on any project, so this is how we will work. We will have a separate file for HTML, that is will be a .html file. We will have a separate file for CSS, that will be a .css file, and we will have a separate file for controller, sorry, JavaScript, that will be a .js file. Okay, so JavaScript will be our controller. Okay, so when you are running any web page, so you will find all these files are already there. Okay, so when we were running the, if you will go to the head tag, so you will find that they are putting the scripts over here. Okay, so let's say they have two scripts over here. You can see this is the first script, this is their address.js, and this is the second script, local store.js. So you will find some code in those scripts. Okay, okay, so if you will go to this page, actually you will see a code over here. This is a JavaScript function. Okay, so this is basically a JavaScript code. Okay, so this is how you can put your script here. Whenever you are working on any project, this is how you will arrange your files. You have a HTML folder where you will put your HTML files. Similarly, somewhere they will have the CSS folder where they will put the CSS files, and then somewhere they will have the scripts folder where they will keep all the .js files. I think in the webpack they might have it. Okay, so you will have to search a lot. They are using the TypeScript, so that is why they have the .ts files. Maybe they are using Node.js, okay, or Angular. So that depends. So no matter what scripting technology you are using, the concept remains the same. Okay, if you are using a TypeScript, you will put a .ts. If you using a JavaScript, you will put a .js. For our SAP UI5, we will be using .js. Okay, JavaScript. Okay, so all the scripting, if you will go through the any scripting technologies, they follow the same standard. Everything is same, just with the syntax and features they vary. Okay, so this is how we can put our uh, JavaScript file wherever required. Okay, based on the requirement. So mostly we'll be keeping it outside only. Okay, now coming to the JavaScript syntax, how the syntax will look like. So some syntax we saw. So if you want to run some syntax of the JavaScript, so what we can do here is we can use some simple syntax and see what will, how it will affect. Okay, so what I'll do is in this test function only, what I'll do is let's write some. So earlier we were using string, right? So what I'll do is let's just write some calculations over there, so you understand that when I'll click on this button, you will see that how JavaScript will print these values of the variables. Okay, so you see that now in the inner HTML it is putting 2 plus 2. Okay, similarly if I surround it with quotes, so it becomes a string. Okay, Now if I'll run this, you will see it will print 2 plus 2, 2, 2. Okay, because it becomes a string. Okay, you can put, so this was an integer number, you can put a floating number or any other kind of number over here, so that will get printed. Okay, so that is one thing. So when you are surrounding it with quotes, that will become a string. When you are surrounding it, you are not surrounding it with quotes, it will become a number. Either it can be an integer or a float or double. So this is how we will define the data types. And let's say in the JavaScript we want to define some variables. So before showing, let's say I'm not sure what to show here, this will be coming based on some calculation. Okay, so we need to perform those calculation over here. Okay, so we need to perform the calculation, so we need to define the variables first. Okay, so for defining the variables uh, we have two keywords, that is where and let. So there is one more keyword you can use, that is const. Three keywords we have, where, let and const, to defining a variable type in JavaScript. Okay, so when we'll go through these keywords, we will see them in detail, that what we will do. Currently we'll focus on the where to define the keywords, then we will, when we'll reach to the JavaScript defining, then we'll see. Okay, so what this where will do, let's say if I just define a variable like where um x2, okay, so I'm multiplying both variables, and here I'm just printing z. Okay, so let me remove the initial text now, so that you will see if I click the button, so it will add, multiply the numbers. Okay, so one variable was defined as 2, another was defined as 3. Their multiplication was stored in third variable, and that third variable was printed over here. Okay, so we have different kinds of operator in JavaScript that we use in other variables, other languages as well. Same addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So same operators are here as well. Okay, and then this we have as the assignment operator. Okay, so this is how you can use the assignment operator to assign the values. Now let's say I have, so this was with the integer. Now let's say I have two variables, that is both are string. Now I want to print first and last name. So for that, since this is the string, so we have to use string manipulation. So I can just simply say x plus y. Okay. If you will see, it will print x plus y. I want a space between them, so I will just put a blank between them. So that's why it brings a blank space in between them, this one. Okay, so since JavaScript is a very lightweight and simple, so that is why they have defined single operators for all the string manipulation and the integer calculation, so that we x and y, when they had the integer value, then it was, the plus symbol was adding their values, but when they are string value, it is just concatenating them. Okay, so for concatenating string, you can use this plus symbol, or there are different JavaScript methods available that also you can use, but this one will suffice for the normal requirements. Okay, one more thing that we saw, that since JavaScript is a case sensitive language, so if you write first like this here and here, let's say if I put first variable name, so it will work fine. But if I, since this is a case sensitive language, and if I change it and then I click here, so you will see it will not work, because this variable is not defined. and that error you can see the error will also get generated. So that is why JavaScript is a case sensitive language. So we have to take care of the cases as well. If you do not use proper cases, then you may face some error here. Okay. And so a recommendation in SAP, for since we are learning it from the SAP UI5 only, so the SAP recommends that we use all the JavaScript variable name in the camel case format. First small letter denoting the type of the variable, and then the camel case we follow. So for debugging, since the JavaScript will be running on the Chrome debugger tool only, in the Chrome only, right? So we will be using Chrome debugger tool to see the errors. You can go to the debugger tools, and in the debugger tools in the console, you will see all your errors. Okay. So when I made a first, that first was the error. So you see that that
Okay.
error got registered here. That first is not defined. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
That error was registered by when I changed the variable names. So these things we will cover when we move to SAP UI5 debugging, because currently there
Okay.
we will see a lot of things, because we will have one session for the debugging, that how to debug this. Okay, the
Mhm.
complete script. No, this syntax will not be used, because
Okay.
these are the HTML5 syntax, and for all these SAP will provide the libraries and the methods which are built on top of this. So we will use those methods only. Methods will not be required over there. So basically idea is that those images should be available to you. That's all. You download from the internet, or you use the some this source, complete source. We learned yesterday about the absolute URL and relative URL, right? So for, let's say, if you put it in the same folder, so again
Mhm.
there are two cases. If you have a server running, that is a, let's say, even if you have a local server running,
Mhm.
Tomcat or any other server is running, at that time your folder is a path to the server. Images will be available directly with the relative URL only. You can just write the file names. Here we are able to provide the URL because the server is running. This is online, so there is a server. So we just provide the file name and it gets the file name. So what we did, this we did with the JavaScript variable. Okay, so we defined the variables and we are able to set the variable over here. uh, Comments part, that how you provide the comments in the JavaScript. So for that, basically we have single line comments like this, and multi-line comments like this. Okay, so I think we have a single line comment and multi-line comment. And let's say for the error tracking, if you will go to the debugger tool again, debugger tool, and run this program and click here, so you will see that I use Z here, but this is not defined because I commented it, right? So you can see that error got generated over here, that this is not defined, Z is not defined. Okay, add test function, add test function. Okay. Hmm. And from where it was triggered from HTML button element. So there was a button element, and button element dot on click of the method test function was triggered. So it came to test function, and from the test function we saw that Z was not defined. Okay. So this is how you can see the errors, actual errors as well. So this debugger tool we will see in much detail, because we have a lot to cover here in the debugger tool. So we will see it in much detail. For now we will just capture our errors over here. So this was the single line comment, and we have the multi-line comment as well. Okay. Now in this script only, so we discussed that for defining variable we have the three keywords. Hmm. So let us see once those, what are those keywords. We discussed that we have var, let, and const. Okay, we have three keyword. Okay, so these two keywords were added, they are very new. Okay, they were added I guess around 5-6 years back only. Okay, even with JavaScript. So any code that you will see before that, that is more than 5 years old or 6 years old, so you will not find let and const there. Only where will be used, because earlier JavaScript had only where. Okay, and no let and const were there. Okay, so where, using where keyword, you can define declare any variable, any data type of the variable. Okay, either it is a string, integer, object, array, anything you can declare via this where keyword. Okay, and now coming to this let and const. Okay, so what they will do, so whenever you have a variable which will be constant throughout the application, okay, for which values will not change, that you can declare using const. So that variables you can declare using const, that the value of the variable will be constant and it will not change. Okay, so where can be used anywhere, but const and let have their different uses. Okay, so we were declaring by for this let and const. So const will be a constant variable, and what will be the let? So let will be the variable which cannot be redeclared. Once declared, it won't be redeclared. Okay, and all the variables that you want to declare with let, they must be declared before use. Okay, and if you declare a variable with let, it will have a block scope. Block scope meaning, in the block in which you have declared the variable, the scope will be limited to that block only. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here, let's see the example, that let's say I declare a variable using let x. Then if I try to declare this variable again, so this is not allowed. Okay, because the variable has already been declared. Okay, while this is not the case with where. With where, what I can do is, with where, if I declare a variable, with where, if I do anything random number, and then with where y, if I do 2, so this is allowed. Okay, I can declare a variable with where multiple times. Okay, but with let it is not allowed. Okay, you can declare it only once. So this is the you can say advantage or disadvantage, whatever you want to see, but mostly it is advantages only, because then we don't have to care, we don't have to worry about the value changes in the variable. Okay, we will declare it once and then it won't allow the further declaration. So we will see that in detail. So here we will see that it is not in error. This is the type of the variable is integer. So they are just using different colors. For string they are using like this. Integer they are using, it is not in error. You see that 2 got printed here, na? Because so now what I'm doing in the inner HTML, I'm passing y. Okay, so whatever value was assigned later, that will be used. So if I'll run it, so we'll see it will print this one. Okay, and when this is uncommented, then it will run with this one. Okay, because later it got assigned to value 2. So with where we have the option to declare value or redeclare a variable, but with let we cannot redeclare a variable. That will throw us the error. Okay, so let's say if I do the same thing with here, now if I run this code and we go to the console, and now here instead of y I'll be printing x. Okay, so now if I'll click here, you will see that so you will see that the value is not getting printed, execution is getting failed. Okay, because this is not allowed, that is why this function will not get executed now. Okay, so let will not allow redeclaration in the current block when you are executing. Okay, so if a variable is declared with let, it won't allow the redeclaration for you. So the let, let's say if there is a block, so inside that block you cannot redeclare this variable. Okay, the scope of this variable is limited to this block. Okay, we cannot use it outside the block. So before the introduction of let, JavaScript had only global scope. Global scope meaning you declare a variable and it was becoming available globally. But with the introduction of ES6, the ES6 was the version in which these variables came in the library. So these variables limited the scope, saying that whenever you are declaring a variable with let, it can be used inside a block only. It will not be available outside a block. All the variables which are declared by the let, they are supposed to be declared before their use. Since this variable, so this is not the concept that it will let will not allow redeclare. So the concept here why this went into the error is a little bit different, is that all the variables declared with the keyword let are supposed to be declared before their use. Here you are using X, but you have not declared before its use because you are declaring it again over here. Right? It was supposed to be declared on the top over here somewhere before its use. Right? There is an assignment. So you are supposed to declare it over here, but you cannot do that because let will not allow you redeclaration. Then you will not be able to redeclare here. So it's just like going in the loop, right? So you correct one error and it will throw you other error that you cannot redeclare now. So as per we go for the browser support of these variables. So these variables, I'm not sure as of now for the Opera and Safari, but some browsers were not yet fully supporting let and const till last year. But all the major browsers do support it. Firefox, Chrome, Edge, they all support it. So if there is some browsers in which your variable doesn't work, so there might be due to the support for the let keyword, but that was still the last year. So might be that all the browsers are supporting now, though, so that we need to keep the update before that developing the application, that on what variable sorry, on what browser our application is going to run. Okay, now coming to the this was the with the let keyword. Coming to the our one more keyword const that we saw. So with the const we saw that, let's say if assign a value to the const, it will not be reassigned. Okay, so if I assign the value here, and then if I say that now x is equal to 2, so this will give us an error. So this will give an error that assignment to a constant variable, because this variable was already assigned and this cannot be changed now. Okay. Okay. So with these, one more thing is there uh, for the JavaScript internal conversion of the variables. So internal conversion will mean, let's say I have a variable x which is type 16, sorry, which is value something. I'm giving some value and then I have a value. Okay, and so we saw this, that when I'm printing okay, so see, so what I'm doing is I have a two variables with value 1 and 2, both are integer type. I use the operator addition and print. So if I'll click here, so you will see that it will give me output over here as an alert that the output is 3. Okay, now the JavaScript does an implicit conversion, because let's say if I, since both are integer now, right? So I am not telling anywhere that what are the types of these variable. JavaScript understood by default through implicit conversion that both are integer only. So what will happen if I give this one as string? So this one is still an integer, but this one here is a string now. So if I'll run this code now and click here, so you'll see it will print 1 and 2, right, instead of 3. Okay, because now this one, this variable also became a string, and this got concatenated with this one. Okay, so this was the example for the internal implicit conversion by the JavaScript. Based on the type of the variable, JavaScript performs the operation. It implicitly converts. Okay, so even if there is some string value here, some text, let's say you are printing over here, if you will do, it will concatenate that text for you. One text you can see over here. Okay, and that will run through, let's say, even if you have a variable, uh, I can say variable a is equal to just to make sure that what is happening here, the conversion is happening or not. So I will right click this. So both are integer. This is text, right? So if you will see the output for this one, so this will be 3 text. Okay, it did when it was adding these variables. So these got added, but then a string came. Okay, then a string came, and that string is forcing the variables to get concatenated instead of getting sum. Okay, now there is a trick that instead of adding it over here, if I add it over here, then what will happen? We will say it will be 1 text 2. Then these variables will not get added, because first it will encounter these ones, these two, and it will become 1 text. Then a will come, then it will also be get converted to string only. Okay, so this is how we can know that there is an implicit conversion happening. Okay, if based on the operands in the operator. So these are the some data types. We can also have some data types. Let's say for a we have uh, x. Let's say if we have 2, and in the z if I put like something like or if I just alert with the a is equal to 2, just comparing that is a equal to x or not. So if you will run it, you will say it will say true. Okay, because both are equal. Okay, so this is the boolean data type that we have in the JavaScript. Okay, so you can utilize the boolean with the true and false. So the value for the boolean is true and false. Okay, so similarly we have arrays as well. So this was integer, string, and booleans. You can have arrays as well. So for array, let's say if I declare variable, so the same keyword for everything, array I want to have, and in this array I can define the value like item 1, item 2, item 3. And then I'm just alerting with the array. So you will see that it will have item 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is how I can use different data types of variables in our JavaScript array. Okay, similarly with the apart from the array, I can have a JavaScript object as well. Now what is JavaScript object? So for that I can have like where let's say person. So I will define an object for this JavaScript. An object can have multiple properties. So let's say if person has the first name, so I'll just put first here and comma last name last here, then age here, and just put the and then I'm alerting with the person. So see what it prints. So this is currently an object. Okay. So if you alert, so you will see that this is an object type. Person is an object. Okay. So this is how you can define the uh, object in JavaScript. Okay. Now the question comes, if I want to print it, then you can simply do, since this is an object, so you can get the properties of the object like this: person dot first name, and then it will print the first name, that is first. Similarly, you can do last name and age. Okay. So this is an, the type of this variable was object. That is why we are getting the objects like this. Okay. So you can say like the age of person, and then instead here type age, so that you get the age of person as 20. Okay. So this alert you will get as the age of the person is 20. So we good till here. So this is how we can utilize the actually JavaScript document.get element by ID, by putting the ID here. Okay. And changing the property inner HTML or any other property. Then we saw the JavaScript comments, single line comment, multi-line comments, everything will we saw. Hmm? So we saw that the variables declared with the var keyword. Okay. So we, this ones we saw that how to declare a number, how to declare a string, and how to declare an object. Okay. So these things we saw, and these are the operators that are available in the JavaScript. We have addition operator, subtraction, multiplication, exponentiation, and division, modulus, increment, decrement, like this you can do. Okay. So a lot of operators we have over here. Okay. Assignments operator, increment assignment, decrement assignment, modulus assignment, like that. Then the comparison operators. Okay. All the comparison operator, and then we have the ternary operator over here. Okay. And then we have the logical operators, the logical and or not. Okay. Then we have some variable methods, you can say, that the type of an instance of. So these things we will cover. uh, so let me at least cover these parts. The type of an instance of, so the type of actually returns the type of the variable. Okay. Whenever you use, the type of is basically an operator. Whenever you use the type of, it will return you the type of that variable. So for the example, let's say if I want to see here, so instead of in the alert, I am defining some more variables over here. So let's say I have variable um, now I am alerting with the type of different variables. So you will use the type of, and I want to see the type of person first. Let's see the type of person. So if I run this, you will see the type of person is object. We saw that this one was the object, right? So the type of will return whatever variable you pass in the type of, that will return the whatever the type of your variable is, that value will be returned. Okay. So when I do the type of person, so it will return an object. When I do the type of s, right? So the type of value as, so you will see that it will return a string because this is an string, although it is an empty string, but it's still a string. Okay, so it will return string. And if I do type of str here, then if you will see still a string, right? Because that is in fact an string. Then I will do the type of I, run it. So you will see number, right? I is a number. So this is why JavaScript is able to identify the type of the variables which are provided. So it is a number. Person was an object, then string, empty string, string, then number. Okay. Now let's see the type of this F. So number. Okay. Because JavaScript doesn't qualify on the basis of the integer or float. Okay. So both are number only. Now I want to see the type of this variable J. It is undefined. Okay, so since we did not define the type of variable j, we have, since we have not provided any value, so the type is still undefined. Okay, so there is no default type or anything, it is undefined. Hmm? So the type of operator will basically return the type of variables, whatever type they are defined. So when you declare a variable using var, okay, so at that time, the time of the declaration, the type of each variable is undefined only. Unless you define the variable, you provide some value to it, till then the type is undefined. So that we can see from the variable j, because in the var j we have not provided any value, so the type of j is still undefined. It is only declared, not used anywhere. Okay, and as soon as you provide a value to it, then that, based on the value you provide to it, the object will be sorry, the type will be assigned to the variable, and then you can use the type of operator to see that what is the type of this variable. Now in the type of, let's say if I want to see some other examples in the type of, so we can directly put uh, let's say if I put 1 plus 2, type of 1 plus 2. So since both are number, so I will get a number. Okay, so it will get the type of sorry, if number 2 it is giving, because this was different, it was giving type of 1 plus 2 it was giving. So I need to put it inside the bracket. Now it will give me a number. It will first calculate and then it will give the type of. Similarly, what I can do is I can put a quotes around here, and then okay, so you see how the type of change to string, because we saw in the last example, right, that how this type was changing, that it was, instead of printing 3, it will print 1 2, right? So because the type is now string, so that is why it prints like this. So the type of will return string here. So these things we have to take care, that when we are doing the programming, when the values are empty, then the type of will be, for like this j variable, it will be undefined, means there is no value, then it is undefined. But when it is empty, it is a string. So this one, don't confuse this one with this one. There also no value, there also no value, but this one is of type string because we have defined the type. Okay, but here we have not defined the types. Okay, so this is the difference between the um, empty variable and undefined variable. Okay, now what we are doing with these variables, so one more concept is there for the uh, JavaScript functions, the functions that we are using. So JavaScript function is basically a block of code, okay, which will help us in the modularization, that is help block of code that will be executing some single task, some one task if you have, so that we are executing. Like here we are clicking on the button and we want to execute some task, so that we are putting in the function. Okay, so it is similar to the methods in the ABAP. Okay, so we can call from our JavaScript functions from here and we can use them over here. Okay, so JavaScript function is basically defined with a function keyword. Okay, and then the name of the function, then these brackets and the curly brackets to open the block for the functions. Okay, in this function we can have different parameters, so you can define the parameters over here. So the parameter 1 2 3 like that you can define. Okay, they will be separated by commas. Okay, so you can have parameter 1 parameter 2 like that you can define. You can define your parameters in the functions. These parameter will come from the uh, calling routine. Okay, will be transferred over here and you can use them or you can return them. The functions can have return type as well. Okay, so these arguments, the parameters, these will be received from where the function is called, and these inside this function this will become an local variable. It will act like a local variable. So for ABAP, it is something similar to importing parameters of the method. Okay. And in the Java, it is parameters only. So it's the same thing, the function parameters. Okay. So that will be the task of function. So we are already using one function to set a alert box, or we were changing the text of this P also, right? So those things you can do with the function. Okay, so the question is that why we use functions. So basically that we know why we are using methods, right? To have the code reusability, to have the modularization of the code and all those things, right? So that is the basically basic thing with the JavaScript functions.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does the manifest JSON file contain in a Fiori application? Option A, the OData service URL. Option B, metadata about the app like id, type, title, etc. Option C, the app routes. Option D, the CSS styles. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Greetings, everyone. I'm excited to provide an overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP UI5 Fiori, from basics to advanced. In this comprehensive course, we explore the key concepts and components of SAP Fiori and how to leverage the UI5 framework to build responsive, engaging business apps. Whether you're new to SAP UI development or looking to take your skills to the next level, this training has something for you. We start with the fundamentals, understanding Fiori architecture, setting up the development environment with SAP Web IDE, and building simple UIs with XML, HTML5, and jQuery. ZaranTech has trained thousands of professionals to successfully implement Fiori and deliver beautiful, intuitive apps. Our hands-on approach and real-world examples will empower you to meet any Fiori development challenge with confidence. Don't miss your chance to become a certified SAP UI5 Fiori expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's SAP UI5 Fiori training. Secure your future in SAP UI5 Fiori.
Okay, so we were discussing about the JavaScript. We discussed the basic syntax and the methods, functions, how do we call, and from HTML, how we can create the script, how do we place our script. We saw different methods that we have a inline declaration of the script, or we can use the script tab to put it either in the body or the head, or we can create our script.js file and there we can put our script. Okay, and in JavaScript, so we were going through the basic syntax. So just to we saw these some of the syntax over here. Okay. So function, variable scope, everything from here we discussed, operator and events. Okay. So one part is left here, that is strings, JavaScript strings. So we'll see how JavaScript string works. Okay. So for JavaScript string, we know that anything inside in data types, we saw that we can declare data by any type. Okay, we don't need to provide the data type while declaring it. So when we are doing that, so we can provide double quotes and it will automatically convert to a string. So now just to check that how this thing works, so what we can do is let's say I'm giving example here. So in my script over here, let's say I want to write some, so I will, let's say I want to declare any variable string example. So we all follow camel case here. Let's say you want to provide a string example and some string. This is test string. I declare this and I want to put this in this paragraph. Okay. I want to print on this paragraph. Let's say I'll remove other things and put this in this paragraph. And then I run it, so I can see that the string gets displayed over here. So I have to define the string within the quotes. Okay, so that is the one thing, we always use the quotes. Now we have some different properties when we are using the string. Now I want to show the length of this string. Okay, what is the length of this string? So for that we have one property. So here I have taken one string example. Okay, this is test string and I am putting it on this paragraph. Okay, so this is my output. So we were discussing that we can use double quotes to declare a string. Okay, and then there is a length property available. Okay, so let's say I want to show the length. Okay, so this is my string. Okay, string example. Now with this string, I have a property length, which is available. Okay, I can use this length property to find the length of this string. So let's say I just do string example dot length. And now I want to, instead of this string, I want to just show the length. Okay, so I'm just displaying the length of the string over here. So you will see that it will show you the length, which is 19 for now. Okay, so just to test that it is correct, I will put one more character and I can see that this is 20 now. Okay, so this is one thing. Now let's say in the same string, I'm removing it length. Okay, in the same string, I want to put something inside quotes, right? Like this. There can be a possibility that you want to put something inside quotes. So if I put something like this, so sorry, I'm printing length here. So I will put string example here now. So now you can see that inside double quotes, I can use a single quote as well. Okay, and if it is a single quote string, so string can be declared by both types. So if I use a single quote and remove this one, so you will see this will still print as a string. And then let's say I want to use this one inside the double quote, then I can do that as well. Okay, so I can use quotes inside quotes until they are not closing tags. Like, so if I am using a single quote, then inside that I can use only a double quote. I cannot use the single quote then. Okay, then there is a, because if I use a single quote outside and single quote here, then this tag will close till here, right? And this will become a separate thing. Okay, that is why we have to take care that we use only single different codes when you are nesting the codes. Okay, so that is the one thing. But let's say if you want, you have one example where you want to use the double quotes, because when we'll move to the ESLint errors in SAP UI5, there you will find that the codes, it is an just information priority 3 errors you will get, right? That the quotes must be strings must be declared inside double quotes. Okay, that is a priority 3 error, means it is not necessary, but it is a information message. So to reduce that error, we use it inside a double quote. Now let's say if I'm using a double quotes and I want to declare something as this one as highlighted in the quotes, then I cannot do, right? So because this will become a part of a string and this will become another part of a string and this will be useless. Okay, so to achieve that, we, let's say if I want to do that, for that we have options to use escape characters. Okay, we can use escape characters and we can escape the quotes here. Okay, so now let's say if for this one example, if I want to use this test, so what I will do is here I will use this one like a escape character. Okay, so if I use this as this character, then this will become a double quote. Okay, this is an escape character. Okay, so if I use it like this, then I will see that the output is now this one. Okay, within double quotes I can now use the double quotes using the escape character. Okay, so let's say if you want to print some if I have one example here, let's say I want to print a very, I have some text where I want to put sing inside some codes. So after I basically after I want to put a single quote, but as soon as put a single quote, this string will get closed here. So that is why I need to put a escape character over here, right? So that is why I need to mark this escape character to tell that okay, I want a single quote here. Okay, and then if I will print this, then you will say it will print a single quote character. So I can use a single quote inside a single quote as well. Okay, so that means that this backslash will always work as a single quote character. Okay, so backslash will always work as a escape character. Okay, so whenever you are using a backslash, it will identify it is an escape character and it will search for either the single quote or the double quote after that. Okay, so now the question comes, what if I want backslash in my string itself, right? Because if I use a backslash, it now waits for the escape character. Either it will be a single quote or it will be a double quote. Now let's say I have used backslash and now I want to display it in my string itself. Okay, so how do I do that? So for that, we will use the backslash as an escape character for itself. Okay, so how we will do that? Let's say I say where for this one, now I want to use backslash over here. So instead of I want to use it like this. Okay, but as soon as I provide one backslash, it will become an escape character. So I will escape this using another backslash. Now this, if you will run text2, so this backslash will escape itself and you will see that you will get one in output. Okay, so the similarly here how we were using backslash and then single quote to get one single quote, backslash and then double quote to get a double quote, similarly backslash and a backslash to get a backslash. Okay, so this is how you can use some of the escape characters. Okay, so not only this, I will show you some other examples. So let's say you have, we till now we have this one, I will put it here, this one, and then this one and this one. Okay, three uh, characters we saw. Now for, let's say if you want to change the line, right, change the line, so for that you have this escape character /n. Okay, so you can just put a /n here and it will change the character. Okay, so you can print new line when you are using a string. Okay, similarly if you have, let's say /r, so it will be a carriage return, the cursor will return to the first line. Okay, and if you put a /t, so all this, if you're familiar with Java, so you will also see it over there. So let's say if you put /t, it will put a tab for you. Okay, and if you put a b, it will give a backspace, and /f will give you a form. So like that there are a lot of escape characters there. Okay, For vertically having a tab means some space vertically, we have /v. Okay, so similarly you put these things and you will get some escape characters. Okay, so single quote you can use this one, for double quote, for backslash, for line change, carriage return, tab, backspace, form, and vertical tab. Okay, so like this you can use a lot of escape characters as and when needed. It will come where you will need it. Okay, then you can use this like for if you want to change the line or you want to break up the code or something like that, so in there you can use these characters. And for we saw that, let's say if we have two strings, so for the concatenation of strings, we saw that we can simply put uh, a plus symbol and concatenate them together. You can see that it will get concatenated over here. So let's say if I want to put some space, again a plus symbol, and concatenate a blank space in between them. So you can concatenate like this. Okay, so any number of strings, if you want to concatenate, you just have to use a plus symbol and all of them will get concatenated. Okay, so this is one way of defining a string. Okay, this is one way of defining a string. We have another way as well apart from this one. Let's say if you want to define a string, so you can just say that variable string, I'll say str is equal to new. So new will be the keyword to call the constructor of the string class. Okay, so if you will go to the JavaScript library, you will find that string is a class over there. Okay, so we can create the object of the class using new keyword. Okay, so when you say that a new string, and in this string we pass the so you will say that this str will also generate a string. Okay, and you can use this string over here. Okay, but there is one thing, see what happens when you use the new keyword. It basically creates the object of the string class. Okay, so if it is not absolutely necessary, I would recommend that you do not use a string using new keyword. Why? Because this creates the object of the string class and puts the unnecessary methods at your disposal, which actually slows down your code. Okay, so it gives it performance wise it is not good. If you have a lot of objects of the string class, it might hamper the performance in the long run. Okay, and unnecessary you will be creating a lot of object, while string in the JavaScript can be created very easily just by using the double quotes. So here one thing I wanted to show you here with the new string, just I will show you. And this is a very common question as well if you will go anywhere. So this is the first question anybody will ask when you are doing some JavaScript. Okay, so in str2, let's say what I will do, I will write this is a text string. Okay, now I have defined two strings. Okay, both are containing the same thing. This is a text string and this is the sorry, this is the text string. Okay, so both are containing the same thing. Just to match, what I will do, let's put one more paragraph here, and this time name it demo2. And yes, so both are same thing. Okay, so you can see both are same thing. This one is created using new string and this one is used just by the text. Okay, so what I will do, I want to show you something, the difference between them. What is the difference between them? So what I'll do, I will have one demo3 here. Okay, and what I want to do in demo3 is, so I want to compare the str1 and str2 basically. Okay, string and string2. Okay, so if I want to compare both, so what I'll do basically, let's say I have this and then I will use the double equal to operator. Okay, and that is str2. Okay, so what I'll do, let's put directly it in the demo3. I will create here uh, document So I want to print here str equal to str2. Okay. And so I want to see it is equal or not basically. So I will remove it from here. Okay. So this thing. So if I'll run this demo 3, so you'll see in the demo 3, it says it is true, right? It means both are equal, right? You see that str and str2, since both contain the same string, so it says that it is equal, right? It is true. Okay. Now, one more thing is here. So I have two types of equal operator in JavaScript. One more is that there is a triple equal to operator, right? And if I run through is that, then it shows that it is false. So you see the difference here, right? So what I'll do here, let's say in the same thing, I have one more demo which shows demo 4, and I will copy the same thing over here. And in the demo 4, I will say that it is double equal to. So you see that at the same time, triple equal to says that both are same, sorry, double equal to says that it is true that both are equal. Str and str2 both are equal. Okay, it says true, but at the same time triple equal to says it is false, both are not equal. Okay, so this happens because there is a difference between these operators. Okay, just to show the difference between these operators. So this is the example when we are using double equal to and triple equal to. So what double equal to does, so you can say double equal to is basically comparing the absolute value of the operands. Okay, so it is just comparing the str and str2, their absolute value. Okay, while when you are using triple equal to, it also takes the into consideration the type of the operands. Okay, their type. So it will not only consider the value, or it will also consider their type, their data type. Okay, so here if you see, this str and str2 both are equal content wise. Okay, in absolute terms both are equal. That is why when you use a double equal to, it says true, right? Because content wise in absolute terms both are equal. Okay, but when you use a triple equal to, then it says false. Okay, it says false because even though their contents are same, both are not equal, because one was created as a direct string literal, okay, using the equal to and quotes, right? So one was is a JavaScript variable, while another one, this is a object. Okay, it is using new string class. So this str is nothing but the object of the string class. Okay, so str is an object of a string class, while str2 is plain string only. Okay, although this object of the string class contains the same content, it is the same thing, I can use it as a string anywhere, but it is still not a string, direct string, not a simple plain string, it is an object. And that is why if this is an object, it slows down the performance in the long run. Okay, it is not a plain string. Okay, plain old string, while str2 is a simple plain string. So that is why double equal to operator says this is equal, because it compares only the content of the operands, that what are their absolute values. Okay, while while equal to compares value and their types, their type should be equal, then only it will say true. Okay, so just to check that, what I will do is, let us create one str3. This is with the same thing, so I will put same thing here, and then here in the str2 and str3 if I'll compare, so you will say this will become true. And if we compare with str2, so that is true anyways, right? Because the content is same. Okay, now triple equal to also says true, because now both are same thing. Okay, both are plain string. Okay, but this is not a plain string, this is the object of the string class. So I hope up to here we are clear, because this I have seen even very experienced developers getting confused with these operators. Okay, so use it very wisely, because they create a lot of programs. When you are building a complex program, they create a lot of problem there when you are developing them. So sometimes you put a triple equal to, and your expectation is that the type of the operands might be different. There they will return false, and they are not easily caught in the debugging it as well, because there you will not understand that why it is returning false, or nobody will even see that okay, it is returning false. Okay, so be very cautious with these operators: triple equal to and double equal to, triple not equal to and double not equal to, like that. Okay, all the functions you be using with the str plain literal, or everything you will be getting in this new string class. Okay, so this class does nothing but it implicitly inherits the, or if you will open this class from the library, you will find that it is implicitly creating the string using the same literal. It will return you the same literal. Only thing that it gets wrapped up around an object. Okay, this class wraps up around it. That is all. So this string is nothing but a wrapper class. So if you have worked in, I'm not sure if you're working in ABAP or Java, but if you're working in Java, so there is a concept called wrapper classes. Okay, so string is one of the wrapper class. There is no difference between, you will not get any advantages declaring like this or like this, no new methods, nothing. Okay, it will just be a wrapper classes. So the reason being that this was needed, because when you are doing a 100% oops, you are following 100% oops object oriented paradigm, there cannot use strings like this, right? So if there are some let's say uh, some function or something which is hoping you to pass an object, there you cannot pass an string, right? You have to pass an object. So at that places this will come in handy, and you will not get any extra methods. Whatever are the methods, those are available over here as well. Only thing is their types changes. This is an object and this is a data type. That's all. Elementary data type. So if someone is expecting you to send an object, there you cannot send any string, right? So you have, let's say if there is some method or some APIs there which is following 100% oops paradigm, right? They are completely based on oops. So they will not be accepting any literal or any elementary data type, right? They will be expecting you to send an object even if it is a simple string. So there you need to create the string like this. So see, these four paragraph I'm using because I have to show you different values. Na? I want to show you this true and this one at the same time. I just want to show you. So if I will not have different paragraphs, so I need, see, this is a, you can imagine this as a canvas on your right side, right? This is a canvas, and on that canvas I'm sending some value from here. So I will need to register some space na, that okay, on this part I will be sending this str. On the like paragraph where the id is demo, I'll be sending str. Where demo2, I'll be sending str2. So I'm just registering space here. That's all. Because if I have only demo, so everything will be sent in demo, so this will get overwritten. You will see only one item here. I want to show you multiple items. So this is a difference. Take care of this one, this difference, double equal to and triple equal to. And apart from with that, you see all the how do we declare a string and all. Okay, so apart from this, you will find a lot of methods are there in the string that you will find handy while using the string. Okay, so what I'll do is, mm, so let's say I have this string str named str. Okay, so you will find a lot of methods with the string classes. So we will not obviously not cover here all, but at least basics we will cover. Whenever you need any method, you can search for it, and almost it will be there for the strings. Okay, so let's say if we do some method, so first method, let's say I want to slice some part. Okay, so there is a slice method available. Okay, so it extracts some part of string. Okay, so some part of a string meaning, let's say I don't want to display str here. I will comment everything else. Okay, so I don't want to display str, means not the complete string. I just want to slice it. So I'll slice, and I want to display a slice of it. So slice of it, let's say it will start at 6 and it will end at we had 19 characters, so I can use it as still 16. Okay, I just want to display this part. So you can see that it will start at 6 and display till 16. So this will be the slice method. Okay, it will just show you a part of a string. Okay, and it will return the extracted part. Okay, so this will be your start position, this will be your end position. So you can count 6 from the here. So 1 2 3 4 5 and 6 part will be gone. After that you will start seeing the characters. Okay, so this is how this slice method will work. And apart from slice, we have there is one more example in slice. So what you can do, you can reverse this as well. Let's say if you want to slice from the end, so you can provide it in negative value as well. So if you provide in the negative value, you will see slicing will be done from the end. It will start slice from here. Okay, and then the values will be displayed. Okay, one thing, if you are doing from if you are from a web background, so you have to take care that JavaScript starts the counting from 0. Okay, so all the countings starts from the 0, not from 1. Okay, so please take care of that as well. Either in loop or anywhere, all the countings will start from 0. Okay, 1 will be second position in the loop or anywhere. So this will just mean that it will start slicing from the back. So earlier when we were providing 6 and 16, we were counting from here, right? 0 1 2 3 4 5 6. Like, so this time you have to count from here. 1 2 3 4. So it will go from here -6 and then till -16. Like that it will slice. Okay. So -6, I think it will start from here. 6 characters are here. So then it will this character and maybe it will come till here. Okay. Okay, so that is the one thing. So there are different variation in the slice if you want to use, so that you can try it out. Let's say if you want to just slice the string first part, you don't provide the second parameter here, start and end. So it will just remove that part of the string from there. Okay, so till 6 characters will be removed and completely till the end you will get, right? So there might be example that you want to remove the first 5 character, first 6 character, first 3 character, then you want to show. So at that time you can just provide the one character that okay, remove this much of character, that's all. Okay, rest of the thing will be sliced out. And let's say if you want to remove the last characters, you don't want to see the last character. Okay, that may be possibility that okay, I want this much only, not last ones. So you can slice from the last. Instead of 6 you can provide -6. So you will see that it will slice from the last. Okay, and the rest of character will be sliced out. Okay, so this so there are different variations you can try with the slice itself. Okay, then apart from slice, we have one more method that is called substring. Okay, so this substring method is nothing, it is similar to slice only. Only thing is that you cannot pass negative here, it will always be positive. So same thing here, you will provide a 6 and 16 here, that's all. Okay, so it will do the same thing, only that negatives are not allowed. Means you can slice from the beginning only, you can get a substring from the beginning only, not from the end. Now apart from the substring, we similar methods are there. Okay, with the substring you also have substr and slice substring. So a lot of methods you will see. Okay, one substring substr. Let's say I want to replace some part of a string, that is also one method. So let's see that one. So from here, let's say I want to replace this text. I'll just put text and then you put comma, and here I want to provide another text. So you will see that text will get replaced by another text and it will print that this is another text string. So you'll see that it will replace the first parameter by the second parameter, whatever in function you pass. So one thing to take care, that replace will not change this str. Str is still this one. Okay, so let's say if I open this one and print str here, so you will see str is still safe, it is not been replaced. Okay, so original string is still there. Okay, it created actually a new string. So this is one thing. So you can similarly replace will also have a few variations that see, with this replace you can only expect the first occurrence, but there can be multiple occurrences as well. Okay, so for multiple occurrences then you will have to use the regular expressions. So you can use those expressions regex, and then you can replace all the occurrences. So that way you can do one thing, that this is case sensitive. Okay, so if you will replace with capital, means with incorrect text, you will not replace, as this is case sensitive. So you will see that now nothing is replaced. Okay, both string are same only. Okay, now so, and if you are not sure about the case, then again, then we will have one escape character to make it a flag as a case insensitive. So for that, what we can do is you can put text here and like this, and you need to escape is using slashes, and then it will become case insensitive. And okay, then we don't need to provide quotes here because we are skipping it. We are escaping it, so we don't need to provide quotes now. So now I can see that it will again get replaced and it will become case insensitive. So this is the example of, you can say, one regular expressions as well. Whenever you are writing a regular expression, okay, don't write anything with quotes. So now let's say if I have two text over here, and if you will replace this, okay, so you see that this one was replaced with the text was another text, but this one was not replaced. So we discussed that it only replaces the first occurrence. Okay, so not all the occurrences. For all the occurrences we need to create the global uh, regular expression here. So for that you can see a slash g as well. If you will put a slash g, so this will also get replaced with another text, and this will also get replaced with another text. Okay, so like that there is a lot of possibility in regular expression. For everything you will get a regular expression for all the string manipulation. Okay, so that you will regular expression you have to build, and then you can use that expressions. Okay, so now this is our one string. So these are some methods. Now let's say apart from these methods you will get more methods. If you string want to convert, let's say I want to convert it to the upper cases. So because this is needed a lot of time when we are building SAP UI5, because there our um, logic is not case sensitive. So let's say you want to change it to uppercase, so just put it to uppercase. Okay, and you will see that this gets converted to uppercase. Okay, so this gets converted to uppercase, and then let's say if I don't want to, if I want to go to lowercase, so at that time I will create a new string. So str2 I want to go to lowercase. Okay, so you will see this text get converted to uppercase and this text get converted to lowercase, this one. Okay, and if you remove this two lowercase, you will see that it will get printed in the uppercase only. Okay, so these two methods are also there to go to uppercase or lowercase. Okay, then we saw that for concatenating we can use a plus symbol, right? Let's say I want to print in demo3. I'll uncomment this. In demo3 I want to print the concatenation of these two both. Okay, so I can show that str plus str2. Okay, so you'll see that it will print an concatenation of both. And now I have one concat method as well. So you can use that concat method also. So you can type str dot concat method. Okay. And in the concat, you can provide your second string. So it will do the same thing. So output will be the same. So you can use a concat method or you can use a plus symbol. Okay. One more thing here, JavaScript strings are immutable. Okay, immutable, that once created, they cannot be destroyed, they cannot be changed. Okay, so let's say this string is created. Now this string cannot be changed. Okay, it can be replaced, but this string cannot be changed. If you perform any method on this string, you will always get a new string. Okay, so same on the lines of Java, JavaScript strings are immutable strings. Okay, you cannot destroy or you cannot change a string which is created. You can replace it or you can create another string, but you cannot destroy it or replace it, change it. Okay, whenever you perform any action or any method on any of the JavaScript string, you always get a new string in return. Okay, so but in our Java, we have option to create mutable strings as well via the string builder or string buffer classes, but those are not available here because this is a scripting language, so we won't be needing at least that. Okay, so these are some methods. Let's say we will see another few more methods. So we have uh, what we can say, trim method here. Okay, so you can use trim method to sorry, so to remove white spaces from your string. Let's say if there is a white space, so sometimes when you are doing some coding or something in a web, you will encounter mostly this issue that there are white spaces in, let's say there are purchase order numbers or some numbers, or you are reading data from smart forms scripts like that. So since same thing we will be doing in this SAP UI5 also, so we face this problem a lot, that whatever data comes from the backend, there are always some white spaces. Okay, so to remove the white spaces, you can just use a trim, and you will see that those white spaces are removed. So you can see that there is no space over here. Okay, so this way you can always remove the white spaces. uh, okay, this is not getting printed anywhere in this one, but actually trim is the method that you can use for removing the white spaces. Okay, that we have to see, because sometime when comparing or anything, you will always get the error if space is there. Okay, some space here, or if you leave the space here, then always it will give you an error. Okay, okay, so to just to verify this, what I can do is in the here, if I put str dot length, okay, then you will see str length is 30. Okay, but here if I do str dot trim dot length, then I will say length is 28. Okay, so these two spaces which are there, that got reduced via this trim method. Okay, so str dot trim is actually removing the white spaces. It was not just visible over here. Okay, so but this might create some problems when you are doing comparison and all, so that's why this is required that we remove the white spaces. Okay, so you can see the length without the trim method is 30, while the length with the trim method is 28. So two spaces got removed. Okay, so then there are some more example. Let's say I want to read one character which is at the 10th position. Okay, so if you want to read the character, so that you can do, and you will see that at 10th position we have T. So if you will count, so maybe somewhere you will get T. I guess this is the T, because let's say if I do 11, then H, right? So this one was the at the 10th character. Similarly, if you do 12, E, so THE. Okay, so there you can use a caret method to get the character at some some index. Okay. Now one thing. Now the question on the white spaces, that how do we remove this one? Okay. So let's say one more thing here. I want to convert this string to an array. Okay. So I want to convert this string to array. For that, what I'll do is you just create one array variable array, and you just do str dot split method you can use. Okay. And let's say I want to split at um, white spaces, right? So that was the your requirement, right? You wanted to remove the in between. So this is what you can do. You can use a split method. Okay. This is split method. What will you do? At all the white spaces, the text will get splitted. So I don't want this one. Okay, this will go in first one, so we'll see that. Okay, so this will split in array, and then you can simply put or display the array. So to display the array, we will have to loop through the array, but this will work. I will show you sometime. So what I can do is here simply do an alert array. I'll do. Okay, so if I'll run this code, so you will see that all the white spaces are removed from here, but these white spaces, since there were some extra spaces, so they have put extra comma over here. Okay, so these elements came randomly. So what I'll do here, instead of this str split, I will use a trim first to remove the spaces which are extra over here, right? So this way we can have a lot of possibility as per our requirements. So if you remove, now you can see all the extra space is removed using the trim method, and then all the spaces in between are also removed using the split method. Okay, and whenever needed to remove the space, I can concatenate all the elements of the array. So I hope this answer your question as well, that how we can remove from these in between spaces. Okay, so there are some more methods that we have. Let's say I have one. I will comment this, otherwise it will keep on popping up. Alert. So you see that this alert box is used for this showing alert on top, right? So I hope that is clear because I never mentioned that. So this alert is used, alert keyword is used for showing this pop-up that we are getting, right? So whenever you use alert, this will give you a pop-up on the top, right? So this we pop-up we see in the browsers. This is browser's inbuilt functionality. When you do alert, this you get pop-ups like this. So you will see this in a lot of programs, in a lot of application, this kind of alert. Okay. But for any, when let's say here we are focusing on our SAP UI5, right? So for any errors, for any warning in SAP UI5 application, you will not be using this alert, because this alert can be uh, you can say ignored very easily using the browser settings. Okay, this can be switched off. Okay, so if you want to show any error, any warning, or anything to the user, okay, any validation in your program, do not use this alert box. This is very easy and very anybody can ignore this. Okay, so that is one thing. Now let's see some more methods related to string. You we did caret to check what is there at the 12th character, like that, right? That what was there at the 12th character. Now I want to find out the index of some character, because see here I was searching by index. Now I will be searching by the character, not by index. Okay, so instead of doing this we can say caret, let's say on the demo 2, I will be using another method, that is index of. Okay, so I'll be using index of, and I don't want to I in the index of, see, so this is the basically opposite of caret. In the caret I was providing the index and I was getting character, but in the index of I will be in the index of I will be providing the character and I will be getting the index. So I'm removing these spaces because this will create unnecessary confusion in counting. Okay. So if you run this, so you will see that on the basis of demo, so you'll find the index of t is 0. See, I told you that in JavaScript, counting begins from 0. So that is why index of t is 0. Now to just check that what is the index of h, so you'll find that index of h is 1 because h was at the first place. Now I want to see the index of this. Okay, so this you will see that it is at the 0th index. Now I want, if I search is that let's say the index of text. Okay, so you'll see the index of text will be at the 12th. Okay, so if you will count, so this will be the 12th index. So the text starts at 12th. Now the question might come that okay, now so this tells me the start index. How do I know that where it ends? Right, that question might be there. So what I can do is string dot index of text, and here I will do one change. I will write last index of. Okay, and you will say that it starts at 12 ending at 24. Okay, sorry. So last index of will return you the index of the last occurrence of this text. So text is one more time here. So that is why it is returning the index of this text instead of this one. Okay, so that thing also you have to take care. Okay, that how many occurrences are there. So different methods have their limitation. So this will be returning only once. Okay, so one more thing here, let's say if I put some random value here which is not there, so it will return you -1, that string not found. So this way you can do the comparison, that if you want to find that if some text is present or not, you can just do an index of the text, and if it is there, it returns value greater than 0 or equal to 0, it means that the text is there. If it returns value less than 0 or -1, it means that the index is not there. Now let's say I have this text. Now I want to find the, after this I want to find this second occurrence of this text. So I know that this was printing 12, so 12 to 16, obviously this text will be there. I want to find the index of this one again. So see, currently both will print me, give me 12 12. So I know that this one is starting at 12. Now I want to find the second occurrence. So I can see that okay, 12, I know 4 character is this, so please start from 16. Okay, that way you, if you will do, so you will get a 24 because this will be a starting point. So instead of starting from the beginning, it will start from the 16th character, that is from here. So here when it will find the text, then it will return. So here it will find over here, which is at the 24th character. So this 24th character will be returned to you. So this is the difference between these two um, versions of the index of operator. Okay. Now there is in the strings you will find one more thing. In, let's say when we are using strings, so there are a backtick syntax as well, right? So where you will see the template literals. Okay, so what is template literals? So the symbols that is um, on your keyboard above one, sorry, just before one, that symbol, this one. So sometimes this symbol is also used rather than this symbols to define a string. Okay, so this symbol can be also used so to define a string. So when this symbol is used, mm, this way. Okay, so you can see still everything is same. This symbol can also be used to define a string, but the only advantage is it provides that we saw that when we are using this symbol, so what advantage is, let's say I want to put it in the single quote. So okay, okay, I need to print str here. If I want to put a single quote, so that I can do. And if I want to put a double quote, that also I can do. So both types of quotes can be done inside the same string. Okay. Let's say for str2, if I'm printing str2 here, and in the str2, if I press enter over here, so you can see now this will, okay. So I want to change the line here, and if I run it, you see this runs into the error. You will see that uh, in the console, you will see that there is an error. Where is that error? Invalid or unexpected token, right? So this is not working because I cannot use multi-line here when I'm using this type of codes. But here I have the possibility to use the multi-line as well using this template literal. So if you run this, you can see this still works. Okay, so you can use a multi-line literal over here as well. Okay, so in your code, let's say if you want to provide in multiple lines, so this will not work. There can be a large code, right, where you want to use you want to provide a multiple line. There your codes will not work. Okay, only thing, if your application is running in Internet Explorer, then you cannot use this code. Although Internet Explorer is not supported now, but when it was supported, so Internet Explorer was not supporting this. That is the one thing. Now what I'll do is, let's declare variable x is equal to variable x is equal to first name last name. Okay, and then I'm trying to say here in the string let's say you log in and you want to show this this alert box. Okay, so at that time you can just simply use this keyword, so you can see that instead of xy it shows you first name and last name. Okay, so you same thing can be done here also. So let's say if instead of alert I can just simply use this one, so you see that welcome first name comma last name, like that. Or if you remove the comma, that is not needed. So like that you can prepare your string. Okay, so this is how you can replace the string with your different variables using the dollar and this symbol curly brackets. Okay, so that you can substitute the variables. Okay, so x and y will get substituted over here. Whatever you provide here will get substituted. Okay, okay, so that is the one thing. And the second thing, let's say, so taking this example only, so I'm taking let's say x is 10 and y is 2, and I'm just saying that let's take it as uh, decimal. So I'm telling you, showing you here that let's say str is equal to, instead of these type, I say that total dollar bracket, and I say that in this bracket I put these brackets and show you that x multiply just doing some calculation over here inside this, and let's say you got this variable, then you convert it uh, to fixed and 2 digits, and then you skip this. So for this, let's say if you want to print like this, so you can just simply run and you can see it getting printed like this. Okay, the price like this. Okay, so this way, let's say if you are doing some calculation or you are getting the values from your HTML, what we saw, we created input fields like, so you get your values from the HTML, and taking those values, doing some calculation or something, then you can print the values like this. Okay, using the JavaScript. Okay, this literal, apart from the Internet Explorer, will be support. Apart from the Internet Explorer, you will get the support for this literal everywhere. Okay. So since Internet Explorer is not no more available now, so I don't think we have to be very much cautious about this now. It will be mostly supported by all the browsers. Okay, so like this, you can create different kinds of a string. There are different methods in the string that you can use and utilize. Okay, so a lot of things can be done using this string. Okay, now coming to the one more data type apart from this string, that is array. So array, we discussed that you can declare array using where array and declaring the elements inside it, right? That we discussed that you can create elements, first element, the second element we saw, and we printed the arrays as well. Okay, so that is the one thing, and then you can do like where 2 is equal to new array like this as well. So this way, again, same thing. This way you can create a array object, and that way you will create an simple array. Okay, so for methods for the array are simple, that you will have array. Let's say if you want to iterate through the array, you just name the array, then you provide the elements of the array. So array 0, array 1. Similarly, you can keep on naming the elements and you will get the value. So same thing again, array index starts at 0. Okay, so array index always starts at 0. Okay, so now let's say here I want to put array 0 as a first, and array 1 as a second, and then simply put array over here. So we will see first and second will get printed. Okay, if you want to put it get the elements only, so you can get the first. If you want to get the second one, you can get the second. If you want to perform any operation, that you can do. String manipulation, that you can do. So anything will work here. Okay, then you will get first, second, the comma will be removed. So they are treated as an object. So for arrays also, you can, there each element will be an object. Okay, this one is an object, this will be have that the different object. Like that you can create the array objects. Okay, but yeah, they are not normal objects, but whenever you will do a type of and this on this array, so let's say on this str2, if I do a type of, it will always give you an object. Okay, so if you will print a type of uh, okay, where is it cursor? Yes, type of, and in the type of, if I put array, you will always get an object. Okay, so type of array in Java is object only. So Java arrays are treated as an object. Okay, so same thing goes for array 2 as well. Okay, so no matter how they are created, they are treated as an object only. Okay, each element of the array can have its own property. So based on that, each element can be treated as a collection, the object. Okay, now to get the same thing here, let's say if you want to get the length of the array, so you can get the length over here, array dot length, and you will say length is 2. Okay, if you want to sort the array, you can just simply put sort. The sort method will sort the array first, second, so they are already sorted until it is like this. Then you will see this gets sorted. The second comes first because this starts with T and this starts with S. Earlier it was when it was F, so it was already sorted. That's why it was coming first and second. So that's why I replaced it with T. Okay, so now you will see that this is sorted in. First, second comes, then this one comes. Okay, then we saw these things. Now let's say I want let us in this array only. So if I want to create more element, okay, so similarly I will create 2 more elements over here. This one will be 2 and this one will be 3. So I will name it first, second, third, fourth. So like this, if we will create the elements, so let's say I want to get this element. So this is the long list. I want to get the second last element or the last element. Like this. See, because first element I can get by array 0, second element I can get 1, but that the list is huge. So I can traverse the array from last as well. I can simply put array. Okay. And since I know the length of the array, so what I can say array dot length -1. So this will give me the last element. Okay, so you will see this will give me the fourth, which is last element. So this is fourth, and if you reduce -2 from here, so you will get the second last element, like that, third, and then you keep on increasing in the ladder. So this is what we can do with the uh, JavaScript array. Okay, in the arrays we have a lot of methods actually available which you can use. So we'll see some methods. So let's say first thing, one method that for the iteration is available. So what I'll do is, so I have a paragraph over here. Let us remove this array. We are not using this one. Okay, so one array. So what I'll do here. So earlier there was a question that how we were generating a list, right? So the question was, can we generate the list using some dynamic data, because we were using the static data, right? So for that, let's say if you want to use a dynamic data, I can just simply say variable text. So now I'm creating the list dynamically. Okay, so let's say this is an unordered list, ul, and then I say that array dot for each. So this is the method to loop, and then in the for each I call a function. I can get a return from here. Na? So let's call a function here, create list, like that. Okay, I will define it a new way. Then you can say that text uh, is equal to, or you can say like this, text plus okay, unordered list. So either you can write this query like this, or you can simply put this text over here as well, like this also. So both way it will work. Okay, So we open the one unordered list and then we close the unordered list. Okay. And then in our document, this one, I'm just putting that list. Okay. After closing, just I'm sorry, it is there only. So what I'll do is I will put that text over here like this. Okay. Commenting this code over here. Okay, now we just need to create our list. We using these elements. So for creating our list, since I've created a function, so what I'll do here is at the last I will create a function create list. In the function, since it is a for each, right? So I will get an element over here. You can get an element, and in that element you can say that text plus same thing, text is equal to text plus. Now since we need to create a we need to create a list, so we need to pass a li. So this one is coming same from the HTML. Okay, only we are creating the list by JavaScript now. Earlier we were writing the same code in HTML. Okay, this way I'll write, and when you run this code, so you'll see a list will be created with this array elements. Okay, so this is how you can loop through each element using a for each, and this for each will loop call a function for each of the element of the array. Okay, when that function is called, the value of the element will come here, and a new text will be generated, which is a list element, HTML list element, adding this element as the list. Okay, so this code will be appended in the text each time, and then it will be appended with the uh, unordered list closing tag. So it will close it. It will start here, add the element here, then it will close over here. So all the elements will be added like this. So all four elements will be added, and then it is closed here. When it is closed, so this list will be put over here. Okay, so this will generate a list for us. So plus equal to operator, I told you that this is equal to this one. So it is same, it has the same meaning as this one, that let's say I'm doing a text is equal to text plus this. So I just for a shorthand, I can remove this part and put a plus over here. So if you run it, so it will give you same output. Okay. So in the text, we are writing text and then adding this part. Okay, so I can remove this text just to remove the redundancy, and I can put the plus symbol directly over here. So this operator will do the same thing. So apart from that, we also have one push method that you can utilize. So you can just write array dot push, and you can push a new element in the array. So this will add a new element in your array. So that element will get added over here. Okay, so now you can see that for the data for our list is not hard coded, it comes from an array. So whatever you define in your array, so now it depends that how do we get the array we can get from the API call, we can create our own like that, right? Like here, if I keep on pushing the elements, it will automatically get added in the list, because list is now built on the data which is received from the array, and if array has a new element, then list will also get a new element. Okay, so this way the list will keep on increasing. Okay, this is HTML. We learned that this is the outer tag in the UL. So something like this we created in the HTML, if you remember, UL, and then we closed the UL, and then we had our li tag, and in li we said list one. So I will show you what was this, if you, I think you guys forgot. So like this we were creating the list. So I hope
Yeah,
you remember, right?
yeah, yeah.
So the same thing we are doing here, but not, so this is hard coded, right? List one, list two, right? So you see list one, list two, this is hard coded,
Mhm.
and this one is coming from the array. Okay, this is dynamically created list. So first I am adding UL, Then I'm adding the element here, see li, then element value, then li closing, and then I'm closing the ul. Same thing I'm generating over here, like first ul, then first element, second element, because then this needs to be in the loop, right? So that is why it is in the loop. For each element it is creating a list like this, li once, li again, then li again, like that it is adding. Once everything is added, means this line will get executed, means all the elements of the array are finished now. Then it will put an closing ul like this. So this is how it is generating a list. So same HTML code only, it is just getting generated via JavaScript. Okay. 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 So we saw push method. One more, you can say method is there to add an element to the array. Not a direct method per se. See, we are providing index right here. What 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What I can do, I can directly put at length, because length will be the last element. Okay. So last blank element. So I can put new element here. This is 7. So this will get added in the last. Okay. So because this is the last element which was blank, right? So that is why it gets added like that. Length, as soon as you add this element, length also changed. Na? Length got increased by 1 now. If you use length again, then it will add 8, no problem. As soon as it added 8, now length also got increased by 1. Na? So next time when you add, so it will add at next free element, na? Because it is now pointing to a different element now, because it got increased by 1. Okay. So either you use push method or you use this length property. Both will work, because the length will also get updated as soon as you add a new property. So it doesn't matter where you put it. You can, cut it from here, and you can use push then length, or push then length, like that. Nothing, it doesn't matter, because length will keep on updating. Either you push or you add it like this. So even if you add, so order will change, still same number of element. Obviously the order will change, right? After 5th you will get 7. Okay. And then 6, and then 8. Okay. Okay. So one thing we saw, that arrays are also object, nothing but object in JavaScript. Okay. Then the question might arise, then why we are using objects and not arrays only? So see, arrays are special kind of objects. Okay. Object also we saw the same thing. If I create a new object here with this one, so object was also same thing. I showed you person object we created. So this was also, we were creating like this only, and in the person object we were providing values like name, uh, name. So let's say any random name, first name, last name, that, right? And age. So this is also a key value pair only, right? Okay. So like this we were providing. Okay. So this is also an object. Okay. And same thing you can see for array also. Only difference, because see, if you do person dot name, you get your value, right? So if here, instead of text, if I do person dot name, I get my value, right? See, the person dot name is first name, last name. If I do person dot age, then I get 10. Same thing I am also doing here, and same thing I am doing in the array. For printing array, I am printing like this. Just the brackets are there. So only difference that you will see, that in the object, the name key value pair is there, and in the array you cannot have a key value. Key will always be a number. That's all. Okay. So that is only difference between array and the object. So in the array, it will own, the index will be a number only, while in the object you can have a string type value or anything defining it. It can be a number as well. So you can write here 1 or 2 as well, and that will also get generated. So here, instead of age, I will have to write 1. Okay. So like that I will write, and I will again get the value, not the 1, because it will not accept the number. have to provide via some string only. So we can do like variable. Okay, so but see, the only difference is that array index are numbers. Okay, that's all. So in JavaScript, let's say if this is the question that this is a plain array when I'm declaring like this, and this is an object when I'm declaring like this. Okay, so this will create, the new will create a constructor for you of this array class. Okay, so either you use this or you use this, both will mean same thing. Okay, there is no much difference, either you create an object or you do not create an object. We already know that JavaScript treats array as an object only with numbered indexes, while the object has string indexes. That's the only difference. Okay. Okay, so only one more question might come to mind, sir, that how do I identify that which one is the array and which one is the uh, object? Because if I do a type of, so if you do a type of person, and in this one if you do a type of array, so at both places you will get the same thing. You will get object. So if both are object, so how do I identify that is this an array or not? Okay, that question might come. Okay, so for that we are provided with an method that is in the array class. So for that method you can utilize the method from the array class, and that is array. Is array, you will pass ARR your array name, and it will give you true, that okay, this is an array. And if you pass person over here, you will get false, because person is an object and ARR is an array. Okay, so you can utilize this method is array, because that will not work. So that is one thing. And one more operator is there, that is let's say if I want to use, just for the showing you here, then you can use an like this array instance of array, like that. This also you can see, so this is also true because it is an instance of array. Okay, ARR is nothing but an instance of array. But if you will do person here, you will see this is false, because for person is not an instance of the array. Okay, so here I think all the operators we covered from this one. Let me see for this part B, what do we have? Okay, so variable scope we did, arrays we did. We will come to this looping and everything. Okay, so yes, in arrays I can show you some more values here that is pending. Okay, I just wanted to show you something. There are some methods in the array that you can use. Okay, so that will come in handy when you are doing something in UI5 also. Okay, so let's say um, these are the elements that we added in our array. This one ARR. So I will remove this object. This is not needed as of now. Okay, these things are not needed. So I want to display this array as a string. Okay, because currently see it is an array. I want to display it as an string. So there is a method available that you can use ARR to string. This method will turn your array into a string. Now you can use this as a string. Okay. So how do you know that it is a string? You can use all the methods of the string become available over here. Uh, okay. So whatever methods you had available of the string get available over here. Okay. So you can see now it provide. Okay. So I used a caret. I had to use index of. Okay. So now you can see all the methods of the string class are now available to this array because I converted it to a string using toString method. Okay. Now the question might come. Let's say currently I have joined these elements using just strings. If I want to join it using some other characters, like not converting to the string, but using a join to the characters. Let's say if you see, so you will see that they are joined by the star now. So all the characters show it as a star. You want to join it using a plus symbol, you can join it using a plus symbol. So whatever the symbols you want to use, you can provide it in the join method, and all the array elements will get joined, and the resultant will, this is still a string only. Okay. So join will also return in string. Okay. So apart from this, we saw the push method to add an element to the array. Now the question might come that let's say I want to pop a method, or pop an element means I want to remove an element. So currently, if you'll see, I have values till 8. How do I verify that? For verifying, I will just type here text. This will give me a list till 8. Now I want to remove an element. I just type array dot pop. And once I do array dot pop, it will remove one element, and you will see 8 is no more available. Okay. So now 8 is not available. Okay. Uh, so let's say I want to pop again from here, and this time again display a text. So you'll see in the first, okay, text is already created now. So let's create a text too. Let's create a text too. We'll have to create the completely. So you basically get the idea now, that when you will pop, so last element will automatically get removed from the array. Okay, when you push, one more element will be added at the last. Okay. So if you talk about the return of the pop, so the pop also has a return variable. Okay, so you can get that variable or something popped, so like that. And in the pop, what was the variable that was popped, that you can also print over here. Okay, so if you'll check the pop variables, you will find that 8 was removed from here. Okay, so it will always pop the last element, and that element you will get from the return as well. Okay, same goes for the push method. Now let's see if you want to shift the elements up. Okay, so for shifting, what you can do is you can you want to, let's say, remove the first element and shift all other element from there. Okay, so I want to remove the first element, so I can simply say that a double r dot shift to remove the elements from the array. So if you run this, you will see the first was removed from here. Okay, and all the elements got shifted by one place, and 8th is still popped out, it is outside. Hmm? Okay. Now, apart from shift, there is one more method that is called ARR unshift. Unshift will add an element on the top. Okay. So let's say I want to unshift 9. Okay. So that it gets added at the top. So you'll see 9 will get added at the top. Okay. So for push and unshift, you can see both are just opposite of each other. So push will add at the last, while unshift will add at the beginning. Okay. Okay. So now let's say, okay, so for deleting elements, you can use, let's say if you want to remove element, you can also use delete. Okay. And in the delete, you can provide the index where you want to delete. Let's say if you want to delete the first element, that is 9. Okay. So you can delete the first element from here. Okay. So 9 was added here, but it was deleted over here. Okay. That is why you don't see 9 over here. So delete also you can use. Now we saw there was an concat. Let's say this was the first array. I'm creating a new array here. Okay, so I'm creating a new array. We saw one method, if you remember, concat. Okay, so I'll just say where array3 is equal to concat. Sorry, ARR dot concat method to concat these strings. We added 2 strings. So we saw that you added using plus symbol or the concat method. So that concat method can be used here as well. So you concat 2 array as well. Okay, so once you concat 2 arrays, you can get that over here. So now you will see that I concatenated the first array and array 2 in the array 3, and I'm printing array 3 over here. So in the array 3, you can see that the all the elements from here, second, third, fourth, fifth, seventh, sixth was printed, and then the values from this one, 1 1 2 2 3 3. So you can see 1 1 2 2 3 3, both got concatenated. Okay. Now let's say if I have one more array, so similarly you can concatenate any number of array needed. Okay, so I'll write like this, 1 1 2 2 3 3, then 1 2 3 like that. Okay. And here in the array, this will be array 3, this will be array 4, this will be array 2 and array 3, and it will be array 4. You will see that that array was also concatenated in this one. Okay, so in the concat method, either you pass array or you pass a string, both. For both it works. Okay, so in the arrays we have same method, some more methods for adding or removing. Okay, so you can use a splice method to add a new element to the array. Okay, and you can use a slice method to cut the element from the array. Okay, so let's say in array 2, dot splice, now in the splice at the first element, I want to add okay, so I want to add a new element. So this will be called as the 4 4 like that. So what this says that where to add the element, the index like 0 1 here to add, how many to remove from here, so nothing, 0 to remove, and the element to be added, that is 4 4, that is array 2. So if you run this one, so you will see that after 1 1 4 4 should be get inserted. So you will see here, so after 1 1 you will see 4 4 gets inserted, and then your continues 2 2 3 3 1 2 3 like that. Okay, so this is how you can use a splice to insert an element in the array. So splice you will be using to insert a new element in the array, right? So a new element, so first this will take three parameters. So first parameter will define where to add this element, right? So I'm saying in the array 2 at position 1. So this is position 1, right? Going by the index, this is 0, this is 0 position, this is 1 position. So it will add at first position, then it will ask how many elements to remove from this position. So no elements to remove from this position. And what element to add? So 4 4. So here 4 4 will be added, so that you can see over here. Okay, so let's say instead of array 4 I print array 2, then it will be more clear. Okay, like that it will be added. 1 1, then 4 4, then 2 2, then 3 3. Okay, so you see that it is since taking three parameter, first one to add, second one to remove, and third one the value. So here you can utilize the same thing to remove also. Okay, let's say I want to remove this 2 2 from here. So for removing 2 2 I will not provide any new parameter. So I'm just playing with it, because I said that I can use the first one to insert, and this one to how many remove, and then the value that is to be inserted. So what if I don't provide the value to be inserted, and value to be inserted I make it 0, and then I provide that one value to be removed. Okay, if you do it like this, so you will see that the first element got removed, the 0th position, right? Because I did not provide any value to be inserted, and the one element got removed. Okay, so this also you can do, although this can be done via shift as well. So, and if you want to remove from the last, you can use pop. So all these methods depend on your requirement, exact requirement at that point of time, because sometime you might need to remove first element, sometime last element, or if you want to remove something from in between. So like that if you want to do, so at that time you can use these different methods, or you will have to adjust with these methods, doing some passing some tricky parameters to make the method work, like with the splice here. So splice is actually meant to insert something, but we can by tricking the parameters here and there, we can actually end up removing the element as well. Okay, so if you, let's say, multiple parameters to be removed, so you can say splice can be used to insert or remove both. So it will start from 0 and it will remove two elements. Okay, if you make it 3, then all the elements will be removed from the array, so you see nothing gets printed. Okay, so like this you can keep on changing. Now see 1 1 will be there because we started from 1, and this one is 0 actually. This is the 0th index. Okay, so this is how you can use a splice method. Okay, so I hope till here we are good. Then we saw that how you can sort the element. You can simply pass, let's say, array 4 dot sort, and this will sort the element in the ascending order. So if you are printing array 4 over here, you will see that the elements get sorted. okay, in the ascending order. Okay, so always this sort method will work on the string. Okay, it will sort the array based on the string values only, means going from the alphabetical order only. Okay, but there may be cases where you uh, want to sort for the numbers as well, because this one, let's say if there is a string starting with a and there is a string starting with b, so when it will sort, so it will obviously put start a starting string before b starting string, right? But if you want to sort numbers, right, then it may not be able to sort those, because it will, let's say if you have 30 and if you have 100, so it will show that 30 is bigger than 100. Why? Because for 30 it starts with 3, right, and for 100 it starts with 1. So since the sorting does like it consider them as a string, so for it the 30 will be greater than 100, right, because it is not numeric sort, it is a string sort. Okay, so that is why we have to take care of while using this sorting function. Okay, so if you want I can show you like this. So in this array if I put 10, 20 and 100, and if I do array2 dot sort, and if I print array2 over here, what happened? Okay, we are splicing array2 here, so I'll comment it out. So you see for the sorting, for it 20 is greater than 100 actually, right? It is printing 10, then 100, then 20, because it is sorting string wise, character wise. So character wise it shows that 100 is smaller than 20, because 20 starts with 2. Okay, so we cannot rely on this sorting when you have to sort on numeric values. Okay, for that I would suggest that you always use a comparator function. Okay, you compare and then you return the value of the sorting. Okay, you can create your own compare function, and then you can do the sorting, because this arrays dot sort will not work if you have numbers only. Okay, so that is something you have to take care. You can create your function, and based on that function you can return. Okay, so that is the sorting of the array. And then for iteration, one thing that we need to discuss. Okay, we saw for each loop there. I have still it here. For each loop, for iterating through the element. Okay, so for each loop, basically it sorts, it iterates through each element of the array, and it passes the element value of the array in the function as the parameter. So here if you will see that same function create list, it gets the element of the array as a parameter, which can be used as a very local variable later. Okay, so that is one thing with the sorting of the sorry, iteration of the array. Okay, similarly you can use a map method as well. Okay, so what map method will do, it will create a new array by performing some function on each array element. Okay, so how, let's see how we can create a, let's say we have array2 here. Okay, we have array2 here. And then we do like let's say array2 dot map, and in the map we are calling some function, test function. Okay, So we are calling text function here, and this text function we can define text function. This text function, when you are doing map, it will get some okay. So I want to perform some function on each element of the array. Okay. So let's see if it runs. Which array am I printing? Array 2. Oh, okay, I need to assign it somewhere. So let's do like array 3. A lot of arrays got declared. Yes, this one. Okay, so now you see that for this array I used a map function. In the map, when I'm doing, so all the elements I will get over here, the value of the function, index of the element, and the array. Okay, so with each element value, I'm just multiplying it with 2 and returning it back. So when I'm returning, since it is a new array, I need to capture in it some other array. That is why I captured it in array 3 over here. And after capturing, I just returned it for printing. So it got printed, and you will see that I am using 10, 20, and 100, but it is printing 20, 40, and 200 because each element got multiplied by 2. Okay. So this we can see that it performed some function on each element of the array. So there we can use a map. If you want to perform some function on each element of the array, you can simply use a map. Okay, so this is arrays.map method. Okay, so 3 arguments you will always get: the current value, the current index, and the array itself, the complete array. Okay, in the callback function you may not provide this, then it will not get. That is not a problem. So here whatever you provide, that will be passed, but ideally by default it will take three parameters. So for documentation, I think material and all will be provided to you. These presentations, PPTs, they are providing for everything. Na? So for documentation, you can go through the JavaScript documentation, official JavaScript documentation. Okay, so for okay, so this you can see with the map method. Now let's say if the same thing I want to do it with, there are other methods available apart from map, or I can create a new array. So there is a filter method. Okay, so in the filter method I can use the same thing with the array itself. Okay, but in this filter method, not all elements will be returned. Only the elements will be which will be passing your filter criteria. This will be returned. Okay. Okay, so let's say if I want to use a filter method over here, so I'll just do filter, and let's say I pass a function over here. Okay, so in this I will this filter function. So see, the difference between map and filter will be that in map you will do the operation on the map. Okay, and everything you will get in the return, but in the when you are doing with the filter function, only when it passes your filter criteria, that you will get in return. And in the filter also, same thing, you will have 3 parameters, that is value, index, and array itself. Okay, 3 parameter. You can again in the callback function you can ignore some of the parameters if you do not need it. Okay, so I'm saying return value greater than 50, like that. Okay, so this is my filter criteria. If the value is greater than, if this is true, then only this value will be returned. Otherwise, if this becomes false, then this filter will not be returned. Okay, so if I do it like that, then I will be printing array 4 over here. So you will see only 100 will get returned from this filter function. Okay, so this is what a map does and what the filter does. Okay, so they work on the same lines with the number of arguments or how they work. So you'll see they are same. Only thing is that map will return everything and filter will return only the elements which actually pass your condition. Okay. So on the same lines, we have one more parameter, one more function, and that is reduce. Okay, so we have one more actually, reduce. Okay, so the reduce method will actually, this will also go through loop through your each element. Okay, and it will produce only a single element. Okay, only a single element will be your output, not the complete. Okay, but your original array will not be changed. Okay, so this one, let me create a new method here. So we have to take care of the functionality as well. Here you can assign to the original array itself, not a problem. But see, their functionality is built in a way that they will return a new array, and there is a reason, because they are itself using the array in their parameter. Okay, and since the same memory is if they will use, so they might end up changing the memory which they are using currently. Okay, and then that will not produce a good output. Means sometimes output may be incorrect, right? Because see, the same memory they are also using as their parameter, and if they will change in the same memory space, so they might change this memory space which they are currently using. Same thing, that why we should not use delete inside a loop, right? Because you might end up breaking the chain of the tabix or index, psi index, something like that, right? So same thing here, they are utilizing the same memory space. Okay, so we were doing a map filter reduce function. Okay, so in the reduce function, we know that this will give a it will reduce the array to a one single element. Okay, so let's say I created this reduce function, and in the reduce function, so this will have one different parameters. Okay, so let's say I add a parameter for value and index and array. Okay. So here, let's say if I want to add one parameter, that is total, to get the total of this array. Okay, and so I can return here total plus value, the current element. Okay, and this one I can see by printing at demo 4 the sum of array. So you can see 130 will get printed because it was the values were 120 and 10. Okay, so it will return the 130 for you. Okay, so same thing again, the reduce method is not changing the original array, it is giving you a new output. This basically is not an array, this is just a number, so you can change the name of variable as well accordingly. Okay, so one more thing is there, then in when you are using reduce method, you can actually pass an initial value as well. Okay, So let's say if you want to reduce here, so you can start from an initial value as well. Let's say I add 50 here, so you can start from here as well. Okay, so if you start from here, so similarly you can capture the values because I am passing two parameters now. One is the reduce function, another is the value I'm passing. So you, let's say if you have a total and value here, so if you will see here, you will get 180 because you can start from here also. This value will also get passed over here, which will end up getting added to the total. So this is what you can do with the reduce. So this will also be added over there. Okay, so one more thing here. So let's see, this was a sum. Okay, adding only. So we did not find any difference that it starts adding like 10 plus 20 or plus 100 like that, or 100 plus 20 plus 10, right? There was no difference. But there can be a possibility that there are multiple arguments and you are, instead of adding, you're performing some operator where the it is also important that you are going right to left or you are going left to right. In such scenarios, those are also possible. So there for you, then there is one more method, that is reduce right. Okay, so you can use a reduce right method and it will start reducing from the right side. Okay, again the reduce right will also not reduce the original array. Okay, it will return a new array for you. Okay, so that is with the reduce. Then there are some more methods which you can check, like sum. Okay, so same thing, some method will check that if they pass the some criteria, some filter criteria, and then it will return. Okay, so the arrays values will get returned over to you. Okay, similarly there are index of, we already use, right? Index of is there to get the index of any element. Okay, so it will return you, you will pass the element, okay, some element, and it will return you the index of that element. Okay, let's say if you search for so here let's say in array 5, you just I do array 2 dot index of, and I'm doing an index of 100. Okay, so at 100 is not found, which array I'm saying. Okay, this one was an integer 100. You will see that it was found at second index. Okay, so 0 1 2, it was at third place with second index. So this index of will return you 2, saying that it was second index. Okay, and we saw that it will return -1 if it is not found. Okay, and if 100 is there, let's say multiple times, then obviously you will get the second for the first element only, and then you need to do is to, if you want to get the index of the second one, so 0 1 2 3. So what you can do is after 2 you can start finding out, or you can skip that much of characters from here. So you can do a last index of, so it will give you the last index of array, that is fourth. So 0 1 2 3 4, it means index is 4, it means 5 elements are there. Okay, we, so basically we, you have to write a regular expression, that's all. You can search using global. So those things you can do. Then there are some other methods like find index, uh, from. Okay, so a lot of methods are there. You can add a key to your array, so you can let's say if you are iterating through the array using a for each method, then you can have a keys to return you the object of that key. Okay, and then you can have a key value pair. Let's say if you are creating via array via key value pair, also you can create, like at 1 you can put first element like that. Okay, and at sorry, at 0 you will have to put now. At 0 you put first element, then at 1 you can put something like that. So like that also you can do. Okay, so at that point you can use entries method. Okay, so that entries method will return you through the item. And there is one other methods are there, includes. Okay, so a lot of array methods are there, so you can go through them one by one. Okay, either through the JS docs or through the um, any other website. Okay, so you can see them, and as and when you need, you can use them. So I have covered most of the methods which I could see in the array at least. Okay, so I think that is all from my side for today.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. How can you apply formatting and styling to a Fiori app? A. Use native CSS. B. Use the Belize theme. C. Use the Belize HCB theme. D. Both B and C. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Greetings everyone. I'm excited to provide an overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP UI5 Fiori, from basics to advanced. In this comprehensive course, we explore the key concepts and components of SAP Fiori and how to leverage the UI5 framework to build responsive, engaging business apps. Whether you're new to SAP UI development or looking to take your skills to the next level, this training has something for you. We start with the fundamentals, understanding Fiori architecture, setting up the development environment with SAP Web IDE, and building simple UIs with XML, HTML5, and jQuery. ZaranTech has trained thousands of professionals to successfully implement Fiori and deliver beautiful, intuitive apps. Our hands-on approach and real-world examples will empower you to meet any Fiori development challenge with confidence. Don't miss your chance to become a certified SAP UI5 Fiori expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's SAP UI5 Fiori training. Secure your future in SAP UI5 Fiori.
So we were doing scripting language for the JavaScript, and we saw some of the JavaScript syntaxes, JavaScript types, operators, the string methods and the classes, and the array methods and classes. Okay, so all those things we saw. So let us see some more things in JavaScript that we will need in our SAP UI5. Okay, so I will move to this part. So we have done the variable scope and arrays. Okay, so let's see something about the conditional statements like if else, nesting if, and then some loop statement, while loop, for loop. Okay, and some objects properties we saw. We'll see some more detail for that, and then once we are done with all the syntaxes for the JavaScript, then we'll move to the HTML DOM elements, where we will modify the DOM elements via the JavaScript. We did some part of that already when we were changing the paragraph values from our JavaScript, right? We added list in our HTML DOM. So all those we will saw in much more detail. We'll try to create a form, try to do some validation over there. Okay. So meanwhile, let's first complete this the syntaxes for the JavaScript. Some few more things are there, so we'll try to do that. Okay, and then we'll move to the DOM part. Okay, so there are few more objects that are available in JavaScript that we need to cover. So one such object is a date object. Okay, so for a date object can be created via using I'll show you. Okay, so a date object can be created via a date class. Okay, so we have a class which will help us to create a date object. Okay, so we can call that class. So let's say I want to have one date variable. I'll say new date. Okay, And okay, so let's write it. I'm creating a date variable with the new date keyword, and then I can get it via document dot. I can print it element by ID. So I will place it at the demo in the inner HTML. Okay. So if I'll run this, we then got new date document dot. Okay. Need to put it on the top so that it is declared first at least. So you will see that the date class creates a date object for us. It will call the date constructor and it will create a new object for us. Okay. So you can see that this is the format in which date will be printed. This is today's date with the time zone. Okay. So let's say I want to create a new date with some parameters. Okay. So this is one example. Let's say I want to create a date with some parameters. So that is also a possibility. Okay. So I want to create like date is equal to new date. So it will accept parameter like let's say I want to create a date from 2020. Okay. Then month, then month, then date and date, and then you can provide the time and those specific things. So let's say if we remove those things at least, so you'll see it will show me a date from this one 24th December 2020. Okay, so the time I have not provided, so that is why it is all 000 with Indian Standard Time that is fixed from the browser. Okay, so like this also you can create a new date. If you do not pass any parameter to this constructor, this will create a date from to value of today's date. Okay, so you will get a today's date from here if you do not provide any parameter, and if you provide the parameter, based on those parameters the date will be created. Okay, one thing that I am passing here 24/11, but it is creating as December. That is because JavaScript starts the counting from 0. Okay, so 0 is actually January and 11 is actually December, like that. Okay, so this sometimes it gets confusing that you pass 11 but it prints as December. Okay, so these things you have to take care. Okay, although this might have resulted in some error in console as well. Let me see. So if I run this, okay, no, I don't see any errors. Okay, so no error. Earlier it used to register the error in console as well, but yes, it always worked that whenever you pass an extra months here or number greater than the allowed maximum, then it will overflow to the next bit. Okay, either it is date or number. Okay, and let's say if you pass, so one thing here, if you pass extra numbers here, so this will be your hours and minute, like you want to pass 10, 20, like that, so it will be your hours, minutes and seconds. The timing of the date, you see here it got increased over here 10, 20, 30, like that. Okay, so this is how your date will keep on changing. So you can pass any number of parameters here. You can miss any number of parameter, it doesn't matter. Okay, so if you pass something with one parameter, that also it will accept, two parameter also it will accept. Okay, So that is the only thing. Okay. Now one thing here, that when we are passing, we want to pass some parameters which are not from the initial ones, then we have to pass the blank for the other parameters. Okay. One more thing here, that instead of the number parameters, you can pass a string here as well, like the complete string. Let's say I want to pass January 2nd, like this or something. So that also you can do here, and it will convert the date to the this one. Okay, so you see that the date got converted, Thursday, Jan 2020. Okay, so like that also it works. So a lot of possibilities are there when you are passing the date. So that depending on the requirement, that how you want to create. So date class will return you with a date in the proper format. Okay, in the JavaScript format, date object. So this is an object basically. Okay, and if you do not pass any parameter, this will be today's date. Okay, so that is the JavaScript date parameter, and then we have different types of date format. Okay, so you can provide so this is the standard JavaScript date format, but you can use different formats as well. Okay, so let's say here in this date only I want to use some different format, like 2020 02 anything. So this format is also allowed. Hmm? So that depends, means if you so one thing you will observe, sometimes it might create an issue as well in your application. You pass a date over here, and that date might get changed over here depending on your time zone. Okay, so let's say if your time zone is something which will change this date to 3rd February, so it might result in 3rd February or 12 February or 11 February or 13 February, depending on the your time zone. So the date will be calculated by the JavaScript depending on the time zone. Okay. So apart from this, you can provide the ISO dates with only year, month, or you can provide date, time. Okay. You can provide the dates in the UTC time zone. So any time zones you can use. Okay. So for this, you can just see the JavaScript date um, object, and based on that you can pass. Okay. Now when we have created, let's say, JavaScript date. So for now, let's say I'm creating a date. Mhm. And then I'm having some more paragraphs here. Now let's say I have, so there are some methods available in date. Okay. So like this, if I want to print date dot get time, it will give me the time. I want to see the get dot get date dot get full year. So this will get me full year. Date dot get month. This will get me the month, and date dot get. So these are some of the methods available in the date class. Okay, which will give me the uh, different values based on the methods. Get full year will give me the year, month will give me the month, day will give me the date. So I need to print 2, 3, and 4 over here, and then you will see here I get a date as a this one is the for the time, this one is for the year. Get full year I get as 2022. This is for today. Okay, and this one I get as the second, so that will mean that the month, second month will mean March. Okay, it will start from 0, 1, 2, and then get a day. This I also got as 2. Why? sorry, not a day, it is I think it is date method. Yes, this is date method. Okay, so like this you can get the different values from here. Okay, so one thing just you have to take care that month will always be one less than the current month because it will start from 0. Okay, that is why we are getting 2, which is actually March. Okay, similarly we have some other methods as well, like you can use get minutes, or you can use get hours. Okay, and get seconds. So whenever you are doing your calculations, you can use these types of methods. So we have one more method, that is get milliseconds. Okay, so that also you can get from here. Okay, so you can get time, full year, month, date, and minutes, hours, seconds. Okay, like that you can get. So let's say if you want to get only UTC dates. Okay, so you can use methods like get UTC date. Okay, get UTC full year. You just have to append UTC everywhere in all the methods and you will get it in UTC. Okay, so a lot of methods are available in the date object as well, so you can use this method to get the different dates from here. So similarly, apart from these methods, we have the same these are the getter methods that are available. We can go for the setter methods as well. So you can have the methods like set date or set full year, full year, set hours, like that we can do. Okay, so for all the getter methods, we have a corresponding setter method as well. So you can use those setter methods to get the different dates. Okay. Okay, so these are some of the methods that are available in your date class. Now moving from this one, there is a class available named as math. Okay, so a math class you can use for performing some calculation on your numbered values. Okay, so I'll give some examples and then you can use them as per your requirement. So let's say I have a variable, I want to get a random number. So you can just use a math dot random. Sometime you want to create a random number, you want to generate a random number, so such type of requirements also come. Okay, so I'll just comment out these things. Okay, and you see that whenever you do a random number gets generated. Okay, so if I just click on run, a random number gets generated. Okay, now there are some more methods. Let's say I want to see this random number as part of the integer from 0 to 10. So you see that these all are one. I can just put one decimal away and I can get from here. So that is the some calculation from your math. So you can, let's say you want to generate a random integer. So I will just say random int. Okay, and from random, I can use a math dot floor method to get the nearest integer, and from here you can get the random number, and with this random number you can actually multiply it with 10. so that you get a random integer. So let's say I will uncomment this one. So these are the some calculations which are available, which you can do. Okay, so you will see every time I get a random number, the second one, a random number, which is based out of either one from 0 to 10. Okay, so it is coming as random numbers I'm getting. Okay, based on this calculator. You want a bigger random number, you multiply it with the uh, like different values, so you can set the whatever you want from over here. Okay, so you can see now I can have a random number of 2 digits. Okay, similarly I can you can play around with it, and you can create a random number of any digits you want. So sometime you get the requirement that you want to generate a ID or something, session ID or something like that. Okay, so for that a random number is needed. So you can get a random number as big as this one, and you can multiply it with the required number, and you can then get your random number, okay, of any digit. So the more zeros you multiply, the more the uh, number will increase. Okay, now it will go from 0 to at least 9,999, like that it will go. Okay, so you can get a 4-digit random number from here. So these are the some of the methods available from the math class. Okay, so floor, ceiling, all those are methods are available over here. Okay, so you can use those ones whenever you need them. So that is one thing. Now we saw that in our we saw some comparators also. The comparison operator, I also showed you that we have two comparison operators here. We have double equal to and triple equal to. Okay, so that also, that will be our comparison operator. So we saw that double equal to compares only the value, while we saw these things as well. Double equal to and triple equal to, we saw with the example as well, that while double equal to compares values only, while triple equal to compares the value and the type. Okay, similarly in the comparison we have not equal to comparing the values, and then we have not equal to comparing the types as well. Okay, so the rest are simple: greater than, less than. Okay, all those operators are there. Then greater than, equal to, less than, equal to. Okay, so that operators are there. Okay, for the comparison. Okay, so all other operators we have already seen. So these much operator we have for the uh, comparison. Okay, now coming to, as per our content, that we have the conditions operator. Okay, conditional statements. So for the conditional statements, so I think most of you have already, so this is some basic things that we have. Let's say I have a variable something age which is 20. So I can put a conditional operator like this condition results in a boolean value that can be used by if to check that the statement on the if is supposed to run or not. So I can say that if age is greater than 10, you print something, or else it's you do something like that. Okay, so I can have a variable text here and put. Okay, so like that also we can keep on printing values. Okay, so since I'm providing value 20, so the if this if condition will run, else this condition will run. Okay, so we all know at least the if and else statements. Okay, so similarly we have one more statement over here that is called the else if, to run that if, let's say if we have more than one condition. Okay, so that we can check that one. Okay, so if else is greater than, let's say I want to say greater than 10, else if age is greater than something like, let's say greater than 15 or something, and then else, like that we can print like. Okay, so like that you can create different kind of if else. I don't think this will run because both mean the same thing. Okay, and this is before that. This should have been before. Okay, so like that you can check. Okay, so these are the some of the JavaScript conditional operator. Then we have one more operator that is called the switch operator. So switch, if you have worked in Java, so switch was also there in the Java, and in ABAP it was with a different name, that is case and when. Okay, it was with the name case and when. So you can switch on a variable with an expression over here in the switch that will result, so that switch can utilize that. And here switch and cases will be there. Then you can provide case, uh, then some statement, break that statement, then case 15, then some statement and break, then a default case if nothing runs, like that. Okay, so here let's say you can have the text age is 10, and here you can have text like age is 20, and in the default you can have like. Okay, so as you are saying that I'm getting age not identified, because age was 20, I didn't have any condition for 20. So let's say I put it as so okay, this one was supposed to be 20 now. So you will see that the age is 20. If I make it 10, then we'll get 10. So the same thing as we have case and when in ABAP, we have switch cases in Java. So we have switch cases in JavaScript as well. Okay, so it's the same thing. Default will run. Default will run when there is no case statement is correct. Okay, so similarly, let's say if you can uh, we can have a simple new program here like that. New date, you can get the date here. So we saw that there was a method that was date dot get day to return the current day. And if I say that, let's say it returns 0, then what I can print is, instead of printing the day, I can print Sunday. If it returns 1, I can print, because this will be the Monday. Similarly, let's say I'll create one more, so you understand basically what I'm trying to do here. Text something like that. So it fails on the first day. So let us print what it is actually getting and what is the date today. Today is Tuesday, so it should get Tuesday at least. It is printing 2. No, it should run. Break is for if you do not provide the break, and let's say this statement got executed case 2 and there is no break, then case 1 will also get executed, case 2 will also get executed. So that is why we have to break that. Let's say if case 1 got executed, then we have to come out of it. Okay. They are not registering any error. Okay, so the break statement is basically used that you get stop the execution for this switch block till only execute once we are there. Okay, so if you do not provide the break, and let's say here I will directly put a 0, that we can also do a see what happens with the break. So if you do not provide the break, Next statement will again get executed. Okay. Okay, without break, it is not allowing me to execute. It is directly going to default. That should actually not happen because it should be possible without break as well. Okay, maybe some update with the new JavaScript syntaxes. I'm not sure. Okay, so this is basically the how we can do switch cases. Okay, and the default is something when the switches doesn't match, then we go to the default one. Okay. So that is something if with the conditional statement switch and if else. So here we have seen one loop when we were doing the list and all. So we saw one loop that is for each loop, right? I did a for each loop. Now let us see some one more loop that is normal for loop. Okay, so we'll go for normal for loop and we see how this loop works. We already seen that variation of this, that was the for each loop. Okay, so let me uh, let's see write some statement for loop. So let's say if we write for I can say let I is equal to 0, I is less than 5, I. So this is the syntax for the for loop, which I guess the ABAP for ABAPers it should be new. For Java people, they already knew this thing. Okay, so this is how you design a for loop. In ABAP you have only loop and loop. Here you can do a for loop and you can provide a statement. This statement will tell that what will be the very iterator for your loop. Okay. So this loop will start from here. Okay, setting the value of this variable I as 0. Okay, and then it will go till the value of I is less than 5. Okay, so it will start from the this value I is equal to 0 and the condition will be that it should I should be less than 5, and each this will be your in each iteration of the loop will be increasing I by 1. Okay, so we'll be doing I plus plus. So I will be 0, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and then 5, and this is where the loop will break because 5 will be will be not less than 5. Okay, it will be equal to, and we don't have equal to over here. So that is why this loop will break when I becomes equal to 5. So what we can do over here is we can try this example, and for this we can, let's say if I take a variable I'm taking a blank variable over here. Okay, so and here I can say is text equals to text plus text is equal to text plus like that I can put. Okay, and then a plus symbol, the value of I, then a plus symbol, and break. Okay, some HTML. So I'll break it over here, put the text over there. So you will print, it will print like, you will see it will print like this. Okay. Okay. So the value of I is 0 for the first loop, then 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. so you understand how the basic working of the loop works. Okay, so I will just keep on printing this value of I. So this will be your for loop. So these are pretty simple, nothing much fancy here in the for loop. Similarly, we have a while loop as well, and do while loops as well. So we have a lot of loops. Okay, so but before going to while loop, we have done the variation of for loop for each, right? So I hope you are clear over there, at least no confusion. One more thing I can show you, that there is one more variation of for loop, that is for in, that I just remember. Okay, so there is a one more variation for in. So I'll show you one for in, how can you use. So let's say I have one object. So I'll create it. Person object we created, right? So person object, let's say in this person object I have a first name as first, and then we have last name as last, and then let's say we have age as 20. Okay, so this is our object. Then we create a text keyword and doing a for in loop. Okay, not for loop, doing a for in loop. So how can I do a for in is let x in person. Okay, in our object. So I will get all the all the properties of object while using the for in loop. So what I'll do is person x and plus plus, let's just provide some gap over here. Yeah, that should do. Okay, so this will be my for each loop, for in loop. Okay, okay, so if I'll print this, so it will give me value like this. Okay, first, last, and 20. So how this for in loop operate basically is that whenever I assign a value here from the person object, so it will loop through the object itself. Okay, and it will loop through the object and one by one keep on assigning um, all the you can say keys to the this variable x, whatever value you provide over here. Okay, whatever value you provide here, that will get assigned with the keys of this object. Like what are the keys here? First name, last name, and age, right? So all those keys will get assigned over here. So what if I, instead of person, we just write x? So you see how the all the keys are getting assigned. First name, last name, and then age, right? These are the key. And if I do person x, that becomes a value then, because at the x position, right? First name, last name, and age. So in some examples, in some requirements, you might get a requirement that you have to get the key value pairs like that. So you can use a for in loop to iterate through the object and get each value. Okay, so the for in loop will basically help you to object iterate through the object. Okay, same thing you can do as over arrays as well, because we know that arrays are also an object only, nothing much. Okay, so let's say if I want to do it through the object, so I can do like constant array I can declare, and in this one, let's say I let 10 20. So x is nothing but this keys field. Okay, and person of x is this field, these values. Okay, so increment, there is no increment here. Increment is not needed. It is looping through the object. Okay, so all these are assigned as a key value pair. Okay, first name, last name. So here what I will show, you can see, so this is nothing but, this is you can understand that the object is nothing but a collection of variables. So these are nothing but, this is something like this: person, first name. something like this. So understand that, let us say this is the variable, complete variable name. Don't see the bracket symbol and all. So this is the variable name, and this is assigned like this, and then another variable is this one, person. Understand it like this. So this is an object which is a collection of variables which was taken from here. This is a shorthand form of this. Simply you can understand plain, right? So this is nothing but a shorthand form of this, that you just took person out and then you are providing the key and the value, key, the value. So no iteration is needed here. Why? Because we are getting the for loop. Okay, so for loop will go one by one, okay, in person. So it will go inside person and it will start from here. It will go one by one like this, okay, on all the properties. So this is the difference. Yesterday we discussed that array is nothing but an object only. Only difference is that the index for the array is a number, and index for the person is index for the object is a string. That is the only difference. It is a key value. So here I will show you that here you can get the person first name. That is not a problem. Like that, you can execute that. Not like that. You can put it in first. You have to pass it like a double quotes. I can get a first over here. It is going one by one to the all the properties. See, right? So one by one. So see, this is the difference. So this is not a for loop, right? This is for in loop. So whenever you are using a for in loop, so whatever parameter you provide in the for in loop, it will go inside that parameter and iterate through all the elements. Okay. I don't have control on this one. It will go on all the elements separated by the comma. So first it will go on this one, then it will understand a comma, then it will go on second one, a comma, then on third one, comma, fourth one, like that it will go. Okay. But while I was iterating through the array, then I was telling that you have to go that 0 for 1, 2, 3. I can, in the for loop, I can skip it. I have more control in the for loop, right? Let's say I will show you. So when I'm saying int I is equal to 0, I cannot start from 0. I can start from 10. Okay. I less than 100. Okay. And it is not necessary that I would do I plus plus. I can type any condition over here. Right. So I have more control over the iteration. I can do I into 2. That first it will start from 10, then it will be 20, 30, 40. Like that also I can do. I can multiply it by 5. I can do any number of iteration here. So here I have more control. But when I'm doing a for in, so it is going through the object one by one. It will first go here, then it will go here, it will go here. It will automatically go. I do not have any control over here. I do not have to provide the iteration over here. That is the complete meaning of this one. So you will go when you don't know these key fields, then you will use, let's say there is an object when you are using SAP UI5. So there you will get data from the backend or from some drop down, right? Let's say you have a list. Okay. In that list, you have assigned these variables. There is a key field, there is a value. You just want to see all the values, but you don't know all these field names, right? So that can be dynamic. Okay. So in that case, you will just use a for in loop that, okay, go one by one here. Okay, and it will get one by one values, and this will be usable for any loops, any value. You have to calculate the price. You have 10 line items over there. You want to print a sum of those line items, right? Let's say in your you are preparing invoice or order, there you have 10 items. You want to get a total of those 10 items. So you will loop one by one and get the total like that. What happened? Whatever we do inside the loop, that will now never break the sequence. Na? That is the sequence is running on itself. We are not controlling that. In the in the for loop, if you do something with the I variable inside the loop, then it might break the sequence. Okay. because one iteration on I'm doing on the top, and one anything I can set the variable value I equal to 100 at once in the first loop itself. Okay, and the loop will break because there I have the control over the sequence. Here I don't have the control over the iterators. Okay, so similarly we had for each loop also that we used to create a list. Okay, and then after for in I have one. Oh, okay, we need to print it. Element by ID. Dot okay. So this is another variation of the for loop only. So earlier we had for in, now we have for off. Okay, so with the for off, we can iterate through the array values itself. Okay, so with the for in, let's say if for in we were iterating through the key value pairs with the keys, and we had to get the value, right? But with the for off, we can iterate through the values directly. So it will iterate through the value. So the difference between for in and for off will be that, let's say for with the for in, you will, if you have a key value pair, so it will iterate through the keys. With the for off, you will iterate through the values. Okay, so you can iterate through the arrays, you can iterate through the strings, list, node list, map. All these objects can be iterated now. Okay, so I'm taking an example of array. So you can see that in this array I'm iterating through this, and I'm just printing the value, the item that I'm getting here, x of array, and it will print these values. So x will be text1, x will be text2, x will be text3, and it gets printed over here. Let's put one space here. Okay, so it gets printed like this. Okay, so this will be the difference between for in and for off. So I hope this is clear. Huh? Same thing is there. Okay, so apart from this for loop, we have some more loops. Array in itself is an object only. Okay,
Mhm.
only the key values are different. For off you can use with the strings as well, with the lists as well. There are multiple a node list as well you can use. Okay, so apart from that, if you go to the for in, so object is one thing. So there are other data types as well. The collection framework, if you'll go, you will find a lot of data types. Maps are there, so all hash tables are there, so you can use the for in loop with those ones as well. Okay, so
Mhm.
we are just taking one example here, array and object. Okay,
Mhm.
a
Mhm.
lot of things are there with which we can use this for in and for. A lot of data types are there apart from the array and objects.
Mhm. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, so what we were doing, a while loop. Okay, so apart from this array, let's say we have one while loop. In the while loop, the first we pass the condition directly. Okay, you will pass the condition and then you will execute the code block. So let's say the condition is I. Let's say I first define the I. I is equal to 0, and here condition will be while I is less than 5, till then text I can put value of I is I. So you can print it like that, put a break or do not space, no space is needed here, a break over here. Okay, so like that you can print, but since we are saying that I is less than 5, and if I run it at this point, uh, uh, this will go in infinite loop, right? Because I will always be less than 5. Okay, okay, so what we can do here is we can write we have to write one increment statement over here. I am not running without this increment status here because the browser will hang. Actually it will go in infinite loop, it will not stop. Okay, so that is why let's run it. And because I have not defined text anywhere now. So now you will see that we will get the value of I using the while loop. So let's say for in okay, so one thing I'll do, if I open this in new tab, I can show you, just copy pasting this code. And if I remove this iterator, so you understand that I will always be less than 5. So this statement will keep on executed and the while will never break. So if you will print this, so you see that the browser actually got hanged. I don't see any output. Okay, so I'm not able to do anything here apart from closing the browser. I'll just refresh it. Okay, so this is the basic idea. It goes in the infinite loop. Okay, the never ending process, because there is no iterator over there, no increment operator over there. So I have to close the browser. Okay, so that is the while loop. And with the while loop, we have one more variation of while loop, that is do while. Okay, so do while is something like instead of while, I will have do over here, no conditions. So I'll do this, and then I will provide a condition. That what will be the condition? So the condition will be I is less than 5, 6, whatever it is. Okay, so this will be our do while loop. Okay, so if I'll print this, so you will see this do while loop will print like this. Okay, so it's the same thing, only change is there that the earlier we were providing the condition in while loop only, there was no do, and we have a do now. So what difference it will make, that with the while loop, when I was writing while loop, so if the condition fails, this condition fails, so there will be no execution of the code inside it. Okay, when while loop is there. But when you are doing it with the do while, then this statement will execute at least once, and then it will check the statement, that while, and if the condition fails, then it won't execute further. It means it will execute it at least once. Okay, so if I put here the value of I to be 2, and I should be less than 1, like that, if I put, so see, statement is already a failure, it should not get executed. Okay, the statement is already a failure, but you see that it got executed once, right? While this statement was wrong, incorrect, false. So since it was false, still it got executed once. So that is the one thing that we have with the do while loops. While if you had it been only while loop, so this would not have executed even once. Okay, so let's say if it was a while loop, so it will never execute actually. If you run this, so it will never execute. See, so you will not get any output, hmm? Because this condition is incorrect, meaning false, not incorrect. This condition is false because I is 2 and it is not less than 1. Okay, but with do while loop, the condition will, the statements will execute at least once. So I hope we are good till here. One more thing that we have one this keyword over here in JavaScript that we should also discuss. We have done the object properties methods. So I want to discuss just this keyword. Okay, because that is the necessary that we will be using a lot. Okay, so this keyword is nothing, it refers to the current reference of the program, the current object that you are working on, the current object where your cursor is currently, the execution cursor. Okay, so from where you are calling, that depends on the dip. So let's say if you are inside a method, so this will refer to the current object. If you are inside inside the your controller, like directly inside the script, then this will refer to the global object. If you're inside a function, then this will refer to the current function. Okay, and if you're using a strict mode, then this will not be defined in the inside a function. These are not defined. Okay, and if you call any event from any element, then this keyword will show towards that event, towards that element which has called the this keyword. Okay, so let's see one example of this keyword, and then we'll be using it extensively, so there is nothing to worry about this keyword. So I'll just, let's say I declare one variable over here, person. In the person I'm providing first name. Okay, last name, age, and then there is a full name. But in the full name, I have a function to get the full name. Okay, so this function will do nothing but return this dot first name plus some space plus this dot last name. Okay, so this is the function name, and here instead of text, I'll just print person dot full name. Okay. So if I'll run this, so it is giving undefined last, there is a spelling mistake. If I'll run this, you will say it will give me the full name as first last. Okay, so you can see in this reference, this gave me the object, because this was a current object inside which this function was called. So this reference will give me the reference of the current object. Okay, inside a object function, object method, it will always give me the reference of the current object. So I got the reference of the current object, meaning person. So with the this dot first name, I was able to get this first name. With the this dot last name, I was able to get this last name. Okay, so that is why the full name, I was able to concatenate the first name and last name, and I could get the person dot full name. Okay, So to check what happened here, we'll go to the console. The console will tell actually that what was. I will just create it again then. So you see first name is not defined. This is the error actually that we got at object full name. Okay. So because there is no variable as such as this first name, right? There is no variable such as first name. Why? Because the person is an object and first name is defined inside that object. So there is no such variable as first name.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
So either you do person first name or you do this dot first name. Okay. Because this holds the current reference, the current object that is being referred. Okay. This will refer to the current this object. In this end, you have an another object.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which annotation can be used to bind an OData property to a UI5 control property? A. Saya support UI5B, OData C, ibindable deet. SAP OData. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
In that object, if you create, let's say here, if I create a new object, okay, something like that. So still this keyword, you see, this is inside this function, right? This is not inside this object. And if you refer here first, and a full name. So I'm just taking like that only. In this function, if you use this, then this will return person2, but this will still return the person because it is inside the person only, right? Even if you use the same variable, still this keyword, so that doesn't affect this keyword. Okay, this keyword will still refer to the person object, and this keyword will refer to the person2 object. That the variable will not make any difference because it is a keyword. It will not get affected by the variable names that you're using. So this keyword will come a lot of times for us. We will do it in SAP UI5. There we'll keep the breakpoints and we'll show you what happens. Okay. So you just have to make sure that, just remember one thing. So how I remember it, I'll tell you that without even looking at the console or without even doing anything, you can know that what this will refer, what this is saying. Okay. So wherever you see that this keyword, okay, and you want to understand where it points, this keyword. So first understand that what is this keyword. So this keyword is nothing but a pointer. You can say it is a pointer. It refers to something. Okay, it is just a variable which holds the value of something else. Now what it holds, to understand that whenever you see this keyword, you look for the next curly bracket after that this keyword. Okay, this is the basic debugging trick that I use. Okay, you look for the next curly bracket. Where is it, that next curly bracket? You find the next curly bracket over here, right? Now you check that who started this curly bracket. Whoever started this curly bracket, this is pointing to that person. Whoever has started this curly bracket. Okay, so this curly bracket was started over here by the person. It means this refers to the person. This is the simplest you can remember. Okay, now question comes that what is referred by this one, this keyword. Okay, so again look for the next curly bracket, this one. Who started this curly bracket? It was started by person2, right? This curly bracket was started by him. So the person2 will be referred by this keyword. Okay, so the simple thing is wherever this keyword is used, okay, wherever, if it is inside a block, inside a function, inside a method, so this will refer to the immediate object. Immediate means just next in the hierarchy, whoever starts. Okay, and the value of this is not fixed, it will keep on changing. because let's say if you have one object, right, then this was referring to this object. Once you create one more object and go inside that, value of this will get automatically changed to the current one. If you go inside that, the value of this will get automatically changed. Okay, and if you use this keyword outside script, outside any method, then it will refer to your script. You can get the hold of all of your methods. That is how this keyword will work. Okay, so just remember one thing, it will always show you immediate parent. Okay, just understand like this. Immediate parent is this keyword. This keyword always points to immediate parent. Okay, let's say you have a child, you want to name the parent, that is the this keyword. You just write this and you will know the immediate parent of the child. Like that you can understand. If it is used somewhere here, or this keyword is somewhere used here, then this keyword will you hold everything. All this object will be inside this keyword. Hmm? Because this is ending here na, this one, the immediate curly bracket is for this one. Okay, so this, with this keyword you can actually get the this dot person. Okay, you can get this dot any other methods we have, no, so any objects or any methods you have, you can get like this. Hmm? So this will hold the complete script, this keyword which is outside. Hmm? Because immediate parent for this one is the script itself, the complete script. Immediate parent for this one is person. Immediate parent for this one is person 2. Right? So you always look for the immediate parent. That is what will be returned. Now let's say, okay, so one more thing here. So this is one thing. Now let's say I create one more object, that is person 2, and here I'm taking the same variable such as first name, first 2, last name, last 2. Okay, and after that let's have a variable, let x is equal to person 1 dot full name to get the full name, dot call person 2. Okay, let's say we do it like this. Okay, so what we are trying to do here is we are using a call method. Okay, okay, so with this call method, it should be able to give you the uh, able to call this function from a different object with these values. Okay, so if I'll show you the output of this one, person 1 is not defined. I changed it now. Person dot full name. Uh, it's not needed. Yes. Okay. So with this, I can actually call the call method. So this way we can reuse the same method, right? Let's say I have two objects. Okay. And in one object, I have one method, right? And in the second object, I want the same method here as well, right? So that can be a possibility. So I want the same method, same functionality here as well. So I can simply use a call method from this object and pass the parameters of this object. It will take those variables and perform the operation which was performed in the first function. So basically it will reuse the method. Okay, so that is called the call function, where you can reuse the method. Okay, so this is how it will work. Hmm? So in this, if you will see, this refers to the person object. Instead of calling from here, from person, I'm passing this as a parameter on the call function, so that this part, so it see, simply you can understand that this part will be copied over here. That's all. when you are using the call, this part will be copied over there as well. That is what will happen. Now there is one more thing that is called the bind method. Okay, that is something, the concept is known as the function borrowing. Okay, so function borrowing, you can have a one object method borrowed from to the other object method, so it will also work the same way. Okay, the call and uh, function borrowing will work the same way. So this will also we'll see when we will go to the SAP UI5. So all these things we will see in the SAP context. So here you just get the basics, and then we will try to understand all this over there. Okay, so see how bind will work. What I'll do is, let's say I have a person full name, and then instead of, what I'll do here is x bind, and in the bind I will just pass person 2. Okay, and the same thing I can something broke, person dot full name dot bind. Okay, here I'm printing just the x. So here I have to borrow this function. So that is why I will get it inside the first full name. Let's say I'm passing the same variable, and then I'll call this same function. That is why it was giving me the function. And then I will get the this function can be borrowed to this one as well. Okay, so the output will be same for the call and bind. Only difference is that here in the call, what we were doing, we were reusing the function that was defined, right? The same function we were reusing. Okay, and it was automatically getting called from the from here as well, from the second person. But when you are using a bind keyword, so what will happen, that this function will be available for person 2 as well, which can be later used. So I can later use this full name with the person 2, right? It's not like it was assigned till here, I can later use. But in the first example, we had to use at the same point, it will be getting called over here, but here we get the reference to this function. Okay, it's like earlier what we did, we just, you can say that we copy pasted this part over here, but here what we are doing, we are borrowing it, we are taking it outside and keeping it to ourselves, that later we will use when we need, like that. Okay, like we called the function over here, we kept it inside a variable, and later we are using it. Okay, and with the call, what we did, call was just to call it directly in the same line you called it, and the function got executed. Okay, so you have to use it at the same time. Okay, so that way you can use the bind method. Output might look same, but what is happening with the bind, you get the reference to this function, right? You get this reference, you can use it later as well, right? But with the call, it will get executed at the same place. It's like you the difference is, see, same thing as you order from a restaurant, so there is a takeaway or you have to dine in. So the same thing with the bind, you have the option to take away. Okay, but with the call, you have to dine in, you have to come to the restaurant and you eat it there. So same thing you're doing, you're eating, and the final output is same. But here you can take the reference and go away, you will use it later. So see, I'm using it later, the full name. But when I was doing the call, so with the call I have to execute it here only, so I will get the direct output. Okay, I won't get the reference of this function. Okay, but with this one, I, let's say, I did the binding, I will use it later. Let's say I did the bind here. Okay, so this is a that is why this is called the method borrowing. You borrowed the method. So we borrow something, so we keep it to ourselves, right? We can use it the way we want, right? We will use it later, right? Because we borrowed it, we kept it to ourselves. While call was used just for method reusability, a method was there, you called it, it got executed, that's all. So same thing like dining, you went to the restaurant, you ate the food, that's all. But this one, you can actually do a takeaway. You took the function, and now you do whatever you want. You don't want to use it, you don't use it. You don't want to get the full name, don't call the function. This variable will always hold the function, not the return. We have the limitation for all based on first limitation. The precedence will taken by this variable where it is defined. The second preference will be taken by the objects. The objects should be available, both objects.
Greetings everyone. I'm excited to provide an overview of ZaranTech's training program for SAP UI5 Fiori, from basics to advanced. In this comprehensive course, we explore the key concepts and components of SAP Fiori and how to leverage the UI5 framework to build responsive, engaging business apps. Whether you're new to SAP UI development or looking to take your skills to the next level, this training has something for you. We start with the fundamentals, understanding Fiori architecture, setting up the development environment with SAP Web IDE, and building simple UIs with XML, HTML5, and jQuery. ZaranTech has trained thousands of professionals to successfully implement Fiori and deliver beautiful, intuitive apps. Our hands-on approach and real-world examples will empower you to meet any Fiori development challenge with confidence. Don't miss your chance to become a certified SAP UI5 Fiori expert. Visit the link below for full details on ZaranTech's SAP UI5 Fiori training. Secure your future in SAP UI5 Fiori.